Boys, good day. Good day, good day, good day. I was just basking in the sun and I looked up and I was late. And so I had to run in. Don't mind my disheveled appearance. Got a haircut? No. I just sprinted in the room because I was like, oh shit, starting soon's been up for like 9 minutes. Because it's not like actually brick outside. So I had to like sprint in and then fucking throw cat ears on. Like my life depended on it. Server just came up, streamer luck. I'm telling you, dude, it's the butt plug on the chair. It's legitimately the butt plug on the chair. He pressed the button? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Like, I've told you this before. I have legitimately told all of you this before. And you didn't believe me. I don't know, man. I legitimately do not know what to tell you guys. Yo, what up, Merc? What up, Oz? Victor, Flib, Nell, Leon, Snail. God damn. Y'all all out here today. Good morning, boys. It's Friday, right? Today's been a weird day for me, man. I felt like kind of mentally drained the past couple days. I don't know why. Just like mental exhaustion type shit, right? And before stream, like right before I went live, someone out there is going to say, Dusty, you shouldn't have had yesterday's coffee cup out there. But on my butcher block, I had yesterday's coffee cup still. And then I went to like refill today's coffee cup. And I put my sugar and my milk in my coffee cup. Like today's coffee cup. And then I threw away like the milk container. And then I turned back, I grabbed a cup. I swung over to my coffee maker. I filled up the cup. And I was like, something doesn't seem right here. And then I look back and I'm like, wait a second. Which mug did I use yesterday? It's been a day, dude. I've felt fucking mentally beat down the past few days. So it's still like I'm 85% sure that I've got the correct coffee mug. But I'm almost like scared in a sense. Because I'm like, I might be like 20% yesterday's coffee. Like, it's to the point where I was like, thinking about checking yesterday's VOD, all slick like, to see which mug I was using. Actually, I'm going to real quick. I need the answers to this. Fuck. I need to find myself drinking coffee in yesterday's VOD. Oh, we're down horrendous. Boys, who remembers which mug I had yesterday? Fuck! Or asked out. Check the, well, this is the thing. I was drinking out of it earlier. Like, so I had yesterday's coffee cup. And then I had today's, which I had already been drinking coffee today. And I went to refill it. And so like yesterday's was mostly empty. Today's was also mostly empty. But I think I got today's. Didn't have to pay the full 110, just 50 bucks for the alpha key because I had a different pre-order pack. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, I do really like that they let you update the way that, like upgrade the way that they do. I think that's like a lot of their monetization is just very, very good for consumer side thinking. They genuinely think like gamers and not like, I don't know, corporate developers, which may be one of the nicest things in my opinion. I like that a lot. Poisonally. What y'all getting up to today? Do we have large plans in Vera, my boys? I really hope I have the right coffee mug, dude. I really hope I have the right coffee mug. I'm so scared. I ran a caravan from 8th to the tropics. Took me 2.5 hours. You made it, though? That's nice. How much you get for it? We're gathering here. What are you trying to get mining? Just like coal and those rare pops? It pays 14x. Low key, I feel like just down and backs would be better, right? Just like short down and backs and taking like the 4x or whatever. Isn't it like a 4.5x? I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, unless you have like full Bob, Biss, and guaranteed like safe passage. Yo, what up, Arufa? How you doing today? I'm only level 11, so awesome. Gold to lean on as I level up. If you want early gold, especially for leveling, I would recommend like along the way also hitting the whatchamacallits, the lumberjacking lumber milling grind. It's just such a complimentary grind on the way up that gives you free cashola. Together. Hey, big slackeroni coming in with the 10 months and the T2. Brother, I appreciate that. Thank you, man. The 10 months, 2 more, and you got a new nanner, sir. Good to see you, brother. I've already made 30 gold. Fuck. Good for you. Are you like player to player selling? Oh. Fuck it. Pay now. I don't have tax receipts, nor do I want to go fucking get them. I'm not even gonna lie. What if I just let my citizenship expire and then just like re-become a citizen? Is that, I feel like that's something that I could, fuck, I'm in as. Oh no. Oh, I have to go all the way up to Winstead. That's so tragic. Doing all the gathering commissions for herbalism and lumber. Limited one sale, legendary emerald to pay for tool upgrades. Oh shit. Oh shit. A Lego emerald? What do you sell that for? You know, the same shit Grumpy's on was crazy, by the way, no. Uncalled for. Uncalled for. Dude, Grumpy was actually on the Galaxy Gas. Dude had my offline screen. And just didn't refresh. 4 of them at 2 gold each, probably a steal, but I wanted the gold at the time. Yeah, I don't really know, like, I feel like I don't frequently see emeralds in demand. Maybe it's just one of those things that, like, aren't in demand currently, and maybe they will be, like, in the future. I'm not quite certain, but... Dude, I'm so sussed out by this coffee situation. I legitimately had fucking 2 different cups going. I didn't have 2 cups going today, but yesterday, definitely. I feel like I should just go dump it out and remake my coffee. I don't ethically feel good about this. I mean, what's the worst thing that happens if I drink day-old coffee? I fucking die? Good for horn hacks and jewelry. What do they usually sell for? Like, not the made product, but just the raw emeralds. Also, heck, Colton. 2 to 3 gold. Oh, okay. Yeah, so he's right on. Chug both. Balance them out. Negatives, like, turn into a positive or something like that. Mage or bard for PvP action? Yeah, those are both good. Both are very strong right now. Mage is more of a glass cannon-y type. Bard is very, very kind of like sustainy and everything, but does have good burst as well. But Bard's burst did get taken down a little bit recently with a couple of patches. So Bard was previously on Dragon Ball Z fully one-shotting just everybody. You'd stack res stacks, you'd dump a res dump on a wand finisher, and you would just fucking Lord Voldemort the shit out of people. So they changed that. Bard 1v1 gods.
Except that time that I beat you in that 1v1 on the test server because we were evenly geared, but no one's counting.
After your 2 hours of playing Bard, by the way. We don't need to throw that part in there. We don't need to throw that part in there that it was literally your 2nd hour ever playing Bard. It's fine. It's fine. Just omit that. Just omit that. I only had like a 300-hour advantage on the class. It's fine. It's fine. Doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. No, Bards are so good, though. Like, they have such good CC, such good movement, and for 1v1s, for example, Colton even hit some tech at one point on the Bard where he got me in the Marionette, which is like the CC that spins you and just kind of like makes you dance, right? And he would Marionette, just jump super far away, and then, like, during that time, he would be able to pop a ration, and because that combat timer would wear off, you'd be able to pop that ration and get some like mana tick, HP tick going, whatever you needed, while the other person's gap closing back to you. So Bard has a lot of kind of like cool little utilities like that. Very good class. Both PvE and PvP, honestly. But I think like everything balance is always not even subject to change, but like destined to change in terms of like what's super strong, what's hitting super hard, this, that, the other. But with that being said, like, I think every class is going to continue to feel good, and those that don't currently like have their place in certain modes, I think will definitely find their place and kind of like be ushered into a spot. So 100% agree. Next week could be totally different. Yeah. I think there's still a lot of game modes that are yet to come too, in terms of like PvP accessibility, both like numbers match modes, small scale, medium scale, large scale. So I think across the board, there is still a ton of room for, you know, a lot of classes to find their role. Tank, for example. As of right now, with the power scaling and things just hitting so hard and the time to kill being literally half a second, it's a little bit hard for tanks, or honestly, a lot of melees in organized PvP to even get half of their abilities off without just dying. No matter how much fizz power you have or mitigation, because power just like outscales mit like crazy right now. So there's kind of that like that weird spot for melee where you basically sit there on your bow, you throw out bow shots, and if you're able to like grapple somebody in, then you know you can get a kill. But other than that, you're just hoping that you don't get grappled in because you insta die. It's a little rough right now, but I think it'll continue to improve across the board for melees. It's just, I don't know, mass scale and open world mass scale specifically, where people can just like infinitely kite out, always is going to, in my opinion, favor range. Just because of the fact that like ranged, while there is a gap in the fight, can still be dropping abilities, still be, you know, getting the most out of their kit, while a melee loses significant amounts of their kit and significant amounts of their like their pressure the second you have to play initiate instead of like gap close. So as a melee, ideally you'd be able to kind of like walk up the gap, and then once you gap close to somebody, they have to go away from you, and then you movement match them and like cooldown match them in a spot where you're keeping pressure on while they're retreating. But right now, because of how strong power scaling is across the board, melees are the ones that are having to retreat and play defensively and like reactively and reactionary, I guess would be the term, instead of like a proactive approach, right? So I feel like that's, I don't know, just melee's big general weakness right now. It feels like we're always on our back foot against classes that do have a kit advantage as well. And again, that's going to change a lot in small scale. Like, it'll definitely change a lot when it's not 10 mages blowing you up. But with that being said, with the scaling right now, you can just get fucking one-shotted. Even in like a 3v3 arena, if 2 DPS look at you and coordinate a burst, you're just dead. If they're geared. Literally dead. You have like single combos, single abilities that are hitting for like 3,500 4K plus right now. It's fucking gross. Found all the double stat, dex and strength medium pieces for level 20 gear going through the codex, so gear grind will be starting soon. Only head and pauldrons don't have a dual stat. Ooh, that's not too shabby. That's not too shabby. I might hop in on that. I need strength and con. But, I mean, strength, con, fucks across the board, so maybe we see where there are like some commonality slacker and then I can tank some shit. I have hiccups. Chat, why do I always have hiccups? Am I dying? Is this the end? Hi, Chewy. I need to go up and check out my gathering. Coffee Ligma getting him. I'm just gonna stir the old coffee into the new coffee. My brain is mush. And this time it's not the indica. Are you sick? Or are you on galaxy gas? I've also felt mental mush the last couple days. I was feeling like real mentally drained today. I don't know, dude. I took like Maybe it's because I've just been working harder than normal on like more things behind the scenes. But I don't know, dude. Like this morning, I felt so fucking drained when I was about to like get stream up and shit. No days off though. Days off are for pussies. It's all medium gear. I need to check heavy unless tanks can do medium or heavy. Yeah, I mean, heavy, medium, light is honestly all kind of fucking relative. And I think for PvP, realistically, heavy's kind of ass right now. Jesus. Because, like, heavy's built around a small amount of just, like, mitigation. You get 3% basement and then some disable reduction. And probably you're just better off with medium across the board for the extra magic resist. Like, mitigation doesn't really do a ton anyways, but if it's free, might as well. Willow! Boys, I can actually chop it now. Look at this, we're up. It's gonna be legendary. Insta Lego incoming streamer loot activate 1000 gold generated. Told you. We're fucking up, boys. We are up. Streamer loot's a beautiful thing. It's like I can just command something to happen and it fucking happens. It's wild being me. All of these perms are part of the reason why you see someone standing before you that you should basically just be calling Mr. Moneybags. I mean, fuck, let's be honest. Come on, guys. Had to send out a bunch of org updates this week and I had to coach like 8 assistants on how to forward a template. Oh, God. Oh, no. Then also working on an interview article and it used up the rest of the storage space in my brain. Yeah, DOS, so I had yesterday's coffee cup out, and then I had today's coffee cup out on the butcher block, and I apparently put milk and sugar in today's coffee cup, and then threw the milk away, grabbed yesterday's coffee cup, and then when I grabbed yesterday's coffee cup, I brought that over to like the coffee area and filled that up, and then I looked back because I was like, this coffee looks weird, and the other coffee cup, which I think is today's cup, had like sugar in it, so that's the one I added sugar to. And so I was literally like, okay, what the fuck is going on? I'm having a stroke right now. So I legitimately, dude, I fucking like I 2-cup Monty'd myself, but it was with coffee. So now I'm like partially convinced that I'm drinking out of yesterday's coffee cup. I don't really know which coffee cup I'm supposed to be rocking right now. And I might just go make another coffee real quick. I'm leaning towards that. I won't lie. Because I really don't trust it. I don't know like which cup I had yesterday for stream. And I clicked through the VOD trying to find an area where I was like just sipping cough. And I couldn't find one. So I'm like, dude, I'm terrified. Personally. Like, I'm actually just scared. I don't really know what to expect. I might die. I may die. But if I die, I die. I agree with whoever suggested mixing them both and cutting your losses. Dude, low-key, I think I might just go make another coffee so I can just, like, drink it in peace and not have to worry. I've been letting my VOD run in the background trying to find an instance of me sipping coffee, but I can't. And I just, like, I don't feel ethical with this coffee. It's not a good feeling. It's like, I'm questioning everything at this point. I don't know what the old coffee is. I don't know what the new coffee is. I don't know. I don't even know if it was sugar. Who knows? Maybe that was just crystallized coffee because it was so old. I don't know. Everything's running through my brain at like 1,000 miles an hour right now. The coffee has ruined my day. It's consumed me. That's what I get for drinking a Celsius to start the day instead of just a coffee. Get your journeyman axes and pick axes. Both buildings getting nuked. What Deef Week? When? And where? Aren't there like 3 areas where you can get journeyman pickaxe right now? Or sorry, journeyman axe right now? What are they nuking them for? Wait, what happened to New Ayla? I thought New Ayla was also journeyman. Or am I on Fent? I thought there were 3. Nuela's apprentice. Oh, they're journeyman carp. Okay, yeah. Each journeyman building can only have one of each profession aspect. Wait, so like the journeyman wood shop has carpentry, lumberjacking, lumber milling. So you basically have to specialize one of those 3? Oh. Interesting. Okay, hi Chili. How you doing today? That's unique. Is there a way to tell like which areas have which specialization? Winstead has lumber milling, Nuela the carpentry, and Asma the lumberjacking. Okay, so what's the difference between journeyman lumberjacking and different benches at the place? So what's the lumberjacking give? Like for Asma? Vendor? Well, what's the vendor have additional? Sorry for annoying questions, but what's the vendor have additional? Because I can buy like I got my journeyman shit like in Winstead with better options and better tool bench. Oh, so like different recipes and stuff maybe? Like a third axe type shit? Interesting, okay. So are all of the journeyman buildings, like the farm is animal husbandry, farming, and something else? Like, do all of the buildings have 3 things? And then you just have to, like, pick one, so you need 3 of each building across the server? Give or take? Okay. That makes sense. So, like... higher level note? Yeah. So, like... eventually, on a in a metropolis, what will you be able to have? Will you be able to have, like, everything at a high level, or will a metropolis still have to be specialized? Do we know, like, how many actual, like, plots you get? We think 6 different buildings. What the fuck? That guard was just zooming. We DM you a link to Node Planner. Okay, cool. Wait, Phoenix guards are showing up at the Ember Springs now? Oh, I didn't even check. What's that looking like over here? I was like right next to it. You can't have duplicate buildings even support. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I definitely need to study up on that end of things a little bit. Almost 3 million health. So, if those hit combatant players, is that just to prevent people from fighting at the Ember Spring? Or like, if you respawn and you're flagged, are you going to get the shit kicked out of you? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, really? Are these the war mages or are these knights? If you're flagged, you're dead. So what happens when somebody respawns here? That's interesting. Wait, so is no Ember Spring safe to respawn now? If you're flagged? Is that going to create issues with like flagged PvP happening? Like, are people just gonna get camped by the Phoenix Sentinels now? It should help with node wars. Well, not if nobody can respawn. Guess that'll help getting griefed at the Ember Spring. Right, but if everybody's a combatant and they respawn, and those are just swinging blindly at any combatant that respawns, won't those just be killing everyone? Maybe there's a failsafe that I'm not knowing. Maybe like the respawn protection timer doesn't let them aggro onto you. If you respawn to the Ember Spring, you have a 50-second cooldown. Yeah, that's your respawn protection. So I guess as long as you're not hitting people at the Ember Spring, you have time to get out. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I guess that'll probably help things not getting fucked at the Ember Spring. They won't attack you for 50 seconds. Okay, yeah, so you definitely have time to get out. Is that Yokai's old Phoenix? I think that's a second owner flying mount. Yeah. It still smells like him. Boop. No spawn camping? Wait until it bugs and they just like enrage and start going through the 50-second timer. And then they just start just fragging the fuck out in Node Wars, and Node Wars end up being like the people versus the NPCs. It becomes just a raid boss that we have to take down. Beams. Man, I probably shouldn't use a blue larch for fuel. Tragic. So has spawn camping been a consistent issue even like through the 50-second respawn? Because you can just sit there and like bait people to attack you or something? This guy's name is Boner and he just lives right here. This dude never leaves. My right click has not been working very frequently. Oakwood. Especially in Node Wars. Yeah. We're getting a group for Steel Bloom tonight. Feel like it's unfair to light gear using classes in guild who can't get geared because all anyone runs is Carfin and Forge. I mean, in all fairness, if something sucks to run, people aren't really gonna want to run it. It's pretty reasonable. And I think like everybody needs gear. So there's never any obligation to show up to my runs just because I'm streaming by any means. Like if people need a group for Steel Bloom, then I would encourage people to make a group for Steel Bloom if it's especially that desperate. Like if you guys really need to do something, then it doesn't have to like go through me 1000% of the time, you know? Y'all can always make a group and just be like, oh, Dusty, do you want to come through and tank this? And if I don't, then, you know, that's just natural, I think. There have been plenty of times where I've got groups together and other people have been like, yo, I'm busy doing stuff. And I think that's perfectly reasonable. Dude, I legitimately, I don't like Steel Bloom. I'm not gonna lie. It's not a fun area to, like, go into to tank. It genuinely just isn't. Hello, Corla. Question. Talking about the flying mounts the last few days. How does that work if new mayor's voted in? If you're the mayor at that point, does yours get taken away? Yes. Do you ever go in the sewers? Yeah, I did go in the sewers. And when I did go into the sewers, there was a massive issue with people who would just like go out of the sewers. They would grab a few of the fire starters and then they would just bring them into the sewers and then everyone would die. So that was always a little intriguing. Yeah, every part of me just like hates Steel Bloom, man. I won't even lie. But again, people are more than welcome to form up their own groups if it's something like that. I mean, for all the guildies in general. Oh yeah. I mean, go do that. Yeah, like if. Like, we got a whole guild Discord, right? So, like, that's where, if you guys want to run something, Like, even without me on, just be like, yo, who's trying to run this? And like, from there, people will see that in the guild Discord, and then they'll come through and join. That's one of the big things that we like have those channels running for, so it's not just like, you know, the guild only functions when Dusty's on stream. Like, that's not the intent. So, yeah, 100% agree, though. Like, getting people into that content is good. It's just, I don't want to fucking take that. Steel Bloom is a mob trainer's playground. I mean, it's not even necessarily about the mob training for me. It's just about how much I fucking hate it. I don't like the mob set there. I don't like the fact that it's so easy for additional pulls to happen and butt pulls and stuff like that. I hate that shit. I would go in with like a fucking raid group, but I'm not going in and like with an 8-person. What's the level of the mobs? Dude, they're literally level 20 mobs, and it's harder than any other fucking content in the game right now, other than maybe like a chain ocular pull. It's legitimately the fastest nuke for your backline. No, but still moving as early as 17 to 23, please. Yeah, like if we get a fucking raid, I will go over, but I am not going over to that shit with just a goddamn 8-person group trying to force my dick into a spawn that, especially with juice respawn rates, that's going to chain respawn on us with fire starters, and then watching my entire backline die because they're not, like, moving. Because that's the Steel Bloom tradition. I'll be tanking. Something goes through a wall, and because Steel Bloom is, like, more mob density than the fucking walled city of Kowloon, then, like, you chain pull 100 things. All of those things come. Tank grabs them. They threat drop, and then your entire backline's cooked. 2 healers, 2 bards, 1 tank, rest rangers. Well, see, the shitty thing is, apparently casters need, like, Steel Bloom gear. So, I wouldn't be bringing rangers, because rangers need fucking strength gear. So I'd be bringing all mages, and then mages would lightning ball once. So aids and a mage can't get their best 20 gear because no group. I mean, I get it, but that's also like, in TBC, WoW, if your best gear drops out of Heroic Blood Furnace, then you're probably not going to get stuff out of Heroic Blood Furnace for a little bit because that shit was AIDS, like, until people are appropriately geared for it. I mean, I kind of, like, I definitely understand, but don't need a group to get Bisque gear on Major Bard outside Tumok Wand. It's all crafted. Well, everything's kind of, like, crafted, though. Can't you get recipes for literally everything? Fuck Heroic Blood Furnace as a melee. Dude, Heroic Blood Furnace is awful. When TBC hardcore hits, there is no way that a single person is running Heroic Blood Furnace. Heroic Blood Furnace is fucking terrible, man. I would rather tank 5 Heroic Blood Furnace in a row than Steel Blue. Cake to get gear for tank and fighter, which is why you only see fighters. I disagree. I think you see a lot of fighters and rangers because people are prepping for rogue, and those are synonymous gear sets. I think across the board gearing is pretty even. Like, I think there are as many casters, honestly, probably more casters than I've heard comparatively to fighters that are 500 gear score, or 500 spell power plus. Yo, Askatrov, thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, I mean, I've said this before. It's not me that dies in Steel Bloom because of the additional pulls. It's my entire group that dies in Steel Bloom because ranged DPS go, haha, pew pew, haha, pew pew, haha, pew pew, and then they don't look at their screen because they're haha pew pewing, and then they haha fucking die. And then my entire group dies. I will go over to Steel Bloom if we have an entire group of people who are locked in, but I'm not going deep inside there. I never do. And the second my backline starts eating fireballs to the dick, like it's a fucking buffet, we leave. It's not a good spot to use the ball. Not a good spot to exist, man. Yeah, I don't know. Those mobs fucking hurt. Legitimately, I don't even know. It might be like one of the scariest mobs in the game. Anything that has fire is just a fucking walking nuclear missile. We don't have people on. What the fuck would I go to Steel Bloom for? Fuck Steel Bloom. Yeah, if we don't have a full group of people that are benefiting from it, then I'm not doing that shit. This guy really wants to go to Seth. Bar DBS clerics for Carf. The guy really fucking wants to go to Seth. Jesus Christ. Chat, anybody need a bard for Seth? Because I think this guy's looking. Holy shit. Level 19 bard Steel Bloom. Hey, there's a bard looking for Steel Bloom. So what do you need from Steel Bloom that we wouldn't be able to just like whip up a craft for? I mean, we probably need the recipes in the first place, but 60% of global chat's just this guy. Bloom set? And what do we need to craft that? Because I feel like if you're fishing for a full set, are you fishing for rarity or are you just getting the base green? Because if you're fishing for rarity for like additional sets, I feel like... Or not from additional sets, but if you're fishing like for high rarity for additional perks, then I feel like crafting's always the way to go there, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go get another coffee real quick. I don't like the vibe of this coffee. And I know this sounds weird, but if you know the story, you fucking know the story. Hold on. Okay, I think I'm safe. I'll be right back. I'm making another coffee. I don't know which cup was the right cup. Okay, sorry. Another cup of coffee has been made and this one is way less sus. Didn't use the same cup like a doof. Dude, I didn't intentionally use the same fucking cup. It's not like I was just out here like, give me this day-old cup. I didn't fucking know. I didn't know which cup I was supposed to use, man. I'm innocent here. I just made 4-ish gold in an hour grinding there. In an hour grinding where? Steel Bloom? Bro, I don't want to go. Unless we get a full group. If we have a full group with 2 clerics, a hoofsy, and everybody else that needs gear, I will go over. Give me 2 gold an hour and I come to Steel Bloom. What if I just tell you to come to Steel Bloom anyways? Blow that place up? Yeah, like, my goal going over to Steel Bloom is going to be finding an exploit that is so egregious over there. Like, I will be trying to dupe items the second I step into Steel Bloom, so I can find something so broken with that piece of shit POI that they have to fucking remove it. Fuck Steel Bloom. Fuck whoever made it. Fuck those fire starters. And fuck Amazon Games. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Fuck Steel Bloom. Dude, I hate Steel Bloom. I hate Steel Bloom. Is this guy watching stream? What the fuck is fentanyl? Wait. What a spelling of fentanyl. What a fucking spelling. Oh, God. Holy shit. No, Steven did not make it. You shut up. The devil himself made that shit. Steel Bloom was a mistake. It's like Steel Bloom's his baby and I'm just like spitting in his face. He's like messaging Narc right now. He's like, please come back. I can't deal with this new guy. It was made for Dusty? Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind it that much. Like, it's pretty. Like, it's a beautiful area. I just hate the fire starters because they kill my backline. All right. Bye-bye, Snorse. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. It's just, it's absolutely gone. Nothing is sacred anymore. So they blocked off sewers. What's our actual farm going to be here? I'm gonna invite people. Fuck me. Who actually needs it? Do we even have people on that need it right now? Where's Merc and fucking Chewy? Taxidermy snores? He's just moonwalking. Hee hee. Yeah, he's vibing. He's absolutely chilling. Like, she's telling us there's some sort of material there that sells for a lot. Isn't it the Forsaken Shards for like a Forsaken Blade mace or something like that? Yeah, because if you get the high rarity shards, you make a high rarity Forsaken Blades mace. It's a level 10 weapon, so it's easy to upgrade, and like the damage rolls on the higher rarity ones are actually really solid. One mage, just give it a try. Level 8. Level 8 on a mage. What you started like 5 minutes ago? Jesus, just one-shotting everything, dude. I saw in the Discord. What was it? I want to say it was a 400 plus power level 10 character, because they had just got like the level 10 enchants on and shit. It was fucking intriguing, man. We need to gather. We need more rare wood. That's like a lot of larch. Am I tripping? Larch is good fuel. I might go grab that while we wait. I ate an avocado today. I've come to the realization that I hate avocados that aren't in guacamole. Why? Guac is the highest form of avocado. I fuck with avocados. Mash them up. Throw some like salt, pepper, shit like that. Cut oak and burn into charcoal. Where burn charcoal? Personally, I don't need anything. Well, if we have crafters, or no, if we have fucking mages that are around, I don't mind helping. Otherwise, I'll probably find a group for something else. Is there any point in grinding the gathering and crafting right now, though, if they're going to change how enchanting works and if we're switching to new servers in a couple months? I mean, is there a point in doing anything if you're eventually just going to die? Characters will go away regardless, and in a game, progression's always going to go away, but I think, like, grinding the profession system now, becoming familiar with, you know, what's happening across the board, only gives you, like, more knowledge of the progression curve and everything like that. Yo, what up, Victor? So in my opinion, like, yes, it's worth because it gives more familiarity with the gearing up, the systems, like the most efficient routes to those areas, right? So, yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's worth. It would be like saying, you know, what's the point of leveling right now if I'm just gonna re-level on launch? Well, all of the information that you gain along the way. So, yeah. That's kind of how I take it. Now, with that being said, like, enchanting squish-wise, I'm probably not going to save up all of my money and then just instantly dump it on enchants, not knowing how enchanting's going to go on level 10 gear. But with that being said, I'll probably upgrade my stuff to like +5 on my level 10 gear, just things that are like super cheap. But I'm not gonna, like, you know, spend a Brinks truck. But with that being said, enchanting, if they rework it and don't wipe it, then, you know, you end up keeping those enchants. If they do wipe it, it's a different story. But regardless of what they do with it, like, enchanting your gear will still be better than not enchanting your gear. So if they don't end up just completely wiping everything that's enchanted currently, then you will still be in a better spot because of that, right? Like, it's not just like they're going to change how enchanting works and people are going to be like, oh, well, I'm not enchanting anything anymore. You'll still want that additive to it, but personally, I had a thought the other day regarding enchanting. And I was thinking, like, what if enchanting wasn't, like, just the basic, like, +1 thing, and it went more along the lines of augmenting, like, a specific stat on a piece, or they even just went the route of WoW enchants, where it's, like, different specific enchants that you unlock at different levels. I mean, I know, like, the +1 enchanting is what it is. It's a very baseline system, probably the easiest enchanting system to implement. But I don't know. I feel like that in itself could be part of the power creep issue right now. But I think there are many things that are power creep, kind of like additives altogether. But yeah, I'm almost intrigued at what the game would feel like right now on the top end of gearing if it were, you know, journeyman enchants got you level 20 appropriate scaling instead of just like the full, you know, the full spectrum of the plus levels. It's an intriguing thought to see like how it would not limit, but kind of like affect that top end power scaling. And it would probably be a limit, at least until like master levels. But seeing something like a plus health or like a, you know, base level is +1 strength, second level like apprentice is +2 strength, and then at journeyman you jump up to like a +4 strength enchant or something like that. It's for sure incredibly weird that 10 gear is what's used as BIS. Well, so part of like 10 gear being used as BIS still is part of like the input to output. Like 20 enchanted gear is better than 10 enchanted gear. It's just that 20 enchanting is so fucking expensive comparatively to 10. You could probably enchant, what, your entire set of 10 gear for the cost of 2 to 3 20s? Yeah, so it's like, if everybody had unlimited money and it wasn't that like server progression just barred on this point, then people would be enchanting 20 gear freely. It's just a matter of that like material scarcity and stuff. And that also, I mean, in a game like this, that's part of the advantage of getting ahead of the curve, right? You have people who have gold cap right now, and those people can just enchant like whatever they want because they're super far ahead of the curve. So that further facilitates their power scaling, and with enchanting being that like it keeps getting more expensive, but you keep getting more and more power out of it, and there's essentially not like a feasible limit to stuff right now. Like you have pieces of gear that are dropping 5 to 7 strength, and then you're enchanting those and adding more strength than the actual like base piece of gear has on it. It's kind of wacky. Like, you can essentially, with enchanting, just scale the absolute fuck out of things. The enchanting itself is stronger than the gear you have, because like, if you have a piece of 20 enchanted gear that has 5 strength and it's plus 10, and you have a piece of level 10 gear that has 2 strength and it's plus 10, you're looking at 12 strength versus 15 strength. That's not necessarily like that huge gap between 10 and 20 that people think it is without enchanting. Like, enchanting itself is stronger than gearing right now, and that's why it's so impactful. Like, just having that flat, like, you get +1 every attribute is fucking wacky. And it's going to be the same way with this enchanting system if they keep it this way, where it's just like +1 gives you one of all of your attributes that are on that stat. Every single, like, gear system, like, for every class, is going to break down to, okay, you do fizz damage, you stack strength, and you enchant it. You do magic damage or healing, you stack int, and you enchant it. And that's going to be what every class does, just because that's where the reward scaling's at. Classes currently don't have, like, you know, you're a rogue, so you scale off of your dex, right? You're a ranger, so you scale off your dex in terms of that fizz power rating. Like, every fizz is just scaling that strength. So, enchanting particular stats, not all. Yeah. There could be a couple routes that you go with it, where it's like, I don't know, different tiers of enchanting could allow you to add on different small amounts of stats or something like that. But I feel like, and it is capped, right? Like, the max level of an enchanted piece of gear is capped. But I feel like that cap is so astronomically high that enchanting a piece of gear is equivalent. Like, keep in mind, one enchanted piece of gear can be as impactful to your main stat scaling as an entire level appropriate set of gear. If you have like mid rolls on that, if you're in greens, like, enchanting is truly the power scaling. Your gear matters so little, but what matters is you have main stat that's enchanted. That's basically it. And right now, that's how every single class is building, and that's how they'll continue to build, with enchanting and with main stat distribution being the way it is, where it's just stagnantly like every single fizz class is strength and every single like magic class is in. So I hope that they implement a little bit to address that with their enchanting rework. And low-key, I would be in favor of a WoW type enchanting, where they just completely scrap the current plus level enchanting system, and then they just do like different enchanting recipes that you can add on to certain pieces. So you have like helm enchants, yada yada yada. You go through each spot, or you can even just like have, you know, same enchants for every spot if you wanted to, if you wanted to get really lazy with it. But like, you have a plus max health, you have a plus strength, you have a plus to each of these stats, you have like a plus armor, plus magic resist, like just those basic enchants. But with that, you have a reasonable and attainable cap with that. Like, people can have apprentice enchanting, but instead of having that 10 gear and having to plus 10 it or whatever, right? And I know there's a form of like gear atrophy in it, so there's always so many more things than just the surface level of enchanting system. I just feel like openly the enchanting power curve right now is fucking wacko. Ignite, what up? How you doing today? That's been one thing that I've just noticed a lot. Like, if I were to throw this cloak up to plus 10, I'm instantly at almost 100 strength. If I plus 8 this cloak, put 6 more on these boots, and plus 8 this chest, then I gain, what, 22 strength, which is 25% of my total strength for my entire character, just from enchanting 3 level 10 spots to plus 8 and nothing else. It's a lot of scaling. Like, honestly, just get a full 10 set that's like your main stat, and then plus 5 it, and your power scaling's probably higher, and then just rock 20 weapons. That might be what I save up for. It's not too expensive either. Like, how much are we thinking right now to just plus 5 a level 10 piece of armor? I'm doing well, dude. I'm doing well. We were gonna do some Steel Bloom stuff, but I don't think people are on for that quite yet. So there is a new interview with Steven that dropped. Him and Mr. Peon did a video together. So that kind of dropped out of nowhere, actually. So we're gonna check that out today. It's actually a little over an hour, so we got like a feature-length film. The leashing on mobs is wild. Yeah, and sometimes they'll just like teleport over to you, smack you once to be assholes, and then run away. Yeah, I like it. It always keeps you on edge. This is a nice little area. A lot of larch and hemlock up here. I don't really know what those are used for anymore, but I don't have my lumberjacking shit on. Maybe I do now. Maybe. But yeah, mob leashing can be very scary, man. I have been terrified multiple times by mob leashes, especially coming out of Carfin, because like Carfin, you have a lot of verticality when you declump, right? But you don't actually have a lot of like horizontal distance, and I feel like the leash doesn't factor in like terrain or distance traveled. It's just like a raw leash distance from spawn point. So with Carfin, you could jump like 3 floors down off a balcony. The mob would still follow you, and then you would go to run out, and then the mob would still follow you, and you would have to like jump into the fucking river for some of the mobs to get off of you. Who did the new interview? Lazy Peon did. So he just posted the video today. So right now I'm just kind of chippity chopping a little bit because we were gonna do Steel Bloom. So I ended up over here. And then I found this little like top of this hill area that just has a shitload of hemlock. So I'm just gonna grab this and use it for fuel, probably. I don't really know if people are using hemlock for anything currently, but I'm assuming it, like, we progress past that point. Like, I would have to assume it's all just willow and braidwood now. And Tumok wood. How much approximately did it cost you to craft your gear? Me? I don't have crafted gear. Yeah, this was, somebody put these up for 20 silver on the player market while we were still leveling. I've had these since like fucking December. And then this was recently acquired, but yeah, this wasn't crafted. This was just a purchase. Here comes the money. Hey, that'll help with some enchanting. Thanks, Ignites. I'm gonna go to g2g.com and use that on gold.
Ignites easy, dollar, 10. Finally the weekend. Finally the
I appreciate
weekend.
you, brother. Thank you for the tenor. Absolute fucking legend. Fantastic. Now I can afford enchanting. I'm not actually gonna go on G2G, by the way. That was a joke. That was a joke. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that, chat. Don't worry. Maybe we do. Trees growing out of rocks is breaking my immersion. Trees can grow through rocks. Yeah, you haven't spent enough time in the woods. Like, not like through rocks, but if you have like just a little bit of like, you know, pizzazz there, yeah. There can definitely be like tree roots on rocks and shit. I'm enjoying your streams. I'm enjoying streaming. Thank you. Glad you also appreciate it. If you get epic large, it'll give your Vans an additional 400k HP. So we were actually talking about this yesterday with Vans, but I feel like Caravan health is so negligible now, just based on the fact that it's not your Caravan that has to get hit, it's you that has to get hit. And people can just 100 to 0 burst you out of the driver's seat of your Caravan like you're John F. Kennedy. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think van-wise, until I'm done getting grassy and old, just like out of the driver's seat and the van actually matters, then I'll probably just sell all my glint and secure the gains there. Did we check the interview? What up, Kanko? Not yet. I've been waiting for people to get in. I know how long it takes for my community to trickle in usually, so we chill. Gives you time to get back to your van to secure it again. I think once somebody has kind of like... I definitely agree that it gives you more time to fight over your van, right? But once you get sniped out of your van once, you lose any sort of advantage that you would have. Like, defender disadvantage, I feel like, is a very large thing with vans right now, especially for people that are, like, trying to run their own van or anything, even in a 1v1. Typically, the attacker's gonna get a jump on you. I mean, you have God FOV, but there's still a lot of instances where someone can just get an opening trade on you, right? And then, with that, TTK is so fast right now that once you die, if you don't get first hit or an opportunity to just full turn that fight, they're gonna know you're coming back. So it's like, if you get jumped, you lose first hit trade, you die, you have to run back, there's a logical angle that you'll come back at because of respawns. They're gonna know you're coming, they're gonna get the jump on you again. I feel like defender disadvantage, ever since you've been able to like snipe people out of van driver seats, is tough. It just comes down to like first hit, which very frequently can just be attacker based. I just looked up G2G, Ashes out of Curiosity, and the seller has the same name as one of the One Punch Guild we were talking about. Wait. I still think, by the way, regarding like G2G and gold sellers, they should just have One Punch Man as a gold seller guild. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. I still think that they should just have a portion of their, like, in terms of the Intrepid side, right? Just dedicate a small monthly budget to going around and, like, buying gold off of G2G, right? Not like buying, but you put in an order, you meet up, you go to get the gold, and you ban them for selling gold. You entrap them. I think that's the easiest way to deal with it. Because as soon as the gold sellers know that any transaction could be Intrepid, every transaction has to go through another level of vetting. And even if you have to go like black market it and go through 7 different series of vouchers, that's another step. It's never going to be like 100% stopped, but I feel like the second there's the chance that like, oh shit, am I selling gold to a player, or is this new person that's never bought off me before an Intrepid employee that's undercover? The second you make them guess that, it changes everything. And I think that's something that a lot of MMOs are plagued with, man. I always tell the story of when I was in New World. There was a point where like crafted stuff was extremely expensive if you had like an actual best in slot craft, particularly like great axes. So there was one time in trade chat, there was a crafter that was selling a best in slot great axe. And I messaged them and I was like, hey yo, how much? And they were like, they were legitimately like 300. And I was like, oh, 300K? And they were like, USD. And I was like, oh, 20 silver. Yeah, 20 silver while we were leveling. Yeah, not gold. Yeah, no, I picked these up for silver. I mean, they're not great. Like, they're mentality and strength, so it's not like they're wacky by any means. They're essentially like 1 perk. Somebody's selling a ring for 110 USD. Streamer market? Yeah, so it's basically like, at TwitchCon, they have like a partner lounge where you can go in and you can get snacks that the normies can't get. And like, you know, ayahuasca and fentanyl and stuff. And so basically that's what the streamers get over here. Like, we just go over and we're just all smoking a pipe in a big tent, and then the devs come out and they give us like, you know, the night market in Valorant? It's kind of like that, except they just come by and offer us gear like it's a Brazilian steakhouse. You have your kind of like, you have your coaster and you flip it onto green, and as long as your coaster's green, they'll just keep coming by offering you different gear. My level 10 gear costs 5 gold minimum per piece. Yeah, I mean, this was also, keep in mind, this was when I was leveling. So this was like December, like late December. So I think it was before a lot of people had kind of like put out the, you know, just the full, hey, we're getting level 10 gear and enchanting the fuck out of it for power scaling, guys, get in. I think it was a lot more of just a, hey, I have these, but they're not that great. I'm gonna get rid of them. With that being said, these are only heroic. This is actually pretty solid, though. I wish it was something other than max HP on it, but it's con strength ment with max health. So, like, it's not the worst. Ment gives a little bit of mana, magic resist, so it's not terrible. That'll be really nice to enchant. Is anybody doing herbalism? Oh, yeah, you were asking about herbalism. I'm so sorry. I think herbalism's used to make dyes and stuff like that for, like, maps and, like, shit for scribes. And then you also... Is that herbalism or is that going to be the rubies and shit? Which one is making dyes? I know herbalism is going to be used for pots too, but we always have them herbs. We always have herbs. I know Stomps for a little while was doing, I think, herbalism for his scribing, but then he switched over to mining as his primary. Let's see. Herbalism, of course it doesn't show. Processing. Alchemy. Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely like the herb-alch interaction. Yeah. So, water and ruby powder. And you make ruby powder from your alchemy. So it'll be like herb mining and alch, it seems like. So you can go into the refining, and under the alchemy tab, you'll see that you have like the sapphire powder, ruby powder, and then you also have your snowdrops, daffodils, shit like that. So within your recipes, you'll have like ruby powder, daffodil powder, halcyon, lumidon, spindle vine, and shit like that. So those will be your recipes. You have different inks here, different chemicals. I don't really know what those are for. Siege decks, permanent ink. You need ruby powder. So there is definitely a lot of interaction there. But yeah, I would say herb mining into the alch refining would probably be the play. Wait, did our season get rolled back? We were in spring. I think our season got put back. We were like fully into spring at one point. Oh. I will save this guy. Brother, I will protect. I don't know where that one guy came from with all of these mobs, but it's okay. Says we're still in spring, 10 days to summer. Just the icon that shows. Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. There's always snow at certain heights. Well, I can confirm that's cap. My immersion is ruined. You're not hitting Sugarloaf in the fucking summer. I can guarantee that. You're playing golf there in the summer, but you're not skiing. Although I guess this isn't like skiing snow. Although I don't really think I've seen any ski-worthy snow over here. Where'd that low level go? I killed all those mobs so he wouldn't die. I think dude shit his pants and ran away, but yeah, it's all safe now. I just be hitting trees up here. I probably don't need any more. I'm probably set on fuel for a little bit. This is an adolescent. What the fuck? It's larger than most of the fucking adults. What do you mean? Excuse me. Look at the baby trees. Okay. I can scoot back to town. Quick spoiler, the interview is a banger. That tree was blessed, dude. That tree was fucking massive hoofs. That's what I'm saying. Thing had all of the genetics. If I let that thing go to like full adult stage, it would have given like 13 wood. It would have just been a fountain. Banger, I hardly know her. Okay, I'm sorry. That was brain rot. Every day I grow closer to insanity. Get out. You hate me. You're the one that said that shit. You're the one that brought those vibes into this house. This is a house of learned doctors. From the day old coffee? Yeah, speaking of which, I should probably cancel that out with some new coffee. I did get fresh coffee. How sweet it is to not think that I'm drinking possibly day old coffee. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'll probably go back in my VOD later and find that it was this mug that I was drinking out of yesterday. Low-key, I think it might have been. I don't know. I might have mixed up the mugs at some point. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know. It's all fucked. We're not going to talk about it. We're going to move on. We're going to watch the interview soon. I feel like that's reasonable. Why do you need the same mug? Well, I don't need the same mug. Basically, I had my coffee mug from yesterday sitting on the butcher block, and then I had my coffee cup from today. I set the coffee cup from today down, and then I had just pounded my first cup, right? So I was still kind of like getting ready, getting in the mood. And I go to refill the coffee, and I instantly just blank on like which coffee mug I was using because I wasn't paying attention to it. I was just on autopilot. I'd just woken up. I was like watching some stream shit like that. And so I forgot which coffee cup I was using. And so I put sugar in this cup. And then I went to put milk in. My milk went dry. So I threw that one away. I went to crack another one. And basically, in between throwing it away, I like speed turned. I grabbed one of the mugs, filled it with coffee, and I was like, this looks weird. Looked down, different mug. I look back on the butcher block. The mug that I put sugar in is on the butcher block, which I can only assume is the correct mug. But now we have this whole mug mix up. So we're down horrendous. Yeah, I might get a carbon monoxide detector. Yo, Wubby, thank you for the 30-day streak. You're well on your way back up. Milk went dry. I ran out of milk. But I had a backup. Because since I switched to, like, the lactate milk for my belly's sake, I now get, like, Sam's Club brand, like the Members Mark. They have, like, a lactose-free milk that they sell that comes in a 3-pack. And it is way cheaper. Way cheaper. So yeah, I've been rocking that. Like, it's cheaper to buy it at Sam's Club versus buying it at like non-bulk, I should say. Like 1 gallon of that was like $7 just as a standalone, and I get like 2.5 gallons or whatever the total thing is for $9 at Sam's. Been on the almond milk recently, oat milk. So I went through a phase of coffee creamers, lactose-free coffee creamers, like the alternatives. Then I did like different milk alternatives as well as sugar. And whenever I would look at the ingredients, every single one of like the creamers that I was using was just oil-based. It was just shit for you. So I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna go grab like almond milk. Like, it's just gonna be almonds, right? Almond milk is pretty ass for you. It's also a lot of not just healthy stuff. It's not just milk and almonds. Like, or sorry, water and almonds. Like, there's some other shit in there too that's not the best for you. So when I would drink my morning coffee, I would actually get like very bad stomach aches. And that was like with milk alternatives and everything. So I switched over to the lactose-free milk, and it's just like regular milk with the lactase enzyme in it. So you're able to process the shit, or maybe it eats the shit, who knows? Either way, it doesn't make my belly hurt whenever I drink milk anymore. So I've been on this lately. I've cooked with it. I have done pretty much everything. Pretty much everything, chat. And it holds up. It's good milk. Real good milk. So are we farming something or are we watching this interview? Might be interview time. I don't think we have enough people on to farm right now. But I think soon we farm. Soon. I could always hit trees in the back of the interview, but you guys would hear it. You guys would just hear me smacking trees for a fucking hour. I don't think that would be ethical. I don't think that would be very fun to listen to. Be like somebody recording a video in their car but leaving the blinker on. Oh, boys. We got an hour and 14 minutes of a Steven interview. That's a fucking long one. That's like a full ass... Can't mute sound effects? I suppose I could. I suppose I could. I do also want to be like locked in for the react. I hate watching like when other content creators react to stuff and they either like don't talk or they just go, uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Asked this earlier, but yeah, Miss Cass, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Asked this earlier, but what happens to a flying mount if a new mayor is voted in? Does the old mayor just lose theirs? Yes, and Steven shows up to your house to pistol whip you if you lose your mayorship. So don't lose your mayorship. It's in the terms of service. You just have to read the fine print. Same thing if you get caught exploiting. When you go outside, GM John has the right to run up to you and 2-foot running drop kick you in the chest if you get caught exploiting. So just be careful out there. Intrepid takes that shit very seriously, dog. They will travel as well. They will travel. Hello. Going down. He wants the demo. He gets the demo. Good day, sir. Good day. With your little zoomy Mario Kart ass scorpion. Duck tie. Ties me up like a duck with like my fucking... Oh, what would that even be? Would that be like my hands tied to my ankles but I can still walk but it's got to be in like a squat? That would actually be crazy. Tie the hands to the ankles and then make them walk. And it'll be like a squat walk. That would actually be the duck tie, I'm pretty sure. But like not tie the ankles together. You know what I mean? Independent legs, but each hand tied to each ankle. And then they have to walk. Next time there's a bug, Steven should figure out who put the bug in and then make him do that for 24 hours as punishment. Make him get out the doghouse. We know how you get on I like talking. What the fuck do you mean? I like discussing the current events with you guys. Why are you shaming me for that? Yes, I like to yap. God fucking damn it. Sue me. Sue me. The Steve of Burden model. Bro, I can't... I feel like Intrepid's gonna get mad about the Steve of Burden if I keep bringing that up. I feel like they're not on board for the Steve of Burden. Or the Steven mount that just carries you with a piggyback and then like sprints really fast. Yeah, I don't think they're on board for either of those. But I mean, I'll pass them up the ladder next time I have the appropriate kind of like intro. We'll be talking about mounts at some point, and then we'll kind of like segue into it. So we'll be like, chat, what's one mount or beast of burden that you would add? And you're like, bam. And then we're like, all right, hear me out. We got a whole plan. We got a whole plan. Okay. Because, I mean, we could sell it as, like, we want a Steven mount because he literally carries the community on his back. Like, our Lord and Sandaled Savior. He could be wearing sandals, and the sound could just be, like, the flip-flop slapping your feet while he runs. Like, I feel like we're onto something here. I'm able to get Reflect next level. Could have got it this level, but I got Fortify first. Not bad idea. I mean, this is a tree that I run right now, so. Early leveling, I would say probably prio like Inciting Strikes, this, and then Shake It Off, Intim Aura. Supernatural Grit's good. And then if you're having mana issues with your Reflect, make sure that you go into Refreshing Reflect over here. That can be a big mana source early, large sustain. But this is what I'm using for PvE right now. PvP will change up more, but across the board, this has felt pretty solid. There are tweaks that you can make too, but if you're fighting mobs that run away a lot, you can always go into Tomahawk with Tomahawk Trip, so it trips anybody like that it hits in the back. So if you have mobs that are like threat dropping like crazy, you can Tomahawk Trip. Then do holiday skins like for 4th of July. Yo, holiday skins will go so hard. That would actually be crazy. But they've said, so Steven actually talked about that with like the creativity of skins. He was like, we're not gonna have people running around in like a fucking t-shirt and a hoodie and stuff, but like we will have fun skins, which makes me really excited. I like fun skins. I like skins that feel unique to the game and kind of like provide that other level of drip. But I also very much like when the best looking stuff is from grinding and not the paid store. That might be a controversial take, but I think the people who grind the hardest content the most should look the drippiest. Weird take, I know, but all right. I'm pissing and then we're watching this video because God knows if I don't pee before it, we're getting into a long car ride right now. So we'll be right back soon. Steven interview. Where's an alchemy station? Fuck if I know, chat. Where's there an alchemy station? Be right back. Good day, my dudes. Yo, what a project. His music slaps. Bro, I'm telling you, the musical element to a stream is massive. Yo, what up, Claire? How you doing today? Sorry, I just got back from pissing because we have an hour-long video. So sometimes you've just got to prep ahead of time. I don't want to have to like AFK to pee in the middle of this when we're getting down to the heart of it. Because if you know that this hour-long video is probably going to last like fucking 6 hours. I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well. So this is the latest interview with Steven that just came out. Mr. Peon dropped this bad boy, I think like a few hours ago. A little before I hopped on stream. So I've got the last of my coffee for today, and I think I'm ready to get into it. Now, again, we got a long video. I have one singular coffee ground that snuck into my coffee that I'm currently trying to like snipe out of my coffee. Well, we'll figure that out as we go. We'll keep that rolling. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yo, what up, Butcher? The New World guy? Who's the New World guy? Peon? Are you calling Peon the New World guy? Did he make a lot of New World content? Oh, Peon? Did he make a lot of New World content? I feel like... No, I don't think so. And we're on the west of Winstead. There's a single fighter. Ooh. Who is it? Who are we working with? Do we need a banger? Hold on. Let's get a banger. Snail Juice is Toad? Yeah. You said West Winstead? I'm a-coming. Where? Over here? Okay. Am I gonna have to Alt F so you can heal me? Or nah? I'm sorry if this brings more people to your van. Baggins is the dude I'm thinking of. Are you saying every white content creator with spiked hair is the same, Butcher? That's funny as fuck. They both just have mildly spiky hair, dog. That's crazy. Oh, fuck, that's so funny. I was like, dude, I don't think Peon made a lot of New World content. Yeah, Baggins, definitely. Yeah, even Baggins is playing TNL now. I think he finally called it in. Who's this? What's the guild that's on you? What guild? Excuse me. The Divine Order. I don't think I know. Anyone else in the area that wants to just jump these guys? I don't know where Gore is at, but... So it's a fighter and what? Oh, wait, no. Confirm. Toad, van. Getting hit, West Winstead. Heading to 8th right now. Nar. Fighter in the yard of the house. Nuke. Is it just the fighter? Who's behind you? Deadfly, it's Fighter Ranger. Okay. That's not good. I think I might actually be able to combo this. No, I ticked down. No! That's so sad. I had my shake it off. No! I tried to go into the second trip into the shake it off in 1 second. Okay, I'll come back. Fweek. I missed too much. I missed a couple slams that could have been huge. I come back. Those guys are like relatively similar power though. I'll pop food for this, honestly. Kill the fighter 3 times 1v1. Yeah, the fighter wasn't anything crazy. I probably should have gone ranger first, honestly. The ranger was squishy as fuck. Van 70, yeah, we're fine. I'm on my way back. We'll link up and I'll put my protect on you this time. I didn't get to put protect on you before they went on you, so you were literally 30% squishier. I gotta get the fast boy out. Fighters can't PvP. Nah, you gotta watch a Zyback video. Fighters are nasty in small scale. It's just mass scale that every range is weak. Or every melee is weak, I'm sorry. Yo, what about it? Do you see a meta happening so far or not yet? I mean, so like, metas are actually gonna be more conducive to happening right now because there are just fewer options in the game between class choices, loot tables, PvP modes, and stuff like that. So I think like, any meta that's shaping up is simply a result of like loot tables not being fully built out, different biomes, different POIs, and things that offer loot not even being fully built out yet. So that's super important to keep in mind in my opinion. Wait, what? Where'd he go? I'm on my way. Gary, you go on Deadfly. This guy's dead. They both get smoked? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, they got fucking smoked. Wee ball. Meow meow. All right. Yeah, that ranger was very squish. He had like 3k, I think. Yeah, he basically dropped CC and tried to run. He was going crazy though with the CC. Cause I only have like one full CC break and I popped my shake it off a little bit early there, but I think anytime you're PvPing as a tank, switching on the pulverize is so nuts. When I'm PvEing, I have it over on Desolate instead, which is like the AoE version, just for like PvE threat. But having it on pulverize, it's a single target that hits heavier and then brings you over to them as well. So it's quite nice to have. All right, so Toad should be chilling here. I don't think they're gonna come back. I'm gonna go up to Grave Peak real quick. How's the interview not playing yet? Toad's van got hit, so he came down and beat the shit out of a couple people. I'm gonna go look for them real quick. Because they respawned Grave Peak. Yeah. So once we know Toadington is safe, we'll play the video. We just gotta take care of the boys out here. I don't see them over this way, so they probably fucked off. I'm just gonna peep like upriver a little bit. Toad, you're going into Winstead, right? Will it be more than 10 minutes? Excuse me. The video? Like till we start it? I mean, probably just a minute here. I'm just gonna make sure that Toadington's all good. And then once he's good, we ball. I think he's chilling though at this point. Yeah, I don't see these guys. If they were coming back, I was just gonna kill him again, but... Nuke's back. Beautiful. I'm on my way. I guess he's going to get nuked. Stay over there and look all submissive and breedable for a second. And then we're gonna jump him. Bro, he's got the whole guild coming at him right now. He's got everyone. What's he gonna do? Oh, shit. All right. I'm coming over. 25 cleric, Thrain to our left. Just burst cleric. I'm on my way. Yeah, Thrain's here. He ran off. I see nuke. Thrain hasn't opted in yet. I'm gonna see if I can force one of them in or one of them out, because I can 1v1 the shit out of nuke. Oh yeah. Come over here. Come over here. What's wrong, brother? Why don't you want the smokington, my boy? What is wrong? What is wrong? Yo, what up, bitch? How's the game so far? I'll be joining in phase 3 in May. I love it personally. I think the playtest is going extremely well. I think that things are improving quite rapidly. I think we're getting a lot of very good, very impactful content, and I also think that the things that are typically community pain points are very well received by the developers. Thrain and Nuke are my guildies, fuck 'em up. We already killed Thrain and another one of them, like once. Or not Thrain, sorry, Nuke and a Ranger. Thrain's new. Thrain just pulled up. But it was Nuke and a Ranger. Nuke North? Yeah, I'm literally just fucking, I'm like sheepdogging him off. Like he just can't come around because I'll just kill him. Where's that ranger? Honestly, I should just kill his mount. It's got 700 HP. Bye-bye. He just got fucking shit on. My God. My God. That man just got fucking worked. Holy shit. Is it permadeath if you do that? The mount? 10 minutes. 10 minutes of death for the mount. And it dismounts him. So that's the disadvantage of using that mount right now. So the scorpion mount is actually bugged. So, oh, Helheim. Nice, lads. Hell's dope. Good bard player. Very good bard. But yeah, so 10 minutes, and with that, like, tiny scorpion mount, it's bugged right now, so it goes very fast, but it only has 700 HP. My Snores, for example, has 5100. So, instead of just trying to chase him, it finally hit that I was like, wait, those mounts, I can just two-shot it. So, I got a range shot, charged into range, hit an ability on the mount, it died, and then from there, he couldn't summon another mount, and he was just, like, forced to fight. And, yeah, it didn't go well for him. I don't think they're going to come back. So yeah, this started because I was sitting in Winstead, like in the town, and Toad was basically like, yo, these two guys are hitting my caravan. They want money. I'm buying time. So I ran over and they killed Toad when I got over here, and I killed one of them and almost won the 1v2. So we went back and just like fucking destroyed them even numbers. And then we even got a couple more. So yeah, that's one of the nice things. As the community gets larger and larger and we get more active players, then we'll be able to continue doing things like that. And so theoretically, if we really wanted to, after this, we could pick up a guild war, like a guild war deck, and we could deck on the Divine Order, and we could just go around hunting Divine Order players because they hit Toad's Caravan. So we could have that, like, that rivalry across the board with them now because they tried to hit Toad's Caravan and kept coming back. So after this caravan's done, we could, in theory, group up as this cat's death squad, go pick up a guild deck them, and then hunt them around the map, and anytime that we find them during that guild deck, it's free PvP. So that's where you kind of, like, have your storylines. Good day, sir. Ah, thank you. Always a pleasure to help my Toadington. A kind lad. Who's up here? Snom. Skirt. But yeah, a lot of cool systems in this game that only become more and more cool. Hey, what up, Ahmad? Twisted buffering here on YouTube is so much better. I've noticed that lately on my end too. I won't even lie. Not like just my channel, but I've tried to watch multiple like channels, just like lurking before stream and stuff. And I've noticed Twitch has been really buffery lately. Yeah. I feel that. But that's one of the reasons I multi-stream. Just so people have that like kind of back and forth accessibility, right? Okay. Toad makes it safe and sound, boys. We're up tremendous. Fun fights, too. Good fights, GG's. I assumed it's because you were an attention whore. Fair. Also very fair. No, dude, I don't know. Despite streaming, I don't like attention that much. Also, hi. We just defended the big Toadington. What the fuck was that? Wait. How'd I do that? D-hopping. Wait. That was sick. Say my name again. I probably butchered it, but I said Hamad. The good ones, at least. I mean, I think just because somebody likes entertaining people doesn't necessarily mean they're attention whores. There are definitely streamers that are like thriving on the attention and stuff, but a lot of streamers just like entertaining people and making people laugh, man. That's kind of how I am. Like IRL, I'm not really a big like center of attention, center of the room person. I'm very kind of like just reserved IRL. I don't know. I think a lot of streamers, you have to remember, like, streamers might be very good at making gaming entertaining, but at the end of the day, a lot of streamers are sitting inside 10 hours talking to a monitor every single day. So, like, not every streamer is going to be on that, like, that social, give me all the attention level. A lot of the streamers that I've talked to don't even like attention that much, dog. We just stream because it's super fun. This just made my day. I'm glad I got it. I'm glad I didn't butcher it. Yo, Maximus, thank you for the 25-day streak, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, like for me, man, I stream more for the community than I do myself. Like I've always streamed like this even before streaming full time. So I don't know. Maybe other streamers are different and other people focus on different things, but yeah, I think like knowing a lot of streamers of various sizes personally, I definitely think most of them aren't necessarily attention whores. But everyone's open to their own opinion, right? Yo, Sammy, thank you for the 15-day streak. I appreciate you, brother. We got a lot of fucking anteaters in this bitch. All right. So this is good. Toad's safe. Everything's set here. We ball. Now we can get into the video. I mean, and also stream, it's like a work persona. I also think a lot of streamers don't really have a persona, man. I don't know. Like, I know this isn't that deep, and I know I'm looking at it way too deep. But I think so many people just think a lot of streamers are very different than they are, man. Like, a lot of streamers just get on and like to chill with their communities. It's not even like a pick me thing or anything like that. It's not even like the fucking god complex that a lot of people think a lot of streamers have, but I don't know. I think a lot of people think that a lot of streamers are just like large pick me people, and as a whole just aren't very like grateful that they have a community that enjoys games with them and not like, you know, just worships them. Like there are those weird parasocial streamers that like that, but I think a large majority of the streamers that I talk to are like just extremely happy that people like hang out with them, and it's not even a matter of like everybody's giving me attention. It's like, look at all of the people that come into this community and feel welcome. And it's more like hosting a party at your house and you look around and everybody's having fun at the party and like vibe into the music and stuff, than it is like you're hosting a party and everyone's sitting there looking at you, you know? I think that's the biggest thing. Like, I like looking around and knowing a lot of people are having fun in the stream and stuff, instead of like, you know, everybody comes here for me. Like, I like when people are talking in chat about things that I'm not even yapping about. I'll be having a conversation with somebody and then somebody else will be yapping with somebody else in chat, and I'm just like, oh, cool. And I don't know, that's kind of the level of things that I think is very fun with this streaming, but everyone has their own different goals and everything too, right? But yeah, me personally, I'm not necessarily a huge, like, all attention on me or anything, but maybe that's why I'm not a big streamer. Maybe I should be. Maybe I should do more drama. Maybe Maybe I should say a bad word. I shouldn't say a bad word. Fweek. There. That's as bad as we're getting, boys. That was fun, though. Nice little instance of PvP. Slur tier list time. The slur tier list would be the greatest retirement from streaming in human history. You just go out with a fucking bang. Or approximately 22 based on most of the slurs that I've sourced so far. I've done some Urban Dictionary digging to prepare for this. The 1 hour long video? Yeah, the Lazy Peon video with Steven. I didn't check it out before stream. I tend to like wait on those videos to get like a very nice organic first time reaction, because I don't like when people are just like reacting to something and they've clearly already seen it before. So I stay nice and ignorant to everything across the board. And then when it's time to hit it, we hit it. Hey, why didn't this guy join the Caravan? It would have been fun if they had a cleric. I also want to say that Ranger dipped. The Ranger had zero interest in coming back to that van. Poor guys. Poor guys. Alright. We got the Peon video, boys. I'll watch like half of it. First half or second half? Or did you start in the middle like a psychopath? Hello, good day. I like your turtle. Good day, sir. Fun PvP at the van. How many actives do you have? We're trying to find people for GVG stuff. We'll see if we can communicate. If we can establish a line. A line of yapping. Oh, he hitting that shit. Oh, he hitting it. Alright, maybe they don't want GVG stuff. I scoot away. The interview is the friends we made along the way. The caravans we escorted along the way. Thanks to Toad, we now know 8th to Trops is a 14x multi. Oh, hey, Thrain, what up, dude? I appreciate you. That poor fighter. I'm so sorry I killed his scorpion, dude. It's got 700 health. I think he was just trying to run away. I was seeing red at that point. I wasn't stopping. That was fun though. They got us the first time and then we came back in and just took it back. How many, I messaged you, I'm sure you saw, but like how many actives do you guys have? We have honestly anywhere from like 10 to some days even upwards of fucking 20 and could probably get more on whenever, but we definitely want to scrap. We just left cats too, but I want to see what happens. I think it's gonna be cooldown. Yeah. You're on cooldown. Not 2 hours late, you're 2 hours early. Yeah, you're right. I got on at noon today. We're just checking. Yeah, we'll check it again on server reset tomorrow when I hop on. Hi, Thrain. Good day. Is the first in chat for everyone only one person per stream? One person per stream. Yeah, it's one redeem. One singular redeem. Alright. Peon time? Like that can redeem it? Yeah, one singular redeem. Yeah, it's a race to first. What, I just watched the second half? I was fucking memeing, Hamad. I was fucking memeing. Like those people that like eat a hot dog starting in the middle instead of at one end. You know what I mean? You kind of like bite the middle of the glizzy first. Eat corn the long way type shit. That would be a cursed mukbang. You eat hot dogs starting in the middle and then you eat corn the long way. Funny how no one used it 2 hours into stream? Yeah, nobody cares about it anymore. No one cares about me. I know streams people usually watch the middle half. That is true. That is true. But with streams, if you're going crazy, you can even have growth the entire time, because Twitch is kind of conducive to like marathon streaming, where if your stuff is kind of like, yo, Oz first in chat, huge. Let's go, thanks man. Bet, huge. Okay. Corn the Long Way is a completely different stream.
Farm him.
I mean, it's probably a pretty good stream. I won't even lie. You're the idiot. Video didn't start yet. I forgot you were a chatter. Yeah, well, they ended up coming back, so we had to lay down the law of the land. We caught the warrior out again, or not the warrior, the fighter. We caught the fighter out again. The warrior. I don't know why I still call it warrior sometimes. Hello, Scaper. How are you, my friend? All right. I think it's actually time. I'm scared to lock in for this long of a video. You missed that? Oh yeah, so he came back and he was kind of like lurking around with one of the clerics in his guild, but the cleric didn't like opt into the van. So I chased him around and then I realized that he was on one of the baby scorps that had 700 HP. So I two-shotted his scorpion, got him off his scorpion and then killed him. Hello, Quinn. How are you today? Pardon me. All right. Do we start this? I'm having commitment issues, chat. I'm having commitment issues. I'm making dinner. What are you making for dinner? Isn't it like 10 p.m. for you? It's a late ass dinner. I can't say that, dude. I eat dinner at fucking midnight after I get off stream. My entire eating schedule is so fucked. I have a massive meal every night after stream, and I'm like, why does my belly hurt? Commit. I must. I'm bringing the coffee cup out before we commit. We'll lock in. Now that Toad's not gonna get fucking clam slammed, I had this screen up. We were ready to send, and then Toad got clam slammed, and now I want to do more PvP. Because PvP fun. I usually have dinner at 1 a.m. Gang, gang. No, that's okay. It was good PvP. I'll get a good YouTube short out of it. Be right back. Good day, we're back. Quinn, the 10-day streak, thank you. Hey, Savo, what up? Perfect timing. You missed some PvP earlier. You missed just a little bit of PvP-ness, but it's okay. Boys, it's time to lock in. We've got a long react here. We've got the lazy Peon himself being way less lazy than me because he's actually posting YouTube content. So shout out Lazy Peon, you're doing God's work for all of us.
Ashes of Creation, what's been going on? Well, for the past few months, Ashes has been playable in its Alpha 2 state.
And it's
Initially,
fucked.
they ran their Alpha 2 Phase 1 test from October 25th to December 20th.
I want him to kiss me with his eyes open.
For 3 days per week. This was more of a network and stability test though, and I covered it in a first impressions video a few months back. Currently, the game's in Alpha 2 Phase 2, which has 5-day server uptime, which is expected to last until May, when the game will then transition to Phase 3 with 7-day uptime, and we'll then see the game's full feature set slowly roll out over the course of the next year or so. I think for many people, including myself, the Riot MMO and Ashes of Creation are the two big Western MMOs that we're really looking forward to.
Riot's never gonna fucking come out.
Hopefully breathe life into our rather stagnant MMORPG genre.
Yeah, the Riot MMO's never coming out.
Ashes Alpha 2 in my spare time, but I really wanted to try out some of the classes at max level, so I asked Steven if he'd be down for an interview, and to also boost some classes up for me to test, which you'll see in an upcoming video where I'll review the game's
So did they go on like a private
It's
splice,
been a long
basically?
time since I last interviewed Steven, so I hope you'll enjoy this little chat. So we're here today with Steven, and it's been a long time since we've had a chat, isn't it?
I know, it's been a very long time. I don't actually know that we've ever done a format like this where we had, other than I think we had a live stream once.
People say Ashes is never coming out too.
I think.
Yeah, like,
well, the difference is Riot legitimately announced that they were going entirely dark on development for a while and like
different nowadays,
restarting. Basically their development phase, and then they lost a bunch of people.
That was too long ago. I don't remember.
That'd be like if Ashes tweeted that the project was going dark and then Steven left, and people were like, "Oh, it's still coming out."
Cooked up today. We're going to be dueling between the questions on various different classes.
Oh God!
Hey, you just took a pot shot at me. Unbelievable! Look at this. You're trying to pre-damage me before we begin.
Gotta get every advantage I can get. I don't want you cheating with those GM powers. A lot of my viewers who watch the Ashes coverage are more casual viewers of the project who check in like 3 to 4 times per year. For those people, where would you say Ashes is right now in its development cycle?
I would say
that
we have entered the most pivotal stage of development.
They're fucking pumping, is what they're doing.
To say, last year in October, we began our Alpha 2. Right. And the Alpha 2 is, a stage of development where we are rapidly iterating on our core pillars and designs, and where we are also rapidly in production of expanding the world map.
I don't know if I like that now.
I would say probably like 70 to 80% or so of the core gameplay loops are present within the game, but I would say roughly like maybe 20 to 30%.
I'm not a big flying mount enjoyer just in general.
Is in place, and that's what we're kind of, moving towards implementing, is fleshing out those systems, introducing the story arcs and quests, filling out our artisanship systems, but the moment-to-moment gameplay, our combat.
Notice how you said quests?
That's in a pretty representative state. And people can get a good feeling.
Combat feels real good.
What Ashes is going to look and play like from a combat perspective, as well as.
Oh, interesting. That's like sealed up. Wait, where is that on the map? That looks like it's going to be unsealed at some point.
Which is the ability to kind of build the world up through the node
like all
system,
of these towers look like they could unseal. And then that looks like it would be a dungeon area, maybe?
Engage in trade and the collection of resources within the world and moving those resources.
Where's this?
Generating gold. Crafting items.
Is that above Forge?
Hunting animals.
Oh, that makes sense.
Making mounts and whatnot.
It's above Forge.
All of those things are what we're right now testing with over 130,000 people within the Alpha 2 testing environment.
130,000 people have.
Is that 130,000 logins?
Yes, yeah, 130,000 people. There's been a lot. And we've obviously hit a pretty high concurrency when we initially.
Oh, are we going to talk concurrent? We haven't heard a lot of like concurrent numbers
last year. That December, we saw upwards of over 6,000 people that were logged in on one Unreal server. For us, that's I don't know of any other Unreal Engine 5 game that's out that has hit that level of concurrency. So we're very proud of the backend systems we've built
What's that
to
server
facilitate a massive.
I'm assuming that
open
was
world
Linux with pirate
in
software.
Unreal Engine 5 with our custom backend.
Do we know if there are any resources and spots that
we're
only fly mounts can get to?
That
There's two, I believe, and they're both NA. Do we know what go there?
To work on performance
like, what
and
are there?
optimization.
The fact that Steven's a
as well as
multimillionaire and my
stability,
mic and camera
and
better
it's
than
come a long way in
his.
the last few months.
Yeah, I remember that was one of the worries.
Yeah, I think he just has a
lot of people
HyperX
had
headset.
back when you first started.
I don't know what it is though. It looks like a
developing
HyperX.
Ashes. A lot of people were saying you can't. It's not a good engine for MMOs.
Yes.
But you was always saying that it can work if you make your own custom backend, right?
Well, that's the brilliance of an engine like Unreal, right? Is that there are parts of Unreal that you don't have to use if you don't want to use them. And of course, Unreal Engine isn't built out of the box to facilitate a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. So we always knew.
So they
kind of
have to like Amazon it.
There would have to be a lot of legwork on our end to facilitate that. And
I'm assuming that's probably going to be a lot of the early development phase where things were like quote unquote moving slower.
Sure that's the case. And now we have a great foundation to build upon because one of the tenets of Ashes has always been to put the massive back in massively multiplayer.
Right.
And right now we have siege testing that's being done with our
Sieges will be in this phase.
nodes.
Oh, they're on a live server doing
and
this.
that siege testing is being done with hundreds
I
of
wouldn't
players
recommend that.
in an environment all vying for the destruction of a node, which is obviously a server-wide event that's going to be pretty climactic. So
Duel number 1. Are you ready?
all right,
Yeah.
What just happened?
2,
Did they say 130k logins? Hello, Steven announces they'll be using Azoth engine combined with UE. Oh no. Did they say 130k logins, meaning there could be a number of people who backed and never came back? Yep. Yeah, he said 130,000 people in the playtesting environment. So I don't know if that's 130,000 people who have access or 130,000 unique logins. Because if it's like unique account logins, that's pretty large. And I mean, it would make sense, but I understood that as unique logins. That's also what I took from that. I would take that with the way that he said it as 130,000 unique logins. I should be taking notes on this. I take pen and paper notes. Am I the only person in the world that does that? Or does anybody else? I'll literally write shit down during stream sometime. If people have like good ideas, I'll write that shit down. My above message said that 130k equals 13 mil. So like, oh wait, 130k at 100 each, which is less than the alpha came out for, is 13 mil. Yeah. I mean, there are also like larger packs that were available previously. Like, I genuinely don't think that funding or monetization is an issue with Ashes going forward based on everything we've heard from Steven. And that's something he's communicated a lot, very confidently. And yeah, I think the more people listen to Steven when he communicates like how set their funding is, the more encouraging it is for the future of the game because he doesn't need to go to outside investment. Like, he is the investment. The community is the investor. Like, it is driven by not only those packs and shit that are already sold, but also when it launches, you have a very performance incentivized sub strategy or like monetization strategy with the monthly sub, no box cost, no DLC. So if their content's not good, people will atrophy from the game quicker. They will lose their monetization quicker. It will dry up. They'll have fewer subs and it will be harder for them to continue developing content. But if they hit and they have like, that direct scaling of content's good, more people play, you make more money, you hire more and better developers, and through there, you implement more and better content faster. And it just continues to snowball. And I think that's kind of like the potential that this really does have. When full game releases, will your alpha character carry over or all progress is lost? Nothing on full release is impacted by playtesting. Playtesting is its own echo chamber. Everything gets deleted before full release. So yeah, on full release, it's not like my 1,000+ hours, actually thousands of hours that I have by then, hopefully, will carry over. Like, it will all be lost. You'll have the knowledge that you got. You'll have the familiarity with like progression and stuff like that. But your character itself and any progression that you make, anything like that, won't carry over. So launch is just a genuine, like, straight, fresh across the board for everybody. And the friends we made along the way. Fuck y'all, I'm going to Pirate Software's Guild. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's the friends we made along the way. Yes, exactly. Exactly. The friends. It's all about the friends, chat. My grandpa does. Oz, what the fuck? Bruh. We're not going to Pirate Software's Guild. I was fucking kidding. I was kidding. Cats is staying as cats. I'm sorry. I didn't want to scare you. All the people that wanted the game to not wipe to launch is crazy. Wait. Like, not wipe after launch? Who the fuck has been saying they want the game to not wipe, like, before the launch? Dusty would get left to die in a raid if he was with a pirate. From beta to launch, people don't want the game to wipe? Excusez-moi? Quoi de la fuck? What do you mean? What up, Timbits? Phase 3 should wipe? I think Phase 3 having fresh start servers will probably be enough to like have a full player economy on that, between new players coming in, people returning for those freshes, like legacy accounts going over. I think like the concurrent servers as we have right now for those Phase 2 servers, they'll probably effectively be like wiped. But for those people who don't want to lose all their progression, it still technically exists. But yeah, I think it'll be an effective wipe. I personally, I wouldn't be opposed if Phase 3 was a full wipe and they were just like, everybody to fresh starts, get the fuck over there. Because I think most people are going to go there anyways, right? Like rogue leveling without it being 100% rogue populated. Like a re-level with, you know, the competitive guilds going to the same server to compete with each other over there to get content. I think fresh starts will probably be an effective wipe for legacy servers anyways. So I wouldn't be opposed, personally. I don't mind either way. I enjoyed the leveling. I think a P3 wipe is welcome by more than a few. I think an overwhelming amount of the player base would probably, if they did wipe, just go, okay. And if they didn't wipe, probably just go, okay. And then no matter what they do, there will be like 10 people who are just opposed, this fucking, like down to the very fiber of their being. They'll post on Reddit. They'll post in the Discord. They'll post on the fucking Better Business Bureau website. Like, they'll leave a Yelp review. They'll mail Intrepid Studios a very angrily worded letter. Like, they will go hard, no matter what they do. But I think an overwhelming amount of the player base, hopefully anyways, considering it's a fucking alpha, would be like, okay, we wipe, cool. I'll re-level. I'm here for that. That's where I'm at. I wouldn't mind. Free XP scrolls for P3 after wipe, nothing crazy, just 3% to 8% type stuff. Nah, fuck it. Fuck them. I don't need anything new to wipe, or new to level with. Personally, I would prefer not having like additional buffs and stuff just handed out. So that way I can use the testing leveling phases as an organic replication of like launch testing phases. Because I don't think that they're going to... I don't think they're going to hand out stuff like that on launch, right? And so for me, I don't want to get through the leveling process at a different pace or progress through different POIs at a different pace or anything like that, because I want to be able to like plan those things out ahead of time, right? Like I want to have run-throughs for the guild where we're able to see like exactly how much time we need to spend gathering POI to POI to max out our gathering along the way, get to journeyman and the ones that we need and stuff like that. So yeah. I was always the same way with like New World as well. When I was PvPing in New World, I would do like outpost rush and stuff like that. And I would run like worse potions and like worse consumes when I was doing those because wars were the big focus. And so I would run like basically like a dampener there because I was like, I don't want to run like juiced up stuff because there were outpost rush specific foods that would give you like reduced damage taken and stuff like that. And so I was basically like, I don't want to run those additional damage modifiers because I want to know how much damage I do. I want to know how much damage I can take. And I want to get that like true feel for it with this practice. So that's kind of how I'm taking the testing phase leveling, is like, I want to get the true feel for that practice. Gonna roll tank again? Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, I love tanking. Like, tanking is my favorite. In MMOs, if there is a tank role that I can play, I will play it. And then in ARPGs, I really tend to skew like towards summoner archetypes. And part of me maybe wants to do like tank summoner, but I also think tank rogue's just fucking sicko mode. They added a chalkboard and added a little setup around the red guy under the gobos in the starting area. Like a classroom area. Is a fighter a tank as well, or DPS? Fighter tends to be more on the DPS side of things. Tank is going to be your true beefy archetype that features mitigation and a lot of additional threat. And they have like additional threat built into a lot of our abilities. So as a tank, we just kind of like naturally fill that tank role. So you see additional threat, generates additional threat, additional threat, additional threat, additional threat. So we have a lot of kind of like plus threat on top of our stuff, which is large. Found an exploit. What is it? Is it like bad, or once you get secondary roles, then fighter plus tank is probably a good off tank? Valid. Very valid. I also think that as soon as secondary roles come in, entire 8-person group architectures change. I'm really intrigued because like my target is like tank rogue when it's available for both PvP and PvE validity. We can get into that a little later. But like, I think 8-person architecture could be changed entirely by like a tank with a cleric secondary, a tank with a bard secondary, a fighter with a cleric secondary if it's a damage translated to like heals in an area for the group. So any of those things that allow you to remove one of the 2 clerics or one of the 2 bards is fucking sicko mode. Summoner cleric fucks too. So many things that can change the entire archetype of groups for 8-person, for small scale PvP, for larger scale PvP, for raids, for everything. And I think that's when you really start to see those kind of like micro metas popping up across the board, and you really see the diversity. But yeah, we'll see more off tanks at that point. We'll see like more main tank, more single target, more AoE, more PvP based stuff, more PvE based stuff. I think it's really encouraging that it just kind of like naturally occurs with the progression of the systems. I really wonder how it's going to work with stats and gear. If I want to go Ranger Bard, I would assume that based on how they're having it, your augments are going to scale off of your physical. So think of like an energy spellbook, for example. An energy spellbook still technically does like arcane damage, but it scales off of your physical instead of that. So I don't necessarily think you'll need to like go strength int. I think you'll still go your normal stats, and it'll just be like, I don't know. As a bard, it might be like, give your group a buff equal to X% of your fizz damage instead of that magic damage. Because split statting would genuinely be pee-pee poo-poo. So, not sure if I should tell any details though. Oh yeah, I mean, I would just report it in the Discord. Excuse me, report it in the Discord then. Knowing more people reporting at the same time. Oh, is it like game breaking? Interesting. Yeah, I'd definitely pass it up the ladder. But yeah, I think strength int wouldn't really be like valid splits, because then you'd also be looking at weapon splits, because you would need one weapon on fizz, one weapon on magic to do a strength int split to benefit from both. That was one of my original concerns with cross classes, but yeah, I think like with the inspiration of like an energy spellbook, you'll do elemental damage, but it'll be LE damage that scales off of your fizz. That's my prediction. But yeah, group architecture changes up so much. Like, just as soon as secondaries come in, as soon as you get a little bit more variance on things, so pretty fat. Oh. Not sure if it's game breaking, but it can have an impact. Word. Oh yeah, this is a duel. Good blink. Ooh. Will either of them hit a full shatter combo?
Nasty debuff on me.
Do I? What was that?
Oh. The fire only Priz beam for the win.
GG.
Huge.
Oh, that was so close.
You won't get into my beam.
Man. Did I die?
How do we think these duels go? Surely Peon cleans up, right?
Oh,
I didn't realize it was toggle. All right, now into the juicy questions. So
Just
obviously,
RP
like in a
walking
lot of
the
my
entire time,
videos, I
Jesus
don't know if you're
Christ.
familiar with my pros and cons format, where like I'll play an MMO and I'll talk about the pros and cons. What would you say in its current state
This is actually
the
a good
pros and
question.
cons are for Ashes, in your opinion, if you was to review your own game?
That's a good question.
Chat, where are we at on that? Where are we at on that? I would say pros right now are that the systems that are in are well implemented. The gameplay loop as a whole is well connected and, in my opinion, presents a lot of opportunity. And I think the biggest pro of all is that you're able to directly influence and like shape the future of the game through community feedback and through your direct feedback. Cons wise, not all of the systems are there. There's not an emphasis on balance or polish. And with development, things are always subject to change. So like building expectations and letting people's expectations down if something does have to change is probably pretty shitty. Not like shitty to do, but probably a bad feeling. I would have to say. Cons, it cost me 50 mil plus. 50 mil plus so far. Is Dusty the only person on Earth that resumes videos clicking on the resume icon? You don't need to fucking bully me. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean?
What are the pros and cons of the game right now?
I hit spacebar that time. Don't
I
bully
think
me.
obviously cons are that we're in a testing environment, right? A lot of people,
Right.
you know, they come into Ashes of Creation and it can be a little bit misleading, some of the quality of the game,
Right.
to make you kind of feel like it's in a more game ready state. But the reality of it is there's a lot to come still.
Yeah.
In Ashes, in our development.
Yeah, there's so many systems that
so-
aren't in yet.
Making sure that people contextualize what they're playing right now as a work in progress sometimes is lost on people.
Yeah, things can always change.
There's a reason why we chose to go with a development approach that's very transparent, and it allows us to iterate on things as we are building the game. And that's not commonly done for projects of our size. Right? We
Right.
talked about that from the very beginning. Typically, you know, you'll see a lot of projects
Normal people use
you
K?
know, spend 100,
Wait,
200,
what?
$300 million
K
There's on-
plays the video? Wait, what?
development.
What do you mean K? What the fuck? Chat. K plays or pauses?
And
What do you,
you know,
mean?
MMOs can take upwards of 10 years to develop. I look at the recent
MMOs
launch
are
of Throne of
very
Liberty,
commonly
such
long.
a beautiful game that they made, and that was over a 12-year development cycle. You know, for a titan like NCSoft, which really knows MMORPGs. Some of my most beloved MMOs I've played came out of NCSoft.
Right.
And you know, here we are as a brand new studio. We're now up to nearly 250 developers at the studio.
Jesus Christ.
Creating Ashes of Creation, and we started from scratch, right? And that is something that I think
They had
because
like
of the
12
quality of the
employees at
world
the
that
start of
we're
development, I think.
constructing, a lot of people forget. So one of the cons is that the game can be a bit misleading in the visuals.
God, the
and give you
servers
an
are full
impression
message
that
and I had to
it
wait
is
4
a,
seconds to enter.
completed game.
Yeah.
I'm
It is
so
very
sorry
much
you had
not
to
so.
deal with
I would
that,
say one of
Master
the
Chief.
Pros, however,
I'm so sorry.
is that we are
Chat, pray for
rapidly
Master Chief.
iterating on things still.
Oh, they're
right?
thuming.
You can see
Oh, content's fast.
changes that we implement into the game as a result of us, you know, talking with our testers in a regular cadence.
Yeah, their communication's great.
With them, you know, every single month, every single day, on Discord and in our dev discussions, and you know, our developers play the alpha with other people who are testing. You know, we are
What is
actively
this?
engaged and in the community testing, and I think that's one of the pros. I think from a gameplay perspective, the moment-to-moment combat is
Loves.
strong.
Thank you for the gifty.
And that's probably
Master
one of
Chief.
the most important things to get.
Look at you
right.
not sending live
I
notice
feel
and
like
not
in an
showing up unless I
MMORPG, it is
searched
the
you.
most
Wait, what do you mean?
tactile, interface
Did I get shadow banned?
within the game that you're
What
regularly
happened?
participating with.
Not
every
sending
day,
lives
every
and not
moment,
showing up
every
unless I
minute.
search you. Did your
And
follow
we
like
took a
auto
lot of
unfollow
time
or
to
something?
get things right. I mean, I even asked you on occasion to author some private videos for our team to help them kind of focus on what it is that players within the MMORPG genre are looking for.
Oh wait, I missed this. Sorry. I was gonna guess.
Right.
True.
And that's probably one of the most important things to get right. I feel like in an MMORPG, it is the most tactile, interfaced system within the game that you're regularly participating with every day, every moment, every minute. And we took a lot of time to get things right. I mean, I even asked you on occasion to author some private videos for our team.
Oh, private
to
videos,
help
you
them
say?
kind of focus on
Good God.
what it is that players within the
Gravon.
MMORPG genre are looking for out of a combat system.
They like
and
scrapped
we really take to
a
heart
lot of their original
that
combat.
approach of engaging with our audience to know the product that they want us to build for them. And I think combat is a shining example of that.
Combat's really good now.
Yeah, like with Throne and Liberty.
If time to
for
kill is
example,
sorted
the
and they're
reason I
able to
stopped
actually have
playing that
drawn
game
out
despite
fights, so
really
good.
loving everything about that game was the combat. It just wasn't good enough. And when if you don't work on the fundamentals and heavily nail down the fundamentals, content doesn't matter.
3.
Yeah, if your game
2,
feels bad,
1.
people won't play it because it'll just be bad. No matter how much polish and
And you're on the
shine may
same
be behind a
floor
game.
Oh no.
I don't know if that ball gets there in time. Oh, yeah, Peon wins. Okay.
Oh,
2-0.
Oh man, I did worse that time.
I feel like mages delete me too fast in PvP. Are you PvPing again?
Peon's
Do you need
just
help?
that good, guys.
Mage is like the one class that I've played. It's gonna probably swing in the other direction in the next few duels because I'm gonna be going on classes that I've never played before. So
Is he gonna
have
do
you
a
got
lot
a
of
turtle
tank?
you can spawn for me? Because my mount's quite fast. So I'm like, I'm walking and then I'm having to slow down.
Like a bulldog.
A
Or like a
bulldog?
Boston Terrier. Yeah, a bulldog.
I've never seen that mount in this game before.
There's something. This
Is new.
is
Oh god, it's cursed.
It's like a
that
zombie
is
dog.
Oh.
terrifying. Dude.
What the fuck?
Must be.
Oh, God.
Must be messed up.
It looks like one of those undead models from WoW, where it's
Oh,
got like
God.
the mouth cut off and his tongue's hanging out. It's quite funny. Oh wait,
don't think
his
that-
walking animation's a bit flopped as well. What is that?
Welcome to Alpha. Maybe that one's
Oh
not ready yet.
no.
So when I'm streaming,
Dude, look at the
Ashes,
legs.
a lot of people come in the chat and they ask like, when's a good
He's
time
hitting the
to
fucking
jump into the
Kendrick
game.
walk right
Usually,
now.
I respond
Holy
with
shit.
Alpha 2.
That's what
Phase
Serena
3,
was doing at the
'cause
Super
that's
Bowl.
when the game's gonna have like 7 days uptime. What would you say
Oh, God.
if someone was to ask that question?
Yeah, I would say sometime into phase 3.
Jesus
This
Christ.
is something that we've said.
Oh, that's so bad.
Back leading up until Alpha 2. Phase 1 and phase 2.
That looks
are
like
very
it
much
fucking
about
hurts a
the
lot.
stability, optimization.
Oh no.
Performance.
Yeah, Nelly needs to make a note of that.
And phase 3 was much more about like balance and content.
Toad,
questing,
are you PvPing
solo,
again?
Like, there's a lot of stuff there that.
Are you getting beat up by a
that
mage? Do
phase
you need me to
3 is
come kick
gonna
somebody's
feel
butt?
Much closer
Oh, okay.
to a game, completed game.
You scared me.
And if you're a casual viewer of Ashes, phase 3 might not even be for you. Well, and partly the reason why we are doing this in a non-NDA fashion, right? Doing this in
Is
the
to
open
allow people to
when
know
see this,
when they want to hop in.
is so that whether you have a key and are participating or not,
It allows you to see
you
that
have
point
the
of content that
opportunity to comment on what you're seeing,
you know,
right? To
gives you the
offer
entry,
feedback,
or like
to
Steven said,
us,
yeah,
right?
provide feedback on those
Making
things.
Sure that kind of,
You can
we're
watch the
answering
entire
all of what
playtest,
players want to see,
with the exception of the NDA
Ashes.
server.
And I think that when we talk about like what percentage
You
of
have
the player
minus half a
population is
milli XP
interested
debt. Jesus fucking
in,
Christ. What did you
accompanying
do?
game through development? It's a very small percentage of people. Like, watching a game develop, participating in a game's development is not something that the majority of players really either have the patience for, the desire to participate in.
Yeah, I mean, things will continue to exponentially increase as we get closer to launch. I feel like that just naturally happens.
Of even, offering feedback in a format that's directional for development.
Especially for
Oh,
MMOs,
fuck me,
right?
I just got
Because I
AFK
feel
logged
like
out.
humans can't comprehend such long time frames, especially when it comes to development of MMOs. Kind of messes with our heads a little bit.
I think Intrepid also gives you like
absolutely.
a monetary structure that allows you to
I can
kind
tell
of
you
like
from a development perspective.
hop in when you want to,
Like,
though.
this
And
is
come
not
in
a process
with
that most
not
people
having that level of feeling trapped when you do
can
purchase with the
really
90-day
be a
refund.
part of. Like, being an MMO developer is not something that most developers, I feel, can be. So it takes a special breed
MMOs are hard.
of even developers to want to go through the pain. Like, maybe we can fight some here's some of these enemies here.
Oh, I got
the average
AFK
MMO
logged out.
development
I was
time's
sitting
like-
in game.
For a non-ambitious MMO, it's like 5 years,
Do you
right?
think Intrepid would have the ability to just
On the
ragdoll down
lowest,
hills? Like a
But for an
penguin
ambitious
slide?
MMO, you're looking like 7 to 8 years
I'm
at
trying
times.
to test out soloing some
So
name mobs.
as a
Where,
developer
Forge?
leading a project, surely your mindset might even change over the course of that time, right?
Run, Steven!
Lose motivation.
Well, it's also, one of the important things about the development of any project, of any,
I feel like it's a
whether
mix
it
of
be a game
long-term
or
and
any other
short-term
project,
goals.
is vision keeping, right? Through that time, I'm sure many of us have seen projects that started with an idea, with a vision, that didn't last past the first year.
Ah, New World!
Or made it 3
New
years into
World!
development, and now the identity of the
World!
game
New
that you were
World!
making
New
has
World!
fundamentally
New World!
changed to even appeal to a totally separate audience.
Yeah.
A lot of us have seen that with some MMOs that we've been looking forward to that turned into some like MMO survival
When I've
hybrid.
caravanned, I did
Right?
Willow
And a lot of
caravans, but
MMO
caravans
players are
suck
like,
in
"Wait a
my
minute,
opinion.
If I wanted a survival game, I'd play a survival game. I want something that looks, feels, talks, and tastes
Right.
like an MMORPG, but is new with appealing, innovative concepts and ideas.
Modernization in the right
And,
places.
The longer you go in a project,
Why is he
which
just
something
creeping on these
inherent in
guys?
MMOs, the more opportunity there is to lose sight of that vision. And unless you have a strong vision holder that's keeping
All
the
over some
project
bosses,
true
drop
to
some
what
of the
it's
best
set
fighter
out to
gear,
be,
picking up some stuff to sell.
there's a real
Interesting.
risk and opportunity there to
If
lose
you
sight of
find like
vision.
strength con
Just to
stuff,
follow
let me
up
know.
on that. Obviously, you wrote
143
the
gold
plan
right
for
now?
Ashes
Jesus Christ.
many years ago.
Correct.
Has
you're up
anything
tremendous.
Really changed?
Tremendous.
Have you changed your mind on anything since going into Alpha 2 and getting all of this feedback?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Tremendous.
we haven't changed our mind about the core tenets. The
The
pillars
rule looks
of the
bad before I
design,
played it. I only tried it because I
the
like
identity
Amazon
of
as
the
brand.
game, but
Amazon
within systems,
Games is not
we've
Amazon as a
absolutely
brand.
changed systems. I mean,
Good God.
we were talking about combat there for a little while. Like, combat is something that
They scrapped their original
has
combat.
changed iteratively and fundamentally over time, but has never changed the vision of what we're trying to deliver.
Right.
So like our original combat that we implemented, in Alpha 0 time is a completely different thing.
It
than
looked
where
like butt
combat is
cheeks.
today, like fundamentally. And even in Alpha 1, where combat was fundamentally different. Remember, we did APOC as
Yeah,
an
this
action
combat is
testing
beautiful.
environment as well. Fundamentally different combat experience.
I do like the way they've gone with it.
That isn't just true for combat. That's true for a lot of different systems.
Yeah. Okay, round 2. Never played the Ranger before, though, so you should be winning this.
I'm gonna use like line of sight to break up your attacks. Just
Hmm.
kidding.
We do know ball lightning can go through that little wall. Oh god, the frame drops.
Oh my.
Got him. Got.
I'm no game dev, but my assumption
Steven
with game
just shit on
development
it.
is the
My
thing that takes
God.
the longest amount of time is like
Oh my
laying the
God.
foundations of the game, the stuff that the community doesn't
He just
see. So getting the
absolutely fed him
networking
his
right,
beans.
figuring out the combat and stuff like that. And I would assume that things like art assets, biomes,
Right.
and things like that would be more quick to develop.
I mean, I feel like that's
the
why
content
content's
side
starting
of
to come out
things.
so quickly
Is that
because I've got all of the
assumption
baseline
correct?
stuff in.
Has Ashes finished laying the foundations? And if not, what is left to implement on the foundations before players start to see content being released at a more rapid rate?
Yeah, I think that
being
is,
released
for the most
rapidly,
part,
in my opinion,
generally true.
I think content's being very rapidly released.
Anytime you're dealing with complex, feature development, the the initial stages.
Ashes was so bad.
Excuse me. The initial stages.
AOC combat was so you got so much shit.
Prototyping.
Yeah, I watched like very early.
building,
Yo, what up, Dilly?
Those features.
I watched some of the early showcases with like the old combat and shit, and like even just older combat. And I was always very, very hesitant. I'm glad that I hopped in when I did as a very large combat enjoyer, because like I saw the old combat and I see what it is now, and I play what it is now, and it's just so much better. Is the game down still? No. No, game's up.
Very time consuming. And I would say like
this is just another Steven interview that came up.
Alpha 2 is that the majority of those core features. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I'll be right back. I'm getting flashbanged. One sec. I'll get you toasted. All right, we back. Time to make gold? Yeah, game's up. We're just watching this interview.
What's going on?
We did a little PvP earlier.
It's good, huh?
You watched it this morning? What the fuck?
Okay. Whoa.
All right,
cool.
We lock in. Flashbang, it's so much better now.
We had definitely.
Epic Cole's got me almost 60 gold on the selling crafting components certain items like Growler, Side and Junk.
From Unreal Engine
4
to Unreal Engine 5.
A lot of that gear sells 1 to 4 gold each in
that was
market.
particularly true when it came to the.
Yeah, I don't sell enough gear.
Well. But now we're in a position where.
How much Epic Coal have you found?
These systems with content. These core gameplay loops have gone.
One dude just RP walking with them right now.
A large portion of their iterative phases. They've gone through their prototyping phases. We have our established pipelines. And so
and now they're actually just developing and implementing
the expansion that we've done in the desert. That whole peninsula, if you open your map and go down to kind of that section
bottom
of the
right
Sands
area.
Wall, that whole peninsula between the month of January and February was introduced,
right,
and was fleshed out. And even the rogue archetype, as we kind of have the rogue archetype coming online comparatively.
We're getting that with the tropics as well.
Kind of a
the turquoise sea.
3.5 month or so process.
I still think the rogue is ready.
Up to a place where.
I'm not gonna lie. I still think it's dual wield that's fucking it up.
Those other archetypes took a little bit longer because we're still answering some questions.
Yo, Dilly, the massive 3-day streak. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much.
The last archetype that we're introducing will be implemented probably in about a 3 to 4 month time frame as well.
Okay.
So that's a very true statement.
Wait, what was that?
Will be implemented probably up to a place where the other archetypes are at, and those other archetypes took a little bit longer because we're still answering some questions, and people will see that the summoner, the last archetype that we're introducing, will be implemented probably in about a 3 to 4 month time frame as well.
Yo. Summoner 3 to 4 months, boys. Summoner 3 to 4 months out? Is that what I'm gathering? Have they already started on that? Or is that from the time they start? Summoner summer. Well, so that's kind of what I'm wondering. Because he was saying the rogue was like a 3.5 to 4 month process. So I don't know if this is from like when they started on it or like 3 to 4 months from now.
And those other archetypes took a little bit longer because we're still answering some questions. And people will see that the summoner, the last archetype that we're introducing,
right,
will be implemented probably in about a 3 to 4 month time frame as well.
Implemented in a 3 to 4 month time frame? Summoner 3 to 4 months? Summoner in June? Question mark? Boys, that's actually massive. So, do we think they've already started on the Summoner? That's a question. I was afraid to go a year from now. I figured it would be quite a bit into Phase 3, but I mean, it makes sense that they would want Summoner to be a little bit into Phase 3, and then they want to get secondary archetypes going. Must have, yeah. We think they already started. He said in the past they already started. Okay, so Summoner's coming in 3 to 4 months. Huge. That's absolutely fucking massive. So I wonder if he gives us an idea of like the secondary archetypes, because he did already tell us secondaries are going to begin with every class getting access to tank and cleric for secondary choices. So I think that's already going to add a lot of variance across the board, but give me shit in 4 months and I'm golden. Is that when you get your PC? I bet it comes in phase 3. Well, they'll come in phase 3. I just don't know if it'll be at the start of phase 3. Him saying implemented 3 to 4 months to me means it comes out around the time frame. That's what I'm thinking as well. That's what I took from that. Summoner in 3 to 4 months is going to be massive. Yeah, we could very well have all 8 of the base classes within the next few months based on that. Tropics coming in. Oh, dude. The next few months for Ashes will be massive. I take it that it's from when they start working on the class. Well, so chat had just said that Steven said before they had started working on it, right? Do we have a source on them, like, beginning work on the summoner? Because if we can confirm that they've already begun work on the summoner, then that to me would mean that it's 3 to 4 months from iteration. No clue about working on summoner. Yeah, someone in chat was yapping, saying that. He said in one of his live streams. Okay, so it'd probably be hard to get a full clippy from that unless somebody happened to clip it, but so that would make sense though. They did say that these took a little bit more on the iterative side, but implementing means put into effect. Yeah, let's go back and listen to it one more time. See what he says. We'll give it like 30 seconds of yap to see what the build-up is.
Was introduced and was fleshed out. And even the rogue archetype, you know, as we kind of have the rogue archetype coming online comparatively,
right?
You know, that's been kind of a 4-month, 3.5 month or so process.
Okay.
To bring the rogue archetype up to a place where the other archetypes are at. And those other archetypes took a little
rogue
bit
feels
longer
really good from what
we're
I've been
still
told.
answering some questions. And people will see that the summoner, the last archetype that we're introducing, will be implemented probably in about a 3 to 4 month time frame as well.
Summoner implemented 3 month time frame.
So
he stated rogue was done and in final/testing phase and summoners in the works about a month-ish ago. Huge. Ski is to the east to thou Drewski. You ever get the clip we talked about? Nah, I was busy as fuck this morning. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'll record it after stream tonight. Just throw me an at and remind me. Summoner in 4 months. Summoner in 4 months is gonna be absolutely massive. So rogue coming end of this month. Tropics coming end of this month. When do we think we see nodes in the desert? That's going to be a big thing. Depending on when nodes are coming out in the desert, we're potentially going to have like desert colonization. We're going to have tropics expansion. We could have the start of like the turquoise sea, like, you know, actual gameplay loop coming in. They hinted in the dev stream towards piracy, which makes me think that they're bringing in some early iterations of boats for us to fuck around on. They mentioned aquatic mount buffs as well, so I think that's another good addition. Let's see. More mining stuff. So we've got just in the next few months, potentially, as a timeline. Rogue, Tropics, Desert Colonization, potentially within a few months, I'm sure. Tropics, like, actually gets nodes and shit like that. Summoner, more crafting additions, potentially with them maybe figuring out dynamic spawns before phase 3. We've got phase 3 coming after that to keep hype going. Like, this could be an absolutely fucking massive 4 to 6 months for this game, and probably will be one of the largest periods for this game in terms of, I mean, honestly, I feel like it just continues to get exponentially, like, faster in terms of its growth rate. But yeah, I feel like this is going to be a huge jump for Ashes, both in terms of like player base, people in the directory streaming, like everything in between, man. I'm very, very, very sure of that.
That's a very true statement to say, like, now that we've established
Give me jungle too in the summer, you got me doing a backflip.
These core features,
like the June Dark,
filling them out from a content development perspective is a much more known, understood, and developmentally
what's gonna spawn down there
approach. I would say that is true. Now, if we have to re-examine a core system and we have to, you know, take into account something that we learn out of this Alpha 2, that makes us question whether or not a system needs to be fundamentally redrawn up, that's going to take time to do. But so far, we haven't seen.
Okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of the problems with
just to
systems
follow up
currently
on
work
that,
themselves out.
On the foundational side, what would you say
It's
is
cold,
left to be done before it's like full focus on content?
Yeah, I think that there's still some outstanding feature development that's necessary on artisanship, right? We have the artisanship skill trees and professions that we still need to flesh
It's
out.
going to be massive.
We've decided to take a more active approach. In
Crafters are going to be so OP, man.
Originally, our design was to be more passive in the
Gatherers and
skill trees
crafters are going to be
for our
massive.
professions. And instead, we've decided to incorporate active abilities as part of those profession skill trees as well. So things that you can do while you are, gathering and or processing or crafting.
Interesting.
That's going to be a big part that's still outstanding.
Yeah.
Same is true for our freehold feature. Right now, we have a very MVP version of freeholds implemented within the game. These are homes that you can purchase and that you can,
non-instanced, just
place
one of ones,
and plant resources on and gather those resources. We have the
Farms.
estate and barony system feature that needs to be implemented. It's in the process of being implemented actually and tested on a lower branch.
That's huge.
That allows
Maybe
players
like
to
the
free
NDA
place
server
and
soon,
deploy
PTA soon,
freeholds within
PTR
the
soon.
world, to carve out their stake of land as we've designed.
Guild halls will be built around the
and then that
estate
falls
system as
under the
well.
purview of some barony and or some estate system, which then plugs into the node, vassalship system and taxation and whatnot.
Yeah.
I would
Vassalship,
say
eventually
that
into guild halls,
additionally,
guild castles, if they
when we
decide
talk
to do the
about
guild
some of the outstanding
fortresses.
features for vassalship itself, the ability for nodes to establish these kind of state-like entities when it comes to falling into this vassalship network structure.
PTA, don't
setting
bully
up
me,
the
man.
trade alliances and policy work.
I'm
and
trying my
relics.
best out here. I'm not a React
Relics are
streamer. I
currently
like playing video
in the
games.
process of coming online.
Gotta get a freehold so I can passively farm at work.
It's all right.
Oh,
Relics
dude,
are still in the
freeholds are
process
so
of
good.
coming online. These are kind of trophies that you search for in the world. There are a limited number of them. Nodes vie for these things. They give
Those are good
special
bonuses.
powers to nodes and the citizens of those nodes, and they're one of the main incentives.
Relic control is going to be massive for node
players
sieges and stuff.
would want to attack a city, destroy that city, so that they can claim its treasures,
Pillage.
and property.
Yeah.
So that's a system that is currently in development and coming online as well. And then in March, this month, at the end of this month, the Rogue is hitting Alpha 2. Node
Yes, it
sieges
is.
are hitting Alpha 2.
Yes, they are.
And an expansion within the Turquoise Sea that's probably going to include some naval elements to it as well.
Belly
design-wise.
buttons.
That is another big feature set.
That's huge.
That is outstanding. That we need to incorporate as well. So,
So that could be
phase
end of
2
March.
Was kind
Yo,
of
what up, T?
about touching up the final parts.
How do you get a
of the
freehold?
features
You have to
that,
buy it with
the
gold.
big feature
and
points
be max
that we're
level.
trying to implement into Ashes, and then in phase 3,
Honestly, if farming will be required in high-level animal husbandry. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's a massive game with so many different
I think they've
systems
indicated
and
like
features.
freeholds
It
and shit
sounds
like
there's
that will be
still quite a
required
lot
because
of
you're gonna
work
have to like
do
feed those
when it
hosts,
comes
right?
to figuring out and implementing the foundational systems. But I see like a lot of people, they get hung up on things like the amount of biomes in the world, the amount of quests, the amount of stuff which probably just doesn't take that long, the amount of content. It seems like the real stuff goes on behind the scenes, right?
Yeah, I would say, we're talking about biome zone development and questing.
Their
those are all
biome zones
content
are
paths that,
very quick based on systems
you
that
know,
they have.
Are the tools are in place that we have for them.
They've talked about how
We're
they've
developing those in
increased
the
like
back end.
the
A lot
content
those
cadence of
systems
those
are
very
turned
quickly.
off, for now, because they have bugs. They have to go through QA testing before they hit the population, and that's something that we consider relatively easy.
Who are these
to
randoms on the
implement,
screen?
right?
Jesus
The
Christ,
difficult
Christian.
things are
It's
the
Peon and
complex
Steven.
features and systems, that we're trying to land the look, the feel, the gameplay experience for. And a lot of the stuff that I just mentioned is partially developed on our development branch in Perforce and in our QA branches and feature branches.
They have so much going on
to
behind the
be
scenes that we don't even see.
further tested, fleshed out, connected, and working with our mesh network layer approach so that they work cross-boundary also. which is another constraint that has to be done in development as well.
Oh, is this just the breakup of Lionhold?
Go.
Oh, Steven with the gap close. Oh my god.
Oh no!
Oh god.
Broken
Here, let me-
class.
Oh,
So I get a
God.
lot of questions when streaming regarding the graphics of Ashes, and I've always assumed that
The creator. Damn, careful with the glaze, Kanko. You're gonna hurt feelings. Holy shit. So the whole thought that they have the foundation down, so they just need to tweak it for the new zone, slap some new lipstick on it, and run it. Yeah, and I mean they talked about how they basically like procedurally generate a lot of their zone expansions and stuff like that. I thought this was a 3-way video. No, I'm nowhere near important enough to be in this video. I won't lie. I'm nowhere near important enough. Yeah, this is just a 2-way video. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, no, this has been a really good interview so far. Not a 3-way though. Ranger looks bad at PvP. No, I mean Ranger's solid. It's just very dependent on a lot of like big burst setup, some good roots and stuff. I feel like everything's kind of a dice roll, right? So with Ranger, if you're fighting something that's not dependent on gap closing to you, like a mage, then they can kind of like play their large burst, and if you're not getting your large burst off as well, then it can be a bit of a problem. But such a smooth tactic. Yeah, they talked about how essentially like in new zones and within biomes, they're able to kind of like generate this base level for it, and from there they sculpt and edit that base level to what they want it to be. So with the newest iteration of the desert, with the peninsula, they essentially generated that, and from there, that's why some of the areas may look kind of similar to my knowledge, and then they from there make minor sculpts and changes to it to really kind of like create the area that they want, the vibe that they want, the small parts that they want. So according to that, I don't know all of like the inside of it because I'm an absolute fucking bumbling idiot, but everything that they've talked about regarding that makes it seem like it eases the process of adding those new biomes so much from an actual like labor intensive standpoint, and allows them to really focus on like the core pieces of the biome instead of just generating that base the entire time. So it's pretty
graphics
solid.
would be one of the last things that you really touch up and refine in development.
I think the game's beautiful already.
For the people who aren't currently happy with the state of Ashes graphics, can they expect to see any further improvements closer to launch? And is there anything with the visuals that you're personally currently unhappy with?
The thing about
I think a lot of the visual placeholders are within
development process
systems.
has
I think
been-
the actual like
and people can,
environment visuals are
watch
nice.
our-
They continue to
go to our
improve though.
YouTube channel and look at where the game has
Visuals come so long,
moved
like such a
to
long way already though.
visually over time, and it's something that's always being worked on, right? And I want to make sure that we distinguish between what style is and what graphical fidelity is,
Right.
Because they're two different things. Ashes goes more towards a realistic style, right? We're not a highly stylized game. We don't have a lot of heavy saturated colors and whimsical designs that are just exaggerated.
I mean,
right?
there are some whimsical
We try
designs. I
to
consider a few
be
things quite
more
whimsical.
on the realistic side, not ultra realism, but
Yeah.
a bit more on the realistic side.
It's
so
not like
if we're
crazy
looking
high
for,
fantasy
like,
type shit with
signature
like
style within
just
the
a
game,
bunch of like
that's
arcane
something
ass
that's going
immersion
to be
breaks.
introduced over
I
time as
agree.
we continue through phase 3.
I think they just need to optimize.
that might be
Yo, Rag, thank you for the follow.
of,
Yeah, I agree. I
know,
mean, optimization will probably come later in development, though.
of like Sherpas that assist in managing warehouses or opening gates for people, stuff like that. Or it's our trees, the heartwoods that exist within the node proper because of glint and the accumulation of this, magical physical property. So from a style perspective, you'll see more signature fantasy elements get introduced over time within the story. From a graphical
Well, they won't be these
fidelity
like large
standpoint,
immersion breaks they'll build into
a
it.
lot can be said for lighting within a game, and we are actively going through iteration on our lighting across all environments.
The Riverlands just got a very
this is
large pass
especially
to that.
true
They've
with
also done some
interior
passes in the
spaces,
desert recently.
and
The
our
Riverlands
time
lighting
of
pass
day
was
system.
really nice.
And as that lighting
They also fixed the
changes,
all green
you're gonna
northern lights, which
see
was cool.
significant, visual changes within the world, within the way that lighting interacts with certain types of materials and textures. So that's something that I think is still very much outstanding. We have a great lighting
I still think
team,
they stole the
that
skybox
worked
off my
on,
hoodie.
Hogwarts Legacy and other
That's what Dorf was saying the other day.
big
They have like really
what I
talented lighting
think
people.
are very good examples of lighting. That's Chris and Gabe and our graphics engineers, Philip and Peter.
I like a lot of the
and,
reflections in
Cody
game
and
as well.
AP.
Certain
Like,
textures
they're all part of our
will have
lighting
like
team
very
that are,
low
helping
reflective
to
tendencies.
kind of,
Certain textures obviously like
embrace
water and shit are full
the
reflective, but
strengths
even on like the
that
walls of
Unreal
caves and
5
stuff,
on the front end
this
has
Norse's
with
shell
lumen and
kind of has like this
with the
iridescent
world.
part to it,
So
where it'll like
there's a lot of
project a
changes
little
and
bit of
work
light. It's
that's
a
being
very
done there
dim
still,
glow,
so I would
but
say keep on the lookout for that. But there are parts of the world that are just beautiful, like the scene that we're looking out at, this massive open world, or in the desert environment. And the turquoise sea is going to be something, when it lands this month.
one of the things with Ashes that I was told very early on was that anywhere you are in the world, you should be able to turn 360 degrees and see like a nice view somewhere.
Is also predicated on the biome in which you're observing the world. The Riverlands can be kind of dreary, right? From your old country where you hailed from, to a degree.
England.
Exactly, right? But as you move out into the Turquoise Sea or the Anvil Mountains or in the Jundark,
Oh, you
or the
mentioned the
Sandstorm
Jundark.
Desert, like you start getting out of this Riverland space. It can look very visually different, very contrasty to.
I want to
what
get
you're
into Dunes and
experiencing
Kill.
here.
Yeah, that's true. I've noticed that in different seasons and at different times of day, the lighting definitely makes a huge difference.
Oh,
For me,
different
the one area that
areas
seems a bit
with
weak
different
right
lighting
now
as
is
well?
the winter season at night time.
Oh yeah, winter at night for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that could-
Right now it looks like right now we're. In fact, I could change the season for you if you want to.
Okay,
let me
that'd
go
be
to
good.
that. Let me go to your winter season real quick here.
The players who are testing the alpha are going to be a bit confused if you can just do that.
Is this how
Oh, just get
our
ready.
is this
In
how
global
our
chat, they're gonna
weather
be
got
like,
fucked
what
up?
just happened? It went immediately. It went to
cover your
way
eyes at
too-
Steel Bloom? I hate
Let
Steel
me-
Bloom.
let me know
Yo,
when it
what up,
hits your
Sir Child?
screen,
Wait, where's Sir
because I
Child?
just
Oh, hi,
pushed
Sir
the
Child.
time update to the
I'm
server.
going to
What you up
open the
to today,
chat
brother?
and see if there's any reaction. Shout out to the no-lifers in the chat in EU who are up super early. It's got to be like 6 a.m. EU time.
So yeah. This is, obviously, visually the seasons are, relevant to kind of, changing the visual appeal of a playable space, right? Keeping it a little bit fresh, right? But mechanically, it
I want more, like,
affects the
snowy
crop
steps in winter.
rotations. It affects the resources as gatherables within the world. It.
I don't think we have
informs
POI
certain types
interest
of
or like POI
mob
effects right now.
spawners, as well, which affects obviously loot reward tables.
Right.
So from a dynamic world perspective, this system-driven event is
POI access
is
has been
influencing
discussed with it,
player
but
activity.
Steven didn't say it there.
Yeah. This is going to look a lot better when the lighting is
I don't
fully
think
in
we have many
place.
like active
This
mob
isn't the
spawn
final
modifiers.
graphics at all. It's
Oh,
not the
yeah.
final. Yeah, let's go.
3, 2, 1.
Oh,
Let's see. Big damage.
that's a rough start.
Oh no.
Ooh,
Does
that
Steven
feels
throw?
Cool. What's this? Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
It's
GG.
my first time playing the warrior. Wow.
Oh shit, dude!
The
That
fight
fucking
Steel Bloom is
worked.
Stevens,
nice.
baby. How
I mean,
dare
I was
you?
just spamming abilities, but
Dude, Steel Bloom is a punishment pit and a mistake, and I will stand by that. I will stand by that. It's beautiful, but it's a goddamn punishment pit. And I don't care whose baby it is. I'm willing to call a baby ugly. I'm willing to say, that's a weird looking baby. The fire mages are way too strong. I mean, they're just fucking annoying. They're unnecessarily annoying. Steel Bloom has a chance that there's Forsaken Blade frags, which can be sold for some disgusting amount of money. Steel Bloom is probably top 2 dungeon. Kenko, there are 3 dungeons. What do you mean? You haven't seen the new Forge event, Kenko. Or not the new Forge event, I'm sorry, the new Carfin event. Nah, new Carfin event's better than any part of Steel Bloom. I won't even lie. The new Carf event is so much better than any part of Steel Bloom. It takes you up to the higher floors. It's wave-based, like, it's nice. The new Carfin event was really well done. Steel Bloom isn't even, fun fact, Steel Bloom isn't even on the map as a dungeon. Steel Bloom is an elite POI and not a dungeon build out, according to how they have it labeled on the map. Because right now, on the map, according to the legend, you have major POIs, minor POIs, no Diddy, dungeons, and then towns. So you have dungeon on tower, major POI at wreckage. You have dungeon at forge, and major POI at Steel Bloom. So Steel Bloom is a major POI, not a dungeon. I'm just putting that out there. I didn't make that up. You're just simping Carfin? No, Carfin's simply more fun than Steel Bloom. I think Steel Bloom, like, is cool looking. Ow. I just got pulled something while I was stretching. That hurt. Steel Bloom is, like, very cool looking and very visually imposing. But I think, like, the content actually within Carfin is more dynamic. But with that being said, I haven't spent a ton of time in Steel Bloom because every time I go over there, I fucking hate it. I despise it. Top 3. I mean, I'm down to do some Steel Bloom later tonight. Like, I'm not just ruling out doing Steel Bloom across the board. I just hate it. Sub goal to grind Steel Bloom. Listen, I've said before 25 gifties, and I go, I'll tank Steel Bloom until the group says that they want to stop. I'm a simple man. I'm a very simple man. I go solo. Do it. Solo Steel Bloom. Show us how it's done. Sub goal to grind Pocket Dungy in Steel Bloom. I will grind Steel Bloom after this video is finished for whatever amount of time people would like. If we get 25 gifties and Kanko admits that it's not a dungeon. Kanko has to admit that it's a POI.
That was cool. Also a graphics related question, just to follow up on that. A common complaint I hear about Ashes on stream is that the game is lacking an art style. Are you planning on giving the game more of a distinct visual art style?
I think Steven said that in like an earlier answer.
Something that
they're going to continue to add out more with the other biomes and whatnot.
You know, I touched on that just a little bit when we talk about when we talk about the art style of Ashes. Our focus is
it like a
more on the
low
realism
fantasy
side than it is on heavily saturated colors.
Like a mid. I don't really know like what the different types of worlds are, but it doesn't really seem like overly high fantasy.
Yeah, of course.
When it comes to the visuals of the game,
right?
That won't change. But if we're talking about like signature fantasy themings, if we're talking about like iconic style that we could point to and say that's Ashes, you know,
like very recognizable things. That. I mean, I feel like a lot of their POIs are already quite recognizable, right?
As we
high fantasy, low stylized,
down the content creation
that makes sense.
Towards, you know, prop sets that are uniquely identifying of different player factions.
Kanko's like that one person in Beast Game that gets everybody killed.
We may introduce elements of like high fantasy type characters as
like big bossies,
assistant NPC races within nodes. Within playable environments,
like some mythical beings.
Obviously we have a wide range of mounts.
I mean, so on that, with like the high fantasy stuff, we haven't even really, in my opinion, dealt with many of the planes of Vera. So there are different planes of Vera that really have different kind of like different levels of attunement with the essence. The essence is what allows everybody to have like access to magic, and I feel like we haven't really dealt with, I mean, like, there are beings that go across the planes, but I feel like we have not really seen much, like, plane-to-plane interaction, so to say, and that's something in the lore as well that I feel like we'll continue to see more of, whether it's through, like, boss fights or story arcs or, you know, even quests establishing that, but Steel Bloom has Blade Frags, which people feel like 20 gold or something gross for each. And is that just, Savo, those are just for making the Forsaken Blade Mace, right? Because people are trying to shit out a high rarity one of those and then enchant it, right? Because like level 10 in the high rarity one rolls like 200 plus power. Kind of sicko mode, if you think about it. I need to do some level 10 enchanting. How much is it to enchant like a level 10 piece. Oh, the Great Sword too? Oh yeah, so people are just going for Forsaken Blade weapons. I wonder if there are any like low or higher rarity ones that are just shitting in some like random player market somewhere. Don't mind me running over to the player market right now. What? I mean, if I find one. We're up. Not bad, you can get a chance from the rep vendor. Legit cost me 7 silver for first enchantment for a level 10 necklace. Okay, you're definitely about to be walking me through some level 10 enchanting then, after this video before we head out. I'm looking at player markets right now, don't mind me. I won't show you guys what I'm looking at though. You don't get to see. Oh, hey, Savo's market. 2 gold, 86 silver. Is that head for making the helm? Are people really paying that much for it? Interesting. You're in Mira. Me? I'm not in Mira. I'm in Winstead. I believe chest and pants are the most expensive to enchant. I have a level 10 chest, I have level 10 boots, and a level 10 cloak. So, like, what would we be looking at for that? And where would I need to go for this?
You know, that exist within the world.
I didn't even touch level 10 weapons, though. Yeah, I mean, you need to get such high rarity for it.
As well. When we get into different biomes and we see unique foliage types, or in the desert, you have unique, like those pink trees that are in the desert location, or the large
Steven loves
crystals
those trees.
That are incorporated into the rock faces. Like those types of fantasy elements are going to be more pronounced as we continue to refine the world and grow the.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, a lot of those weren't even present in the desert before the big rework.
Is lacking in art style. That's what they mean. They want to like look at a screenshot and be able to say,
this is Ashes
from Ashes of Creation.
That makes sense. Give it that like unique identity. I think certain POIs and stuff have that, but yeah, I think that's that definitely makes sense.
Probably where most people stand on that. And additionally, I think it is.
But I also feel like people won't.
When people talk about art style,
like, I feel like to that though, if you didn't know what World of Warcraft was because you hadn't followed the game very closely, and then you saw a screenshot from World of Warcraft, you probably wouldn't be able to say that it's World of Warcraft just from like a completely outside perspective. So I don't know. I feel like people that aren't playing the game wanting to be able to see a screenshot and be like, this is from that game. I feel like unless that game has already been exposed to that player base in mass, like on a very large level to where it has that instant recognizability, then people aren't gonna like recognize that. You can look at WoW, see huge shoulder pauldrons, super cartoonish. It's WoW. I think that's because most of us are familiar with WoW though. Like if we go back to 2002 before WoW came out, and you saw a screenshot of WoW, you wouldn't know that it's WoW. That's kind of where I'm getting at. We're in like 2002 era before WoW. You see shitty graphics, it's WoW. Yeah, like I feel like WoW is only recognizable through screenshots to the extent that it is and for its graphics because people know for a fact that like it is WoW. It didn't look like anything else that was released next to them. I mean, are there MMOs that mimic or that Ashes mimics the visual aspect of? Because I don't really think personally that I've played anything that like very much resembles. I know there are a ton of things out there that I haven't played, but I feel like Ashes already kind of has like a recognizable art style. But again, that's because I played it. So like, I don't feel like Ashes necessarily looks like massive copy pasta of other things that I've seen. I try to stay up to date throughout the MMO scene, but people say this game looks like WoW, so I don't think we can do much for those anyways. And people that say this game looks like WoW probably see a couple of like ability bars with a lot of icons on the screen and instantly go, oh shit, this is WoW. D2 Barb has super huge pauldrons. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I definitely agree that if you see a screenshot of WoW and you have an idea of what WoW is because you've interacted with it, you've played it, you've seen marketing for it, whatever, right? Then you'll be like, that's WoW. But at the same time, if you saw a bunch of ads and a bunch of streamers playing Ashes constantly and you had a familiarity with it, and then you saw a screenshot of Ashes, like, there are areas in WoW that aren't going to be very recognizable. There are areas in Ashes that won't be very recognizable. There are areas in Ashes that'll be a lot more recognizable. I think that's just kind of natural. I don't think every part of the world is going to just be this, like, highlight everywhere you go, but I definitely think there are already highlights throughout the map. But I mean, I guess that's also because I've interacted with it more, right? AOC's future is going to be so nice to see. Oh, I agree. I agree. I'm extremely excited for Ash's future. Yeah, I have been. I mean, there's a reason that I just full sent over here instead of like working New World in and stuff like that. Like, the more that I started to play Ashes, I genuinely like any thought of New World like left my mind with how bright Ash's future is. It's really nice. And yeah, I mean, like Hoof said, whether you're not playing and you're seeing it right now, or whether you are playing, you're actively participating in the growth of the world and stuff like that, dude, it's really nice. Hoofs coming in with another banger gifty. Thank you, brother. Sewer, welcome, welcome. Boys, I'll count Hoofs 2 gifties so far today towards it. 23 subs away. 23 subs away from Steel Bloom. Being a part of it? Yeah. I'm really happy to be a part of it. And like Steven said earlier in the interview, like the play testing and following a game and participating. Ignite coming through with the gifty as well. Dugbug picking up the gifty there. Congrats, Dugbug boys. We're one gifty, one prub. Jesus Christ, I can't talk. One prime sub or 1T, 1T2 or day 3 away from the hype train starting. We're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. Ignite, thank you for the gifty. I appreciate you. So boys, yeah, I mean, I'm super excited for the future of Ashes across the board. Oh, I just broke my pen. Whoops. Oopsies. Oopsies. But yeah, Steven was saying earlier, man, like a very small percentage of the player base is going to be present through any testing phase, if it's a true testing phase of a game. This isn't the time where their emphasis is on building the player base or anything like that. That's going to naturally continue to come. And I think those people that are here for Ashes now will genuinely be able to see that like continued growth and that real like continued come up across the board. And those that have been here for any amount of time, I've been playing this as my everyday this is going on month number 4 now. And so for me, I've already seen so much change come to the game, so much like feel change come, so much good communication, so many good like, you know, directional steps for the long-term health of the game that it just makes me increasingly optimistic the closer we get to the point where it's like a feature, you know, near feature finished product even. Once we get all the systems in, March we get node sieges, we get the tropics, we get the start of piracy with naval stuff. Like we get so unbelievably much in the next few months that the chain of like March into May into my birthday in June where everybody gifts a jillion subs. I just threw my pen at myself. I went to flip it to myself and I fucked up. That wasn't smooth. Anyways, past that, we just continue to grow, man. And like right now, you guys might be able to look at the Ashes directory and be like, oh, cool. Well, I don't know how many viewers there are, but maybe like 100 viewers in the directory or whatever, right? Maybe we're sitting at 50 here or whatever it may be. Dude, in a few months, I'm going to be buried in the directory, and there are going to be so many massive streamers here that half of you guys probably aren't even going to watch me anymore. I'm going to keep it a buck. And I think that's really good for the game. I think that there will be a lot of like very large, very great content creators that come in. And I think that it will be a massive thing for the future of Ashes. And I think that it only continues to grow and facilitate more health with the game, more people coming into the game, more opportunities for everybody. So I'm pretty excited. I do have to pee again, though, because I went through an entire bottle of water. I've been hydrating like a motherfucker. Hold on. Hold on. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. I think Wares is dancing right now. You guys had me go through an entire bottle of water. And I have to pee again. One sec. I hate y'all. Chat, do you guys wash your hands when you guys piss at home?
Oh, we're back.
Ooh. I'm chilly. Hell no? Gross. The fuck? You guys don't wash your hands when you pee at home? What do you mean? No? Wait, no bullshit. Do you guys not wash your hands after you pee? Is that a thing? Tell me y'all are fucking capping. No BS, I do. If I'm at work, yeah.
It doesn't always mean
At home, nah.
super stylized.
Isn't urine
like, wow.
sterilizing?
I think
Urine is sterile. It's not sterilizing. Wash it before so my junk is clean. Is your junk dirty? Wasting water. Bruh. I do when I have people over so they don't think I'm gross. Ain't no way. I take snus. Of course I wash my hands. I don't want shit in the mouth. You wash your hands for other people's germs, not your own. You guys are fucking delinquents. Washing your hands before pissing is an interesting approach. It's an interesting approach. It's like the surgeon technique. It's like going in sterile to stay sterile. Huh. We care about the environment. Brother. There's no way that most of chat is not washing their hands. Clean peen, why would I need to wash? Bruh. What? Unless they only pee in the shower. Y'all be pissing in the shower, chat? Dusty be like killing a fish every time he pisses. No, because I'm putting water back into the environment. Got a clean dick, why wash hands? Asmongold's dick is not clean. I'd be willing to put money on that. I always piss in the shower, have to. What do you mean you always piss in the shower? Have to. Like, every time you shower, you piss, or every piss that you take is in the shower? Because those are two entirely different things. Now I'm kind of fucking concerned. Yeah, like, I exclusively piss in the shower. If you shower and wash properly, your hands are technically the most dirty thing on your body after half a day. Yeah, so maybe, like, maybe the wash your hands before you piss is the meta? Is that... I wouldn't touch his keyboard for 10K. That's, I mean, you might be more well off than me, but that's cap. I'd do a lot for 10K right now. I'd lick Asmongold's keyboard for 10K. I don't even lie. 10K is a lot of money, chat. That's a few clams, a few US dollar-y dues. Yeah, like if you slap 10K on the table and you're like, lick Asmongold's keyboard, yeah. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, I'll fucking do that shit twice. Can I charge per row? Is it, like, what do you want? Do you want circles around the keys? Like, 10K can be doing a lot of stuff. Yeah, 10K is a lot of fucking money. Like, I don't know if Grumpy just got it like that, but Jesus Christ. That's crazy. Some people sweat so much, they have to get naked to poop. Wait, what? What do you mean some people sweat so much they have to get naked to poop? Like every shit you have to get naked? No, that's a medical condition. I've taken shit so rough that I had to get naked. But that's also typically like a pre-shower shit. Like, I've had shits where I've been like in a hoodie and I'm like, dude, I gotta take my fucking hoodie off. And then you start taking the hoodie off and you're like, this isn't stopping. I'm taking everything else off and I'm just showering after this. They're not taking into account the slow growth of organisms on their skin over time. Might as well wash your hands. Well, now we're on shitting naked. You're behind the meta. This one's so off course. Yeah, because like I have, like, you know those big blanket hoodies, like the Snuggies? I have one that's like a poor people version. It's called a Comfy, but it's really like fleecy and warm. And so sometimes in the middle of the night, if I eat too much too late, I'll wake up with like a grumbly belly, right? And so I'll rock that bitch into the bathroom. And I swear to God, it's like a tent, not only for like the stank, but like for the heat. And yeah, half the time, like I won't lie, half the time that I end up shitting naked, it's because of that. I'll wear that hoodie in and then I end up carrying that hoodie out. So yeah, it's something. But yeah, I personally, I agree with that. Are you guys folders or crumplers with your toilet paper? Every time we poop, we take all clothes off. No, there's no way that you guys are like naked shitters every time. Standing scruncher is fucking disgusting. Standing scruncher is fucked. That's absolutely crazy. You just stand with a poopy ass and spread your cheeks into the air? What the fuck do you mean? You're just like waving your poopy butt through the air and your poopy butt air particles are getting everywhere. You're literally just like putting shit into the air. You're using evaporative cooling on your poopy butt. Left hand, Frildo fold, only monsters scrunch. Yeah. Yeah, like the drop from that. Do you reach your hand down into the bowl to reach your sitting ass? Nah, it's like, you know, if you're sitting on your wallet and you go to take your wallet out of your back pocket. So picture like you're going to take your wallet out of your back pocket, but you just keep going. And so it's kind of like that inside left side hand, thumb hangs free. Like not hand, but you have toilet paper here, right? But it's the same motion as getting your wallet out of your back pocket if you're like driving a car. And then, chat, how many people are doing that right now, by the way? How many of you are just sitting in your chair going, huh, it kind of is. Don't put your wallet in your back pocket, by the way. The front wipe versus back wipe. I tend to do the side to side. Like the ping pong. Yeah, you gotta hit all the corners and crevices. Wallet and phone is the same and not in my back pocket. You put your wallet in your front pocket? I like, when I'm standing, my wallet's in my back pocket, but if I'm sitting, I don't like my wallet being in my back pocket. But the good news is, like, my wallet's not very thick, so I don't really have to worry about much. So I kind of... We were talking about the art style of the game, and we got on shit and naked, chat. How did this happen? How did this devolve? Poking a finger up there at the same time you do the side to side? No, that's when we go into the circles. The fuck you need to stand for? You wiping the wrong way? Yeah, I don't really understand a standing wiper because you lose all of your, like... You lose all of your leverage, too. Because at least if you're still squatted in a power position, you can firmly plant the feet and get, like, an angle for the wipe so you can get, like, some real grit in there. But, like, you don't stand straight up. It's more like a hunch. What do you mean? So you're like fucking squatted over the bowl? Like a fucking Neanderthal? What the fuck do you mean? Shouldn't you be at Notre Dame? A standing wiper was once a smusher in motion. I don't want to know what you mean by a smusher. But yeah, low-key, like... I feel like if you go to stand up, aren't your shitty cheeks gonna like slap together when you stand up? Or are you just holding your cheeks apart? I feel like a stand-up wiper is not ethical. Slap together and smush it. Yeah, it's like a shit witch. You don't make it clap. No, but it naturally, like gravity, like comes together. The best way to poop is in a squatting position. Yeah, that's why they sell squatty potties. Right. What kind of conversation did I join in on? We're discussing sitting versus standing wiping metas currently. We started on washing your hands at home after pissing and determined that based on community feedback, it may actually be most efficient to wash your hands before you piss at home anyways. Bidet? Yeah, bidet is reasonable. I feel like bidets are just like, it's a bell curve though of like effectiveness out of a bidet. Because some bidets are just like cold, unheated, broken spray, skin breaking torture devices. And then you have that level of bidet where it's like, you know, this is getting the job done, right? Then there's the bidet where it's like too much quality of life. You just be using that shit for an hour and a half. I don't know if y'all also ran into those, but I got 4 and they're not even hooked up to any toilets. Let's go back to the video.
You can have a realistic art style and also be distinct. Like Black Desert Online, for example, that's more on the realistic side of things. And you can look at a screenshot from that game and instantly tell it's BDO. I think
for sure.
If there's a few games
it only
like
counts
that,
if you Angry Birds it over.
Is a good example.
I'm expecting Dorf to hop in while we were talking about all that.
Signature fantasy
Dorf's a sitting folder.
That are incorporated, right, and that can give
He's
it
a
that
reasonable
distinct visual. And that's something that's definitely on our art team's like plans to incorporate as we do second, third, fourth, and fifth passes for these environments, incorporating, you know, narrative structures.
I feel like the big thing with Ashes in terms of recognizability is going to be their POIs, man. But I also feel like,
you know, as we build out,
in terms of recognizing Ashes, outside of like the art style itself and like armor sets and stuff like that becoming recognizable, I think it's important to remember that like while it's going to be distinct environmentally, there are going to be a ton of different environments, right? So I don't think like necessarily it's going to be like that distinct environment style because it's always going to be fucking changing. Armor, POI, dungeon, skybox, yeah, they'll have their points of emphases. I definitely agree. And I think every game has its points of emphasis, right? But I don't know. I feel like distinct art style is already kind of being established. Like if you're familiar with Ashes at any point, already you're kind of seeing like the monuments, the statues, the POIs. You see Carfin in the background here. If you're in the desert, you see Desert Mama off in the distance. With the new part of the desert, you've got the giant golem hand coming out of the ground. You've got the essence geyser. So yeah, one of the things that makes games recognizable, it's more a matter of time with it being viewed by players. 100% agree, 100% agree. And we were talking about this like just slightly earlier too, but I feel like a lot of, you know, they were discussing like being able to see a screenshot of Ashes and being like, oh, this is Ashes. Like, I feel like that comes once people see Ashes. Like, if it was 2002 and you hadn't seen WoW and you see a screenshot of WoW, you won't just go, oh, this is instantly WoW. But as WoW exists, everybody understands like what WoW is. They make that correlation through the art style, through the recognizability. And that, like you said, I definitely think just exists, you know, within the development of the game. And I think that just is something that continues to occur. I think Ashes already has a lot of very unique areas that could be shown off in a very good way. And I think it's only a matter of time until more people see those and start associating those with like something memorable. It was good when I watched it. We got off track. Poop talk? Yeah, sometimes you just gotta poop talk. Yeah, 100%. You just got to talk about the important things
and
sometimes.
Continue to grow the world. You'll see that those signature fantasy stylings be more pronounced. 3, 2, 1.
I definitely think POIs will be a big thing. Oh, the whiff. The Whiffington.
Ooh.
I think you got to kick off. Steven needs to hit a freeze.
Win a little bit. A lethal blow.
Will he hit a freeze?
Go to sleep.
Oh, you got a CC?
Sleep.
Okay, okay, okay. Does he get the freeze?
Oh no, you're in the.
Uh-oh. Oh, Bozo.
GG. I'm sure you will remember this, but 6 years ago, you posted a dev diary talking about the node system tool that allows for modular procedural cities that feel unique. Right now, there's
isn't that what
only
we're talking about?
2 or 3 different node layouts
Two
in the
node
game up
quirks.
to stage 3. In total, if the intention is for no 2 identical nodes, then Ashes of Creation would need 510 different node layouts across all node levels. And that's not even considering the racial building
through like
variance.
progression and stuff, right?
Can you talk about how you can achieve this level of node variation? And is the procedural nodes tool still being developed? If so, at what phase of development can we start to see it being tested in game?
So the node tool has taken a few different iterations since
It's a good
that
question.
video that
It's
we
a really
talked
good
about
question.
6 years ago.
Fighting 1v1 at 25 is a tank. So much fun.
The
When it's
existing
just
node
cluster.
tool right
Oh yeah.
now works off of a cork system.
I can't wait for arenas
That
and like that smaller scale.
allows kind of the dynamic changing of the landscape and terrain that the node proper sits on from a footprint perspective.
Right.
We ran into some complications from that particular design probably about 4 years ago, and we did a little bit of a different approach going back.
I don't think
to
it's
your
500.
question
Well,
about,
in theory, it would be like the 84
defining
nodes or whatever
fundamental,
times 6.
production paths.
So I don't know what that
was a
would.
good
It would be like all of the
example
nodes
of
times
one
6
where,
for each
we
like
had this
individual state.
approach.
But I think like it should be 115. How do you get that? Because if everything was unique, right, and like every single node was individual, then basically what he's saying is that like for all of the base nodes, they would have to be unique. Then every T1 would have to be unique. Then every T2, then every T3, then every T4. So like in total, you would have all of those all the way up. Yeah. So that's what he was saying. So as like the nodes increase in their stage, like in their tier, closer to Metropolis, are those also going to remain like individual designs, or will those fall into more of like that template? And I think that there could be a lot of systems that just keep nodes feeling fresh even within that. But yeah, I definitely think if every node is the same layout, let's add in the race variation. Well, so I don't think race variation isn't really in the node design. Race variation is reflected in like just the buildings that are constructed. I think more so what this is talking about is like, you know, say we run into Winstead right now, and we look at this node and there are like dwarven buildings, right? And then we run into another non-river cork like over here in Jova, and there are Valoon buildings. Like, it's still going to be the same layout, but I think what they're trying to focus on here is like the actual, you know, the physical layout, the street composition, where the plots are placeable, and like things like that. And through that, you would have a lot of a knowledge gap, especially for node sieges. Because for node sieges, certain relics will be stored in the reliquary, right? Reliquary. You want to be able to know where that is. You want to probably know the most efficient route to certain things. So you'll be like casing nodes across the board before node sieges, especially if you want to hit those towns that are, you know, larger and they occupy more of that node cork. So I definitely think that there could be a lot of a knowledge gap that's presented with that, but I'm intrigued to what he's going to say about the whole 510, because that would definitely, I feel like, be a lot in terms of like just the base like city planning stuff. But I also feel like every city will probably at a certain point start to feel pretty dynamic too, because say you're able to place your reliquary, say you're able to like place your reliquary where you want it. You could eventually place your town hall on a node where you want it. That could change enough of the like node composition and the node layout to make it feel unique, but we'll see. Oh, did I hit the wrong thing? Yep.
For the node tool, and we had to rewrite that approach for that node tool. And the reason for that was because there are certain siege constraints and considerations that unfortunately were not being adhered to with a highly proceduralized tool within the node proper, creating an unequitable amount of siege tactic considerations for that tool.
So basically, like certain layouts had an advantage.
Redirected the tool,
like in Dota 2, the Radiant Dire advantage.
Approach. Which will take into account these kind of node layouts as you describe them. Right now we have two that are implemented in game. We have what we call the Winstead node layout, and we have the Miraleth node layout.
Right.
And
River Cork,
the
River
node
Cork
tool facilitates the design team,
hey, that's the
and
Dick
the
Crystal
environment team to populate many different types of node layouts. And we define, you know, spaces where buildings exist within the node layout tool, but we maintain the basic siege constraints and requirements even within each of those node layouts.
Right.
And that exists on a node template.
Guards have been buffed, and they're at Ember
cork,
Springs now.
Right. This is a cork that could live on the side of a peninsula, on the edge of a cliff, with a river running through the middle of it. You know, whatever type of geographical feature is part of the cork design, that's the template in which the layout exists upon. So right now our focus has not been diversity, visual diversity for these nodes.
Yeah.
It has been more around the
Functionality.
fundamental core mechanics of the node structure.
Right.
And we're
Functionality
okay.
and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're okay with living with, you know, samey kind of node structures.
As
within
long
the
as it
world,
also works.
because really the node game is focused around specialization, you know, building types that you construct and services that get offered as a result
Right.
of those.
And towns will continue to feel more and more dynamic
and
as a
the
result.
relics come online, and as our policies come online for mayors to interact with and players to vote on, like those types of systems, the guts
same
of the systems development is what makes the game very interesting. And
the same node layout could potentially have like an entirely different feel. It could have multiple different hotspots in different areas. So say, you know, one node is focusing carpentry in like the southeast part, and it's a tier 6. And then you have another of the same layout that's also a tier 6 metropolis, but their like very important craft thing that's being used is in a different part of town. That same node layout could then feel very unique just based on like the dynamic aspect of how you can grow your actual node presence. What up, Vader? How you doing tonight, my friend?
complementary to that are the visuals, right? Are the layouts and designs. So we have the tool from a production standpoint in place and ready to facilitate lots of different layouts.
Yo, Vader coming in with a 5 gifties, boys.
Our focus has been to continue
Vader, thank you. I appreciate that, dude.
right now we're working on node
The
stage
fuck?
4. which
Safe
is the
word,
town stage.
Photoshop, Purely
That's all about
Brock,
developing
Neems,
the building sets
and
for the
Virgu.
town.
Welcome,
And
Vader.
it's
Thank
all
you so
about
much, man.
developing the unique
Happy
building
Friday.
types that
I
can
think
be
it's Friday,
constructed,
right?
to facilitate those specialization of services.
We're up tremendous,
and then we'll
boys.
get around to making sure to author additional node layouts.
Boys, we
so
do
that
have a
we
little
a
hype
wide
train
variety
started from
of visual
Vader coming through with a big
representation.
5
The other thing to
gifties.
keep
If
in
anybody
mind
has their primer,
is that
drop
the
those
layout
bad
is
boys, drop
one
some
one
biddies,
thing,
and
and
you
the
can hop
other
over into
side
the
of
hype
that
train,
coin
get
is also
exclusive
the,
emotes.
building sets that are used
Oh,
meant
thank
to
you,
reflect
Vader.
the culture.
Tomorrow
So right
solo
now we
leveling,
only
I'm
have the
pumped.
Kalar culture being represented within the game,
Right.
which again contributes to that samey look. But once we've established the node progression to higher levels, that's when the environment team goes back
And it
likely
reflects
will
the
outsource,
architecture.
some additional prop development and building
Who
set
dis?
developments
Pussy!
to represent those different cultures that will sell
through
a
with the
more
two
distinct visual identity
gifties.
for these spaces also.
Nord
That makes
Growl,
sense.
welcome
So
in, gamers.
basically the
Another level to the hype
priority's
train.
been on
Ooh.
functionality rather than the
Boys,
visuals.
the level 2 hype train
'Cause
complete onto
I've
level
seen a
3
lot of
hosts.
people
Thank you for the 2
kind of
gifties, brother.
worry
I
that
appreciate
the game will
you.
never release because they've been looking at
2 to 3 years.
oh, there's only like 2 node layouts, and then they've been projecting that out to the game will be done in 15 or 20 years purely based off that.
Implementation starts to get exponentially faster once solid framework is placed. It takes longer to construct a house than it does to put siding on a house. And with that, I feel like they are past the point of constructing, and not past the point, but they're on like trim work on the house right now. And not necessarily the full trim, but like the fundamental trim, right? Like they're working their way up. The foundation of the house is poured, like the slab is poured, whatever you're building upon is there. Wiring and plumbing? Yeah, that's a good analogy for it. Yeah, wiring and plumbing right now, like the internals. Yeah, 100%. Before that polish, before like you drywall and shit like that. Yeah, totally. I agree with that. That's like the perfect state for it. And yeah, I think that like, as they start to tie those things up, everything goes faster, right? Like you call in your plumber, they're typically there a few days and then you're set up, right? Or you do it yourself and you're there for 2 months and it's set up. Either way, however you decide to do it, that's up to you. But I feel like, and we're starting to see this already on the internal side of things, not internal as in like, you know, secret playtesters, but like just this, the people that are actively playing the game. A lot of people are seeing the content cadence speed up exponentially, seeing a lot of the progress that's coming out very quickly. And I mean, me personally, I'm also seeing a lot of that. And I think that's one of the coolest things, and the communication from them that it will continue to speed up. We'll see more development faster and hopefully implemented smoother. And that's just due to, I just broke my pen even more. That's due to like the continued effort that they put in building that strong foundation so they can actually continue through it without having to revisit that. Meanwhile, some other games out there had to revisit their foundation so many times that they forgot what progressive content even was. Tons of progress and servers have been good since January. Yeah, so I had a lot of people that were like in the community that had heard about Ashes before I started playing and like casually checked it out over in New World, whatever it may be, right? And we had a lot of people that were like, yo, how are the server stability issues? And I'm like, oh, what do you mean server stability? My issues, I haven't really had any issues. Like sometimes during super mass scale, it gets a little bit wacky, but for the most part, like I've noticed that servers are incredibly stable, incredibly smooth, incredibly like efficient with the inputs. There's very little input delay. It's nice, man. I'm really happy. Slacker coming in with a 500 biddies to hop into the hype train. Slacker, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Boys, the hype train is still pumping for another minute and a half as well. So if you want to earn exclusive emotes
And support the channel, by the way. It also does help support me.
and make sure you see if you got your primer available. See if you got some biddies rattling around in the Twitch prison pocket that is your wallet. I appreciate y'all, boys. Thank you, Slacker. I appreciate you.
The most difficult questions.
Moving into the top 10,
Yeah.
creeping
When we
up.
talk about the priority of development, you know, we
It's
have
the
limited
grind.
resources. Even though we're a team of nearly 250 people right now, you know, comparatively to the size of the project, you know, that's not
It's a
a lot
massive
of these
project.
projects get built by 500, 600, 700, you know, member teams, right?
That's insane.
And
That's
you know,
so
we
many
don't have
people.
a multi-billion-dollar corporation footing the bill for this development. We have an individual, and then we also have, our pre-orders from.
What I'm gathering is if Steven had more money, we could do more. Right? So instead of being happy with his 100 million, we push for his billion, chat. Did you hear that? He said we could do a lot more if we had $1 billion. We get him back on the 40-hour-a-week real estate grind, and we're a quadruple A title in no time, boys. $1 billion budget coming soon, confirmed from Steven. We build a community business plan. No, Steven's good at real estate. Just have him go do real estate stuff for a couple weeks. It'll be fine. I mean, what would it take to make like $1 billion for him? He's smart. He's good at things. Week or two? Chat, who could help with... Wait, we literally talked about building a house. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Wait, we're on it. Wait. We're on it, chat. We just build a house with Steven and then we sell it for $1 billion. Holy shit. And then we have so much money for Ashes. Chad, I didn't know that we had a bunch of fucking geniuses here. Good God, we're actually accomplishing something as a community, and I've never felt so connected to you all. This is wonderful. We build a community business plan. Steven's a community business plan. Really didn't know that? Yeah. He did real estate. House better be built out of gold? How much gold? Didn't somebody try to build a house out of like Supreme bricks one time? And there like weren't enough Supreme bricks to build the house? Or just in LA? Well, Intrepid's based in San Diego, so I feel like that could work.
From our alpha key sales as well, that are that are building this game. So we want to prioritize functionality and game systems design over the visuals, because those are the hardest questions to answer, and they also inform the other. So from a foundational perspective, those questions first must be developed, and then we have our pipeline in place now to slot in new content. That new content being new layouts, new buildings, everything.
And that's providing everything on the baseline is still functioning properly.
So basically, once all of the functionality has been figured out up to the maximum node level, then you can start, then making the node variations would be a relatively simple process. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
that's actually not,
because then you just take the process and you copy paste it.
Getting the engine in place.
It's like designing an entirely new weapon to be added to the game from the ground up, versus once that weapon is in the game, making a new drop that's the same type of weapon. It's like designing your first ever set of dual wield daggers versus once you have 10 dual wield daggers in, adding an 11th set of dual wield daggers. At that point, it's just copy paste. Like you take the functionality, you copy paste it, you tweak some numbers, and then you make it look slightly different, and you're vibing. And I feel like that's kind of where Steven's leaning with it. And I think that's what I've really liked about Ashes as a whole, is that build up from the ground up, from that true, like, we have this visually working. It looks like a thing. Barkalele, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. But like, it's something that's functional at its base level. It's something that's presenting a foundation that can be built upon. And I feel like that's one of the very important things. I also feel like that's something that modern developers do fucking backwards. So many development teams and development phases of games are built around, look at how pretty this is, look at the aesthetic, new ray tracing, fucking suck your own dick technology. This is going to absolutely knock your socks off. You better be sitting down because you're not going to have legs after this fucking blows you back. So, and then you just go in and you're like, wow, it looks pretty, but where's the gameplay loop? And it's not there. You're sitting there without legs now because you've been blown away by some fucking lighting. You can't get up, and you also can't stop playing a dog shit game that baited you in with graphics over anything else. And I think right now, Ash is putting the emphasis on the right things, that foundation. The polish comes later. It's going to lead to a very good thing. A game that makes me feel good playing it is much better than a game that looks good. Yeah, if a game looks amazing, but plays very bad, people would rather just watch a movie. Like, if it's a cinematic experience, but the gameplay sucks. It's a movie with extra steps. A game at its core needs to have a button input to a dopamine output. And Ashes does that very well, in my opinion. I think that a lot of the abilities, a lot of the actions in Ashes feel very rewarding. A lot of the things that you both mix in as short-term and long-term goals lead to this rewarding, engaging, and fun gameplay loop that's very, very accessible for a lot of different players. I think the opportunities presented to like different types of players will be massive in this game. I think there's nowhere near enough of an emphasis being put on how important crafting, gathering, and that entire loop is right now. Everybody sees PvP player scaling, PvP player power curve, blah, blah, blah. What you don't realize is that those people aren't even out there like just going and grinding dungeons. They're fucking crafting. They're getting high rarity gathers, turning those gathers into high rarity refines, and turning those high rarity refines into guaranteed high rarity gear, which is facilitating their power curve for PvP. But to get there, they had to level through PvE, they had to get the recipe for PvE, they had to get the drops through PvE to be able to craft that. Like, there are a lot of very good interactions between different elements of this game that I think take it past the level of just being like a traditional I get on, I do PvP, I ooga booga. Like, you've actually got to play this game on a very deep level. Dabbled with Game Maker for a few weeks. Making your first mob in a crappy 2D game can be 2 days of work, including physics and targeting. Making your second mob can be done in 2 hours. Yeah, because I would assume from there it's just like small tweaks on the mob itself. Like, once you have the framework done, it's like if I were to take apart this pen once, it would take me longer to put it back together. If I were to take it apart 10 times, I'd be able to put it together very fast because I would have that familiarity with it. I would have those base processes down. And for me, it's just a matter of copy paste at that point. And the same applies to anything. It's just familiarity. It's getting processes in place where you had no other processes. It's like adding a conveyor belt to an area where people were previously hand carrying packages back and forth in bulk. And you just hit that point where like you've built the infrastructure, you turn the conveyor belt on, you're watching the packages go by and you're like, oh shit, I didn't even know we could do something this fast. And that's really where they're building. And it's nice, man. It's very nice. Legit spent days getting my legendary earrings for my alt leveling. Were you grinding them like through gathering or were you drop grinding them? Lego earrings are fucking nuts.
Finding the
Lego
pipeline
anything is
and the engine
nuts.
in place, absolutely.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a misconception or like a misunderstanding sometimes with players when they look at MMORPGs. We judge the progress of an MMO based on what we can see
Gameplay's so good. I stayed up till
in-game,
7 a.m. just
because
walking around.
fair
Oh, it's
of us
beautiful.
Don't have a lot of knowledge on the back end.
It's very engaging
So we'll
too.
look at things like how many biomes are there, how many different node layouts in relation to the maximum amount are there, and we'll judge an MMO's progress that way. It's more out of just being uninformed more than anything and not really understanding how
It's a
development
good take.
goes.
I think a lot of the
So
gaming
that's
community
good
is
to hear that
uninformed
there
and
is
pretend to be
progress
informed.
on that front.
Yeah, and you know, part of this is also like, you know, the as a member of the audience, as a member of the MMORPG community, like it's an unrealistic expectation to expect that a group of players are going to, you know, fully grok like the development process, right?
Right.
And we can't always explain, you know, everything that goes into the decisions around the creation of of the game. We try to be excuse me, we try to be as transparent as possible in talking about that development. Gosh darn it, I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
Gosh darn it.
But as you described, like there is a rhyme, there is a reason, you know, to why we're doing the things that we do. And most of the time, it's because we want to answer the difficult questions first. The production requirements are usually the easy part. The developing more buildings.
He's also probably
developing
playing
more
on
layouts.
cinematic
Once
right
you've
now.
seen one or two,
I think if you were to
you know
turn
now
everything
that
on
pipeline
cinematic, the landscape
exists.
would look nice
You
from
can
anywhere.
create multiple. It's just a matter of allocating resources.
My settings are kind of
towards that,
pee poo poo.
and those resources now are still allocated towards the more difficult questions.
Brilliant. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I do love being able to see like far off into the distance with that.
Better understanding of how the development works. I'm not expecting to win this bard duel. It looks like a class you need to spend a bit of time on.
He's got to build the res stacks. The res stacks. Will he get the mez?
I'll do a CC. CC?
Uh-oh. The lullaby ticks.
Almost got done. Do you have any
Bard
plans
is
on
definitely,
speeding up the XP rates in alpha
I would say,
time
one of the
anytime
more
soon,
daunting to take on just from seeing like
leveling
the
experience
tree itself.
isn't implemented into the game, and players are mostly just mob
That's how it looks on
grinding?
cinematic.
When
Yeah,
I think about that
cinematics is
question, I
beautiful.
think about the purpose of the test.
Okay, sorry, hold on, I was yapping. Any plans on speeding up the XP rates in Alpha 2 considering the intended leveling process isn't fully implemented and players are mostly mob grinding until level 25? I touched on this earlier, but I think the second you speed up XP rates for something, especially in a testing phase, it gets away from the point of testing. And for me personally, the question was like, oh, what would you think about them giving like XP scrolls at the start of phase 3? And I'm like, well, I would rather have the organic leveling experience so that way I'm able to personally get data about leveling, gathering what I can do during the leveling, the pacing, what things are going to be like, what the organic feel is going to be like. So that way, when the launch does finally come, like, I have that experience, I have that knowledge within the leveling process itself, and it's in the means that it will be on launch with that baseline experience. And I feel like from a data standpoint as well, if they speed up experience rates, it's going to skew a lot of things. Like, it's important to see how long people stay in one spot playing for on average. It's important to see if they're static farming for 3 hours or if they go one place for an hour, another place within the same POI for an hour. And I feel like something as simple as XP rates could very much change that entire process. And it could also change, if you change the base XP rate, the reward scale of what's worth farming. You could see people with an XP multiplier scaling forcing higher mobs with a harder risk reward because of that potential payout, where you can then pay off that XP debt that you may accrue faster. And I feel like a lot of that changes the second you put a small percentage change on base XP gain. And it influences a lot of the outcome data. Mage is very strong for 1v1 because it can proc the elemental buffs easier than other classes. Yeah, Mage is incredibly bursty. Incredibly bursty. The only counter argument would be, instead of people testing systems, they're testing mob grinding for an extended time. I mean, but that's also a test of the systems. So if it's showing, like if your data is showing that mob grinding is decisively the way to go for leveling, then that gives an indicator that your other systems are either incentivized appropriately if you want people mob grinding, or, you know, you get that data of percentage of players versus mob grinding versus percentage of players in this system or that system and whatever it may be. And that gives you ideas of how you can tweak those processes, right? So you need that organic feedback. And it's like, oh, if we do 50% quest XP, well, of course, more people will do quests during that time. But it's important to see what players organically will go to as like free range organic players before being harvested. And if we're all just shoved into a cage where it's like everybody's questing, well, then of course questing is going to be more played. And it's also going to skew their data on like what gameplay loops players are actually engaging with. And I feel like that could create a large bias. Just as it is currently, everyone's out-leveled the level 10 gear and artisans are so far behind. Yeah, I mean, I think just across the board though, like artisans aren't really that far behind from like a higher end progression thing. I mean, even in guild, we have the capability to craft high rarity items, and I mean, Shock's already got a high rarity bow and everything made. So like, I don't necessarily think artisans are behind. I think it's economic disparity. That's a big thing. I think that the gold generation of the top is infinite. And then as soon as you step out of that, probably like top, I would say right now, like 5% bubble, I think gold generation is incredibly slow comparatively to the point where it's like nearing like a grinding stop. I would be willing to wager that, you know, if you're simply in that top 5%, those massive few guilds versus the top 10%, that second tier of guilds outside, just in terms of like the security within the systems that you get and the accessibility to those systems that you get from that power scaling, I think you're getting a disproportionate like security around the systems as well as a disproportionate payout right now through systems. But that's always going to be something that has like monetary reward. The strongest people are always going to have the biggest reward, whether that's through tax systems, caravans, or anything like that. I just feel like right now there's a certain group of players that does have access to any level enchanting that they want, any level gear that they want, and stuff like that. And it's a very steep drop off to the point where it's like top very small percentage, 20 god gear fully kitted 500 plus, and then from there it's like this steep fall off to like 300ish, right? And I think that's one of the large causes for concern just long term, is if that power scaling is able to continue to get out of hand. But with that being said, at a certain point you hit a wall, the rest of the player base catches up. And with how large the map is and how many opportunities there will be for other players, then I also think that, you know, you'll be able to make space. You'll be able to go on like your rocky training arc, so to say, and come back stronger once they do hit that wall. So you can do a little bit of that. Time it took for level 20 benches. Oh, yeah. No, I agree. I mean, 20 benches were definitely long, but that's also down to server politics too, right? Like, if you have a server that's all on board with juicing stuff, kind of like Lineth did with that one Caravan event, I'd be willing to bet that, you know, server-wide or even massive alliance-wide, imagine how far ahead Lineth or Vyra would have been if the top few companies, or top few guilds on those servers, sorry, would have been like, hey, we have a new node that's getting set up. We're just going to juice this, and then once it's done being juiced, we'll fight. And I know that's like a utopia level expectation in a social sandbox, but the first server on launch that does that, I feel like will actually be up to par with that progression. I feel like if you go server wide and you're like, hey, you guys are permitted to run caravans here to here with protection. All of the top guilds are in on this. You won't be hit. And if you're hit, you will be protected. You would level your nodes so ungodly fast. And I feel like that's just something that hasn't been done yet, is that massive level of like server cooperation from superpowers within the servers, except that one Caravan event on Lineth, where it was legitimately the largest amount of caravans that people have publicly seen. It was fucking massive. So imagine if people were to do that, even once a week, rotating to other nodes. Like, hey, today, Friday, you know, from fucking 7 to midnight, you have protection from Miraleth to Winstead because we want to get this built. Boom. Easy peasy. Everybody on the server goes over there. Everybody runs that because it's for the benefit of the server. And there will be a server that eventually does that. There will be a server that has the coordination. It may be through a streamer at the top of it. It may be through a community that comes in and is very good at the game, but also very like ingrained in like server progress. Eventually it'll happen. It always does. It's just a matter of where first. But when that does happen, it also establishes a little bit more of a like, this has happened before, so it'll happen again type thing, right? Did I read that the top guild has been able to infiltrate another node, get mayor, and delete the crafter that would allow people to make top-end gear, so only their guild can have the crafted gear? I don't know all of the details about it. I think the like only their guild can have crafted gear is slightly a conspiracy theory. What I've gathered, there is a bit of a miscommunication through like new mayors, and you know me, I always try to stay unbiased on this, but there were obviously a few new mayors that went in, and I think with new mayors going in, there was obviously like a server plan that was plotted out for like, oh, we want to progress to this, we want to progress to that. So from what I've been told, one of the new mayors that went in was basically like, hey, I don't really want to follow along with this server progression plan. I would rather kind of wait and do my own thing and see what I want to upgrade, right? And as a result, a lot of the server progression got kind of like iffy there. So one of the buildings was destroyed to allow other nodes to be able to also destroy a building to then put the things in that were going to be in question. And to my knowledge, it wasn't a matter of like, we're destroying this building because fuck you. It was like, we're destroying this building to open up more progression in areas where the server doesn't currently have the progression. This was what was going to happen pre-election, but this is what's actually happening post-election. So that's kind of what I've gathered from both sides that were talking about it and talking to me about it, is it was more of like something happened that screwed with the server cohesiveness across the board for a progression plan, and as a result, that's where that like gray area happened.
And from a testing perspective, you know, we have our PTR, which is our private test realm. That's accessible to all Alpha 1 participants. And we will expand that group to include pre-order holders, the pre-order packages that we've released in the past.
Me.
The Alpha 2 participants will gain access to PTR at some point in the future as well. And on that environment, we constantly are wiping the servers, and we have, you know, vendors that sell free, you know, gear, all the gear types, and mount types, and, you know, experience scrolls to max level, so that, you know, our testers can quickly test things before we wipe that server and test it over and over again.
That's nice.
But the Alpha 2 environment is intended to be a more soak related environment test.
You want people to actually play through the systems as they're intended.
We want these systems to soak over time. We want players to go through that leveling process,
right?
So that we can catch, identify, and get bug reports for a lot of these things. So on the Alpha 2 realms, it's unlikely that we will do something different than that until we come up against a period where we might wipe the servers for the next phase. In that situation, then in the final weeks, we might do something along those lines.
Okay.
You know,
super fun event into a wipe
where we introduce unique behaviors or activities. Take a
just like a fuck it, it's burning down anyways.
Unique activities or behaviors, and kind of let our hair down, so to speak, on the prod environment.
Right.
Yeah, I think a lot of people kind of ask that question because they want to just test the combat of the various classes.
Fair.
Right.
Kind of
Totally
makes
fair.
sense, yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, some good burstington. Get a little finisher proc.
Imagining dance.
Oh, big burst.
Doing some damage.
Nah, Steven's about to end it. Steven's about to end it.
Dance.
Oh,
okay.
Wait. Is it 4-4?
Slide away. Big damage.
Steven's got a shield up.
Discordance. Oh.
I think Peon wins this.
That's not good.
No.
I don't like that.
That's big burst.
Oh no.
Ah, good
Steven
fight.
clutched up.
Oh, that was so close. I was down to 500.
So you started this journey with Ashes as an...
Steven being on 500 HP there gives me a very large segue into real-time health bars. I would prefer real-time health bars, personally. I think that the quadrant health bar is not the greatest. What's real-time health bar? So watch this duel back. So you'll notice that when Steven gets hit, it's not a like real update to the health bar percentage wise. It's a 25, 50, 20, 75, 50, 25% zero chunk. So watch the damage distribution going into the health bar. So he goes down, he loses his first 25%, but then from there it's not a real-time update until it hits that 25% threshold.
Doing some damage.
So in like matchups that you could be fighting against, like
shielding dance,
I don't know, different builds, many diverse like progression points and stuff like that. I think it's really important, like skill wise, to be able to toss an appropriate ability. If you have somebody down at what's going to be, you know, 10% health versus at 31% health, which will represent 25 on both sides because it's around at that point, then you would throw a different ability out at 10% HP versus 30% HP. There could be abilities that are threshold activated that could lose their threshold activation because of a non-real-time health bar. And I'm sure that's something that'll hopefully be changed. I really hope that they're not sticking to that stagnantly, because I also really think that there's another element that's missing on the target bar, and that is stamina. Stamina is a very important thing to have in this game because you can dodge roll, you can initiate, you can escape with it, you can use it as segues into movement and everything like that. So with that, stamina is also massively important in duels. On top of that, unlike New World, where you could have 11 stamina and you could dodge and go to 0 in gray bar, Ashes doesn't have that. So once you're below 50 stamina, you can't dodge. So with a real-time health bar and real-time stamina bar, that increases the amount of recognizability that people will have for opportunities to both disengage, re-engage. And I think, like, from my perspective, that would add a lot. Would the active health bar not be harder to update on both players' screen because of healing and stuff? I can show you an example of active health bar through this. Let's see. Highlight. I don't know, so we'll just fucking pop over to one of these real quick. So with active health bars, you're able to, like, you're able to see in real time. Keep in mind, this is 50 versus 50, but you're able to see real time who's 25%, who's 75%, who's 100%. Like, so with active HP bars, these people are 100%. They're getting constantly tick healed, and my health bar is going to reflect, because in the bottom middle, like, my health bar will reflect what my health is real time. So if you see somebody that's starting to tick down, you see they're starting to over time lose HP or something like that, then you can actually, like, you know, plan around that. I forgot how much name aggro I had in New World. That shit's hilarious. But yeah, so through this, you're able to kind of, like, keep more of an eye on, like, kill opportunities and things like that. No stamina bar, you should have visual effect that shows you if a player has no stamina. The reason that that wouldn't work is what I was talking about earlier. So it's not just no stamina that impacts things. So Peon's at 11 stamina. He cannot dodge right now, so effectively he has no stamina, but he has 11 stamina. So an effect that is only active when you have no stamina does nothing in this game because you can't dodge with less than 50. So then for the effect to actually be worthwhile, past just being visual, you would need it to be active when you're invalidly dodging, which would be less than 50. So at that point, a character visual effect does nothing because being out of stamina is not the threshold where your movement's rendered useless. It's when you have less than the amount to dodge. You don't need to completely be out. So from that logic, there's no way to differentiate, like, where your stamina's at. Same thing with, even if somebody's not out of stamina, so, like, say you glow red when you're out of stamina, right? They might not be glowing red because they're not at 0 stam, but they could be at 35 stam, and they still couldn't be able to dodge. It should show if a player has not the ability to dodge. Well, why wouldn't you just have a stam bar at that point? That just seems arbitrary at that point to add in a character effect whenever you can't dodge that is active when you both have stam and don't have stam. I feel like a stamina bar in the UI is just a better real-time update for that. Personally. I feel like that just makes more sense than having to look for character visual effects that indicate if you're at 50 or below stamina. I think just a stam bar solves all of that. Because then, what if you can't dodge, but you can block? Because you can guard all the way down to 0 stam. So now would you have a separate character effect when you can't dodge and then also when you can't block? Because you have an active block as well. Bought this game yesterday. It looks pretty cool. I love that, Tard. What are you liking about it so far? I probably shouldn't call you that. Tarduck, what are you liking about it so far? My fault. My fault. We're going to come up with another nickname for you. My fault. Welcome in, Duck. I'm fucking mean. I'm so sorry, dude. I like the game world and combat. I'm playing a ranger. I'm glad, dude. I play a tank. Ranger has some really zippy movement and some really good burst as well. Oops, thank you for the gift, dude. My fault, dog. Personal preference plays a lot into this. I'm more in the camp of the less info, the better. I think the less info there is, the less skill there is, personally. I think the less info that there is, the more it's just a random guessing game. And the perfect example of this could be anywhere from, depending on how they round, if it's like a half round, you could be at 31% HP, or you could be at 10%, 5% HP with this, right? And if you're at 30% HP, I'm going to throw a much stronger cooldown that could have a longer cast time or could not secure that kill because you're at 5%, you get a quick tick where I could have just finished you with something else. So those things are very important in skill-based reactive combat, which is what Ashes is trying to facilitate. On top of that, another element of skill would be seeing when you can take opportunities to gap close, when you do not take opportunities to gap close, and reacting to that, like that real-time opportunity. Now, with that being said, you can keep track of, oh, he dodged within the last 7 seconds, blah, 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 blah. But in my opinion, I still think that there's a significant amount of PvP skill that's being negated by this element of just like not a clean update. So it's update time, so it can be lag behind showing the enemy has 2 bars when there's actually 3. Yeah, it makes every ability that you're using a guessing game instead of a precise adaptation to that scenario. If I know your stam and I know you can't dodge because there is that real-time stam indicator showing that you're at 40% stam instead of 50%, then with that, I'll be able to use a gap close ability knowing that you won't just instantly dodge out. I'll be able to bait those dodges by forcing aggressive ability usage, get you to a spot where you are stammed, and then use my stam to counterplay that. As of right now, with HP bars being the way it is, I think it's more conducive to making it feel like a guessing game than it is to actually making it that high impact, fast-paced reactivity. Fine with the guessing game. L2 player here, you don't ever have any idea how much health someone has unless in the 1v1 Olympiad tournament. Yeah, but I think guessing game is less skill. And I think skill-based combat, personally, is, again, it's all preference. But I think in PvP, it should be skill-based combat and not guessing games. I think guessing games should come down to which mechanics a boss is going to do at a certain time, and PvP should be mono-y-mono, skill versus skill. Like, you don't have to guess. You don't have to be like, did they heal? What percent are they at? You say they're at 25%, this is my finisher combo. And I think that anything that you're guessing on takes actual skill input out of it. Like, imagine if you were playing, I don't fucking know. Maybe some people would like no indicator of health in a shooter because there are shooters that do that as well. But like, imagine you're playing a shooter, you get 2 tags, you don't know if somebody heals up or something like that. Maybe some people like that, but can't bait an opponent into overcommitting by feigning weakness, only to crush you by drawing you. I don't really think you're like feigning weakness in like an MMO combat system personally. I don't necessarily think you're hunched over going, oh fuck, somebody call an ambulance. But for you, like, you're not really turning that by, like, walking with a fucking limp or anything, though. Like, you simply playing backline is going to be enough of a thing for people to push. That'll never happen because you know my HP. Right, but knowing your HP increases the dynamicism of the fight. Like, you play very defensive and very conservative. Or, I can try to get the initiate on you, and honestly, that adds more of an element to the fight. Like, if 2 people are just guessing, I don't really know how we can translate, like, guessing to skill-based combat, and I don't think we're really trying to. But as long as we're in agreement that any form of guessing is, like, less skill-based and less reactive, and the game's supposed to be about that fast, reactive combat, right? Spamming buttons. It literally turns into spamming buttons, yes. Like, that's the entire thing of it. Yes, I completely agree. Tank versus Cleric, if there's no info given, I think Cleric wins all the time. Like, no mana, no HP, no anything. Oh, yeah. I mean, you need cast bars, you need movement info, you need health info so you can time burst, because against a Cleric, you're trying to chip, get them into a spot where you can kill them, and then execute them with your big burst combo. Like, that's how you have to fight a lot of things. And a lot of, like, what you actually do and the inputs that you choose are based on the state of that fight. And I don't necessarily think it's, like... I don't think being full HP and baiting somebody by sitting on the back line going, oh no, I'm so susceptible and breedable, is really skill-based when you could be low HP, get to a spot where you have the cooldowns to turn the fight, set up a bait with your HP bar being a resource that you use, and then turning the fight with cooldowns when they go to gap close you. that adds another element to the skill of baiting past just the RNG of baiting and playing poker and not being able to see cards. I think info in PvP is a direct translation to like skill in PvP. And with games like this, I think that skill is a very important thing to carry through to PvP. Otherwise, it just becomes button mash simulator, and it becomes the first person to hit any ability instantly wins a fight because you hit one ability and then dub key. And there's not really an ebb and flow at that point. I think information's massive, man. Absolutely massive. But again, some people will prefer that blind, no information guessing game, but I think with the direction that this is already headed, like group bars are real time. Healers aren't supposed to play guessing games. All of PvP is about not playing a guessing game and the precision of your inputs for the situation and the decision of your inputs for the situation. And when you take that like actual cognitive thought out and it's just, I go through this rotation the same way as if it were a boss fight, then your PvE and your PvP fights become one and the same. It's literally just everybody does their rotation, nothing changes, and you hope that your rotation beats the other person's rotation. I like skill-based combat with a lot of variance. It's nightmaric for healers. It's nightmaric for DPS. Imagine not having, like, imagine playing a burst-based melee build where you are dependent on going in, getting your finish, and getting out, or you will be CC'd, turned on, and killed. You go in, you drop your combo, which would normally be saved for that opportunity, and you play around those opportunities, right? And you try to create those opportunities, and you just have to fucking guess. That's like me closing my eyes and just going, it's a slippery slope when you add guesswork into PvP. It really is. I think guessing should be saved for PvE. I think it's like RNG, wipe mechanics, guessing. That's for the mobs that are programmed to die to us to keep it fresh. But when it's active, player versus player, human versus human, input and decision, I think you give people the tools to make the best plays possible, and that allows a high skill based PvP system within your game that's facilitating more people getting into it. But again, everybody has their own preferences. But real-time bars would make me absolutely moist between the loins. And again, I think with Stam being as pivotal as a thing, keep in mind, maybe I'm biased because New World bars actually gave a ton of info, but underneath the health bars, which are also real time, you can also see stamina bars, which are also real time. So this is going to be like just kind of clumpy and shit, but you see real time stams, you see a lot of dodges, you see a lot of health, you see low targets. So right here, Ebolda, we're going on him. And when we go on Ebolda, you'll see that when we go to like jump him, he goes to dodge, and you see right there, his stamina bar goes down to 0. Now, without him having a big glowing particle character effect and just having a real-time health and stam bar, we're able to say, hey, he's stammed. So we call out Ebolda stammed, and then we go to follow him out, and then he ends up getting healed and gets his stam back in real time. So then we drop that target to go to another target. So yeah, New World's actual like health bar display, like up here, this is a target that is at 65% HP, 40% stam. If they dodge, they're going to stam themselves until they get a couple more stam tick-ups. So now we can go here. We can start bullying this person, try to get them to stam. We can play these low HP targets. So I see a low HP target. So you hear that calm. This is something that, again, is skill-based. Watch. Latina Enjoyer's not going to have anything coming off of this. Very simple. Because of real-time health bars and not having that like delayed input, we're on Latina Enjoyer directly in front of me. He drops down to 5% HP. He's going to use all of his stamina. He's going to use all of his cooldowns, all of his defensives, all of his potions. We see him coming out of that. We see his stamina, what it is. We see his health pop back up. So then we call him out for having nothing left defensively off of that because of the information that we have gained from that split-second real-time health bar and stam bar update. Latina Enjoyer's not going to have anything coming off of this. And then as a result, we stay on them, try to dog them, but we see Once their stamina bar ticks back up, we just leave again. Information is legitimately power. So he's stammed. That stam bar's ticking, ticking, ticking. He's full. I leave. Very simple trades that are all built upon the actual fluidity of that information that comes out with bars. Like, I think New World's UI combat bars were phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Slide away. Big damage. Discordance. Oh, we're slept. That's not good. I don't like that.
Oh no.
Honestly, even to teabag him.
Ah, good fight.
Oh, that was so close. I was down to 500.
So you started this journey with Ashes as an entrepreneur with no dev experience. And
He was a gamer,
over the past
though.
8 years, you've built a really large studio at this point, and you jumped headfirst into the world of game development. When you started out, is this how you visioned how things would go? And what has been your biggest setback?
I bet this
so
was in
far
his
during
long-term
development?
vision.
That's a great question.
I bet his
when
biggest
I set
setback has
out-
been Planendorf.
Did I expect this? I don't think I did. I don't think I did.
Is it harder than you
I
thought, Stephen?
Oh my god, dude. It is much harder. It is much harder than I thought. First of all, I will say
Friggin' better
I did
be.
go into this experience eyes open, meaning I knew that I was signing myself up for something very difficult. And I don't think
Oh, you
that
mean
I
the vision, not
knew
Planendorf being an op?
exactly how difficult it would be, but I knew that it was going to be the most difficult thing that I had done in my life. Not because, game development is any.
If he wants perspective, he should try to learn how to crip walk and how to do like handstand push-ups. If he just wants a couple of really hard things to make game development seem a little easier, if he learns how to crip walk and do handstand push-ups, I feel like game development will probably be slightly easier. I've tried to do handstand push-ups and I've tried to learn how to crip walk, and those are fucking hard to do, chat.
More difficult than any other profession out there.
I don't know how game
But
dev
because
is,
I was walking through the crucible doing the most difficult thing without any experience. And
I also went into
knew
learning how to
that
crip walk with no experience.
I was
I
going to
don't
have
dance.
to catch up
It was out of
in
morbid
a much
curiosity.
faster pace and in a very different way
I hit a mean
than
gritty though.
anybody else.
I
who's
relate
gone
to
through
this, honestly.
process
I really relate to
likely had to do. I think my story is pretty unique in that sense.
this. Me when I start crip walking at
and,
TwitchCon.
Not to toot my own horn, but I'm very impressed with both the progress, the quality of the team that we've built, the community that we fostered, and the
They have a very good
experience that we
community.
have right now in Alpha
Very
2.
good community and very good
Like, this
team
is
interaction.
This
like
isn't
between
the
the
finish
two.
line by any means, but it is a culmination of a lot of years
When there's
of hard
like
work.
both of those sides
And
put into the same room and
I
they
think
actually enjoy each other and
that
communicate
what
with
is
each other in
most
an honest way, then
satisfying
that's very good.
about that journey so far is that from a vision perspective, we've stayed relatively true to what we've initially set out to do all those years ago. That in and of itself
Yeah, the core of the game
is a
remains
difficult
intact.
thing to do for anything, let alone
I talked about this with New World a lot, man. So many times I mentioned this
so,
with New World, how the game
I
in
will
its current
say
state is just different than what it was.
I wouldn't exchange the choices we've made about our transparent development process, our engaging with the community, the lifelong friends that I built at the studio, within the industry. Like, I am a gamer at heart first and foremost, and there is
think
no
that's why
better
he's doing
dream of
this.
mine than to be in a position where I can effectuate the creation of a project like Ashes of Creation. Because it
He
is
could
a
do
beautiful
anything he
thing
wanted
when
with
it
his
comes
money.
together. the hard effort work of people who share a passion for something that you care very deeply about, which is MMOs in general, right? MMOs have a very special place in my heart because they are formational. They have been formational in my upbringing as a person.
Oh yeah, yeah,
and
100%.
I think, there are many.
I think
people
MMOs
within
are probably
this
one of the
genre
games that
share that.
I mean, it's
sentiment.
community
So,
based, so they're going
what
to
was the
build the
second part of your
strongest
question?
communities.
What was the biggest setback you had to overcome during development? Sounds like that
Planendorf.
node
I think
tool
that-
was
I
a bit
think-
of a setback.
Oh, that was Has nothing comparatively to some of the stuff. Yeah, has nothing.
Glintpocalypse.
That wasn't a problem at all.
Game's good for a guy who never made a game before.
Setback.
Well, like, it's not like he's the
I
one
will
that's sitting there
say
fucking
that
doing all of the patches. Like, he said
the
earlier, they have
most
250 plus
difficult
employees at this point, right? So it's not like he's,
part
like,
of this
in his
process,
office cooking it up himself, but...
which also coincidentally is the most rewarding part.
Yo,
of
what
it,
up, Wizard? What's this? This is Ashes. This is what I've been
has
streaming
been
full-time now for the past, like, 4-ish
the open
months.
development process.
Ashes of Creation is a very community-based
I
MMO.
think that-
Very, very sandbox-leaning. I'm actually
I
in
think
game
that there
right
are
now.
many strengths
So it's in an alpha
that
test,
come
so it is
along
still
with having the
early on.
ability
We're a few years out from launch, probably
to
like 2 to 3 years
engage.
out, but
with players
yeah, it's been my daily stream for
Early
a few
on.
months now.
and throughout the course of development. You can test thoughts.
Ashes
You can
of
test theories, you can test
Creation.
designs. You can test implementation. You can get people who are very excited and very passionate and who want to be helpful help along the way, and it is instrumental. But there are also the other side of the sword, which is, you know, the people that doubt, or the people that you know, try to take away from, you know, what we're trying to accomplish. And when you're managing a
sides are
team
important.
of very passionate individuals whose efforts aren't because game development pays the best. It doesn't, shocker. But what it does pay the best in is the feels. The ability to watch something that you have poured yourself into.
How's the wood chopping going? I haven't been
handed
chopping wood in the
out
background.
to
I've been
an
locked into
audience
this.
who you care about.
So people will always be there.
And
I mean, I think
um,
criticizers of a project,
you know,
they're always
to
important.
sometimes have
Because honestly, sometimes they
a
have
bit
valid
more
feedback.
abrasive interactions than is helpful.
I
in
think
that
like
process.
there's a mix
And
where
not for
sometimes
lack
it's
or for
productive and just
reason,
misguided.
You know,
But I agree,
of
there's some
effort
people that
in
just bitch
trying
about everything to
explain the
bitch and just to
process.
remain unhappy. This
But
game where
just
you need to
because
help Aether.
as a community, we've been shit on so many times. In
What do
the
you mean?
past, and we're a bit jaded as a result.
Very
of
jaded.
that.
What's
Which
talking
is
about the
okay. I
scam
mean,
game
it is-
types?
it is
Oh
what it
yeah,
is,
fair,
right?
fair.
I've always said that.
I mean, I feel like the scam
know,
game and the dead
anytime
scam
you
game and
look
dead
at
game communities are
Ashes,
kind of
or any
synonymous at this
project that's in
point.
development,
They're just yappers.
at any stage, you're looking through a keyhole at a moment in time.
Right.
And the great thing about this transparent process is you can go back and look at that keyhole.
It allows you to see
2017,
a lot of different parts of it.
2021, and you can see
And then with
very
consistent
different
content
places where
creators
this
as well.
project was at those times.
Like with the availability
now
of content
imagine
creators and
over
what
the
they're
course of
allowing
the
people to
next
show
year
off, it's
or 2
huge
years,
what you can consistently see
how
change.
much further we will be from where we are today. This right now, Ashes of Creation, is the worst you will ever see it going forward. It will continue to improve.
This motherfucker steal that from me? Did he steal that from me? I've been saying that for like 2 months now. That's my copyright. What the heck? What the fuck is this? That's my copyright. That's my trademark. That's in my sales pitch. It's the worst that you're ever going to see it unless something goes absolutely terribly wrong in the development process, which I don't think it will. Pirate says it too. Pirate's not an Ashes content creator anymore. He forlorned us. Pirate's a variety streamer. He doesn't get to copyright anything. I hate to break it to you. He gave up on us. I'll never give up on us. You know who says I'll be back when it's more convenient for me? A terrible father.
And it's going to improve because of the efforts that the community puts in when it comes to providing.
You know what wouldn't have happened if he stayed on Ashes of Creation?
He probably still have 15,000 average viewers. I'm just saying. What can you do in this game? Can you do dungeons and stuff? Yeah, so it is an entirely community-based, like, sandbox MMO. There is a lot with it. There are a lot of systems. It's truly PvX based. If I were to describe every system that's going to be in the game to you, we'd be here for hours. There's a lot of good content about like what the baseline of Ashes is, all of the diverse systems, all of the different crafting, all of the different opportunities, but on a very simple level. It is a community-based sandbox-leaning MMO that is open world, interactive within the community. It's an Ouroboros of a gameplay loop where everything interacts in and of itself. Like PvE supports PvP, which supports crafting. Like it is a PvX Ouroboros gameplay loop. It's risk reward inconvenience built into modernization. There are no fast travels, no linked player markets. You actually have a finite amount of storage. Like it is a, I mean, truly, it's just that. There are a lot of systems within the PvX, from node building, node control, which are like territories in New World, to pretty much everything, man. It's like if you name a system, it's very likely going to be in some way, shape, or form present in Ashes on a like some form of a level. So if you want like more details on classes, I have a couple of resources. Exclamation classes is just a good one that will essentially explain how classes work. So you'll get a base class and you'll get a secondary class. Right now, secondary classes are not in because it's in alpha. Those will be coming the next phase of the alpha. There will be 8 base classes. There are currently 6. The next 2 should be added within the next 3 to 4 months. Exclamation classes, plural. So within that, you'll have tank, fighter, ranger, mage, cleric, bard, and you'll be able to, and rogue summoner eventually. And you'll be able to cross any of the other classes. Wizard, thank you for the follow. You'll be able to cross any of the other classes like with that first class. So your first class determines your abilities. So I'm a tank, so I always have tank abilities. The secondary class that I cross with my primary class will basically augment my primary class abilities and give me a little more of that customized feel. So yeah, Leona just dropped the link. So yeah, that's a really, really, really good resource to get familiar with. It'll kind of give you an idea of, you know, just what the classes will be based on their names. We don't know specifically what everything will look like. There is a mage, yes. And so one thing that's really cool about Ashes that's probably not going to get shown off too much here is they have a very peculiar combat system as well. It's a tab target base, but it has action combat elements. So like I target someone and I'm kind of like, you know, on them, right? I'm targeting them. So with that, there's health, mana, stamina. I have a dodge. I can also jump off of that dodge. So it carries momentum, stuff like that. Movement's very fun. So yeah, there's a lot of like action elements that are worked into the combat system as well. And a lot of very diverse gameplay loops. From crafting elements to PvP, PvE, like I mentioned, there are caravans that you can escort town to town for payouts. There's a lot with it, man. It's definitely got a lot of systems in it that present a lot of different gameplay loops for people depending on what you want. From, you know, mob grinding to questing to professions to being a merchant to being a fucking highwayman bandit that hits caravans to being a sweaty PvP guild to being a roleplay guild to just literally everything. It is very, very sandboxy. It's an alpha testing. No, so anybody can play it right now. It is a buy-in to the test. So basically with the testing phases, I have a graph. I'll show you real quick. We got to go back to this video so I can actually play the game tonight. So basically, we're in Alpha 2, Phase 2 right now. Starting on May 1st, we go into Alpha 2, Phase 3. If you want to get into Phase 2, it is 110 USD. It's going to be $10 cheaper for Phase 3. You only have to buy 1 pack. So basically, with Phase 2, servers are up Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. They're down Tuesday and Wednesday until May 1st. When Wave 3 hits, Phase 3, we go up to 24/7 uptime, which is that like live service schedule. So if you buy the Wave 2 pack for that 110, you end up with access to Phase 2, Phase 3, and the future betas all the way up until the launch of the game. Then on launch, you end up getting 1 month of game time, which it is a sub-based with no box cost, no DLC cost, or anything like that. It's just $15 a month for your sub when the game does launch. That sub doesn't start till the game launches. And then there's an in-game store where it's no pay to win, no pay for convenience, transmog only. It's completely optional. You don't have to spend anything in there, but you also get $15 in there from your pack purchase. So again, if you want to play now till May 1st, it's going to be $10 extra. If you want to hop in on May 1st, it's 100 instead of 110. Like Trio said, with either of these packs, you have 90 days from the day of your purchase where you can get a full refund on it if you're not happy with the playtesting. So with that being said, make sure you know it's from the day of your purchase, not the day you start playing it. So if you buy Wave 3 now, that starts. If you buy Wave 2 now and you hop in, that also starts, but you're able to start actively playing. So with basically 90 days, the full test up, you are, guaranteed to get your money back if you're not happy with it. When it launches, and then for your still need to pay. So when it launches, it's $15 a month, 1.5 as a monthly subscription. Think like World of Warcraft, except with World of Warcraft, you also have to buy the game. So it's like I buy the expansion and then I pay the sub. With Ashes, it's just the sub. You don't buy the game, you don't buy the expansion, the box costs, the DLC, that's all gone. It's just $15 a month sub. Yo, what up, Shadow? What's the server structure looking like, and how many people are playing currently? I appreciate the follow. In terms of server structure, do you mean like current capacity and stuff like that? So right now, servers have 10 nodes on them, receiving expansions like very quickly though. We just got the Sand Squall Peninsula, which is a desert edition. We're getting the Tropics at the end of this month. 6K is the current server pop cap. It'll be 10K on launch. So like the world will continue to get more and more spaced out, spread out as we get closer to launch. Those are the projected numbers for launch anyways. Steven, in this interview that we're currently watching with Mr. Lazy P on me, Steven said that there have been about 130,000 total like unique logins to Alpha 2 Phase 2 since December. And with that being said, their highest concurrent player cap on a server maxed out their 6K player cap. So being later into Phase 2, it's definitely quieted down a bit compared to the peak, but I think that's to be expected. We have another big patch that's coming at the end of this month with Phase 2 that's going to bring a lot of people back between like the Tropics edition as well as Rogue, some more crafting implementations and some really good changes there. In addition to that, we have the start of Phase 3 coming up in 2 months. So within the next few months, I think we're going to get a lot more people in. We'll see server expansions on Phase 3 as well, with fresh start servers coming in for people who are coming in or whoever want to re-roll to that like fresh start. It's going to be really, really nice to see more of the pop come back in. But we don't have like an API pull to like current player numbers. But with that being said, the population within the world feels very alive because a lot of MMOs will have instance content that pulls you out of like the interactive world where other players are and into an instance that's just you, right? So with that, Ashes is built very heavily on the open world. Right now, there's no instancing. On launch, it's going to be 20% instance dungeons, 80% open world dungeons. Right now, you have multiple open world dungeons. You have open world pocket dungeons. You've got open world events. You've got caravans. You've got everything that is meant to keep you in the open world. So the game feels very, very populated, in my opinion. Enough grind. Also, map in city or packed with NPCs feels alive. Feels very alive. PvP looks good. It seems populated from watching. How about server locations? So right now, there are NA and EU server locations. I don't know specifically where throughout NA their servers are. I live in Maine, for example, though, and this isn't biased. Like, this might be biased because I'm playing it, but this isn't like sponsored or anything. They don't pay me to say this. Their server input in terms of I press a button and it registers is arguably the smoothest I have ever played. And that's not an exaggeration. We have people who play from Australia on NA servers, and they go, I don't even feel ping. It is incredibly weird how good their server infrastructure is in terms of like not lagging, not having input delay, anything like that. If you walk around the map, there's no place where you walk more than 3 minutes without meeting another player. Yeah, NA to EU. I mean, yeah, EU players play on NA, like OCE players play on NA, like their server infrastructure is really solid. I think when servers get like bogged down, it's typically during mass scale combat. And even then, it's not like, oh my god, my ping's insane. It's like definitively, oh, the server is actually having a fucking aneurysm right now because there are too many people on it. So the entire game's just desynced. That'll work out. That's an early phase testing thing. With that being said as well, though, like Steven had mentioned with node sieges, which are coming in at the end of this month as well. The node siege tests have been like night and day every single time they've done one, and they've improved so much every single time. And that's how I feel as well with something as simple as a node versus node war. My first node versus node war in December was very laggy, very chunky, very like not unfun in a sense of like, man, that game mode sucked, but it was like, well, that sucked. We couldn't really do anything. Since then, server infrastructure has stabilized a lot during those mass scale moments, and I've been really impressed. Guys, we still have 15 minutes of this video. I'm fucking
feedback
cooked.
and how to course correct.
It's been ages since I've seen a
make
server worker
changes,
crash. Yeah,
how they
stability is
iterate.
insane. Stability and like
and
responsiveness is
create the
really
remainder
good.
of ashes. You know, like I said, over the course of January and February, we've introduced the entire peninsula of the Sand Squall Desert. In March, we're going to introduce the Turquoise
It's not a solo
Sea.
grind game, otherwise you'll fall behind.
In April, we're going to
It's
introduce
based on
the
group
June
stuff.
Dark. In May,
Yeah, I mean-
we're going to introduce the
Oh wait, hold on. This is big. Sorry. He was going through timelines. Hold on. So we'll go through this with undivided attention in a second. But with that being said, like, yes, you'll fall behind, but I think Ashes is also a game where it's important to realize if you're not playing 10 hours a day, you're going to fall behind regardless. Ashes is a direct correlation of time played and skill and knowledge into total power output. If I know more, if I play more, I know where to get the gear, I have more time to get it, I'm going to have way more power. So with that, I think it's very important in Ashes for people to realize I only have a few hours to play. My expectation isn't to be rank 1 player in the world, right? How many hours have we been watching this VOD and how much have we gotten through so far? Most of the VOD and I think probably like 3 hours. I won't lie. Looks gorgeous. PvP looks fun. I ran into some PvP earlier today, actually. We had a guildie that was running a caravan, and he got pulled up on by 2 people. So we went out, and PvP defended him a little bit. Ended up having some really nice small-scale PvP. And I was actually going to try to get some people from the guild out to do some, like, some more PvP smacking around tonight. We don't have many people on right now, but I feel like I could convince people to come around and rock out with their cock out a little bit. 3 hours about right? Yeah, we've been vibing though. 15 minutes left. Yeah, it's not that bad.
when it comes to providing feedback.
I feel like
how
the
to
last
course
part
correct,
won't be very...
make changes.
Okay,
how to
hold on.
iterate, and
Give us timeline.
create the remainder of ashes.
Tell us what's good.
You know, like I said, over the course of January and February, we've introduced the entire peninsula of the Sand Squall Desert.
Right,
In March, we're going to introduce the Turquoise Sea.
right.
In
Tropics.
April, we're going to introduce the June Dark.
Oh, that's
In
huge.
May, we're going to introduce the Anvils. Like,
Oh, so we're getting a biome a month,
continent,
essentially.
the first
That's
continent
massive. That's so
will
fast.
be near completed from a landscape foliage and gatherables perspective.
That's fucking huge.
You know, probably around the halfway point of this year.
Bloody hell.
That's so
that
fast.
is a rapid advancement in
That's
development.
incredibly
To
fast.
your point,
Just to put
Yeah,
that into
go ahead.
context, the size of these places, that
That's
would
really
be
fast.
the equivalent of like a massive half-year update in a fully released MMO, right? Like a big quarter update in a full production
It's
MMO.
the
and you're
Brimstone
knocking
Sands update
these zones
in
out,
New World,
you'll
and
be
we're getting it
knocking them out
once a month.
month on month. So things are really
Yeah,
ramping
Yeah, it's
up.
ridiculous.
the first continent, I think the entire first continent is something like 700 or 800 square kilometers, something around there.
Yeah, and I remember
Like,
It's
back
fucking
in January,
massive.
people were complaining about the desert, but you very quickly,
A revamp and an
the
expansion.
past 2 months, you've been hammering that out. So it seems like
It's nuts.
back to what I was saying before.
Gonna get a
the
note
things
trying to
that
get my GF
players
to join me before I jump.
see, like the
Let her play on your
actual
account.
content
That's
of the
valid.
world, the
That's valid.
biomes,
Also,
the
if
assets,
anybody in
that
chat is thinking about
relatively
getting
quick
into
to
Ashes
develop.
and you want to support the channel,
Like we were
make sure you do
saying
exclamation
well,
Ashes. I'll throw it in
and
the
a lot
chat
of
for
that
you.
is
And if you
already
guys haven't made your
developed,
accounts yet,
right,
you can make
on
your
our
account
lower
using that
streams,
link, and a
on our
portion of
lower
all of your
branches.
purchases get
Also,
kicked back to
more
stream as
of the
in-game
world
currency
that's-
for the in-game
you've
store,
got.
which is drip only.
There's a
Okay,
lot
okay.
there's a lot that's been worked on over the course of a period of time, and it has to go.
Yeah,
through
world
the
team's
proper
going
QA
fucking sicko
channels.
mode.
It has to be properly implemented within the world.
So many backend things as well.
But regardless,
I mean,
like,
dynamic gridding's already
we've got.
functional.
yeah, and that's generally true. I would say of most projects that go through open development, right?
Yeah.
Even though they're open development, you know, things have to be in a position where the players can interact with them, and have it be somewhat stable.
Yeah.
We have stability issues. We have bugs. There are plenty of bugs within the prod environment.
There are a ton of
But,
bugs.
we're
But we
one
find them,
team. So
and we get them
don't have a
fixed.
separate live ops team that's focused on live ops issues. We juggle and balance.
He's gonna die to
between
this if he
our
pulls this.
forward-looking,
Don't do it.
development team and our current need for the bugs that are within the testing population. And that's a constant, tug and pull between let's address the bugs now and make the, playable, testable experience better versus stay focused on the outstanding feature work and development work that needs to be implemented on a cadence that we know, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a constant struggle. So,
They've done
to go back to the
a
original
lot,
question
though.
real quick, I wouldn't change the transparent development process at all. Right? I wouldn't change it at all.
I would take
But
away
it
that
has
silly
been
visual
the most
NDA.
difficult part probably of this journey, which is ensuring that people have an accurate representation of what we're trying to accomplish,
Right.
so that we preserve that unique environment to collect player feedback.
I mean,
and
True
it's
Word will
not
always get out,
sullied,
whether it's a good or a
by
bad title.
misrepresentation of the project in its current form. Now, with that being said,
One person representing it in a way
for
only gets so
people
far.
that want to wait and see how the project turns out over the course of the next, period of time from now until launch, that's perfectly fine. That's we know that development is not for everybody. We will be there, ready and able to show what Ashes of Creation has accomplished when that launch day comes, and those people will have an opportunity to, look at the fruits of our labor and say, is this a game that appeals to me? And it might not.
Yeah,
I
fair.
love that Steven always says that. The systems aren't
I
meant
can
to
imagine
appeal
the
to
open
everybody.
Development has also been hard
it's
on
not
you
going to.
personally at times, because if I put myself in your shoes, like you've obviously funded this game massive amounts of money. If I
Couple
was in your
dollars.
shoes and people was to critique the game as heavily and call it a scam, if I put in that much of my own money, not that I have that, of course, but I'd be quite annoyed. I'd find that
No
quite
way,
hard
Steven
to
just
deal with,
laughed
so I
at him
think
for
you
saying he was
deal
poor.
with that quite well.
That's crazy.
It
Steven just
definitely-
rich laughed at him.
will
What the
not lie and
fuck?
say that it doesn't affect me, like, at a personal level. I think it definitely gets to me
absurd.
to a degree. However, with that being said, I am a relatively competitive gamer, and
Yeah.
I have said some shit in in the games I've played, and I've had some shit said to me. So I've developed a relatively
Oh,
thick
God.
skin.
That's good. You're a
and it's-
Dota
it's-
2 player, so
I am a Dota player.
Yeah, Steven handles it well.
I can handle some level of toxicity that most gamers probably can't. However, my perspective has always been that,
Yo, what up,
you're
Bragg?
not
How you
gonna
doing, brother?
Control, that kind of narrative during development, and there's no point in trying.
yeah.
People will formulate opinions based off of hearsay and bullshit, and that's all good. It is what it is. The game will speak for itself when launch day comes.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's going to appeal to a certain group of people. That's cool. We know that. We've made very specific decisions around PvP and PvX and, the stylization,
Clank.
that is just not going to be for
For a second, I thought Dusty
We
was
know
in the
that.
interview as
We're not
well.
trying to build a game. that's
No,
for
I'm
everyone.
not important.
What we're trying to do is to build a game that answers, these three things.
That's one of the deans of Carfin, by the way. This statue, it's also at Carfin. It's at the top of the stairs as you go up, top left statue.
What we're
Going
trying
into
to
the
do
tower?
is to build a game that answers, these three things. A dynamic world that responds to players' actions and decisions.
Which they're already
A
getting.
company that upholds, excuse me, I'll go down with this one. A company that upholds
I love you guys. I appreciate that.
the integrity of the
I bet they're all
players'
connected. That's
activities
been
in
my
the
theory
world
since Desert
and
Mama
doesn't
came out.
undermine it with predatory monetization practices.
So basically, Desert Mama, when she came out, Desert Mama is Eterna, one of the goddesses. But it's like a human monument, right? And Carfin, its entire lore was that it was a university where the elves taught the humans magic, and some shit went down, and there was an evacuation spell that was cast. The evacuation spell went horribly wrong and corrupted Carfin and turned all of the occupants of Carfin into the occupants now. So my theory was that Desert Mama was like a monument to the massive loss of life at Carfin, kind of like a monument of grieving. And then like a story arc at Carfin would facilitate Desert Mama's hands either like sandstorming or legitimately bleeding, like just raining blood down from her hands, and then that would open the desert dungeon that's underneath her. That's my whole theory. I think Desert Mama is linked up to Carfin and is a monument to like the destruction and the death and the doom that was at Carfin that happened. I might be crazy, but that's what I'm thinking.
This is for pay to win or pay to convenience things. And lastly, a group of people that interact with their players, listen to what they want, and change the change the game based off of that feedback. Like those are the core tenets.
They're very responsive to feedback, but I think they're also very good at differentiating like when it's valid community feedback and when it's not.
We are going to appeal to some level of that market share. 3, 2, 1.
I don't like the start of that for Peon. It's a rough little start. Steven's got some burst coming out. The lightning strike's gonna get him down to half here, like down to a quarter, yeah.
Oh my.
Peon, you can't run from the range.
So finally, what's the thing that you're most excited to see the community reaction to with Ashes before the end of 2025? Have you got something you want to tease to us, or what are you personally most excited for?
The biggest thing you're excited to see the community reaction to before the end of 25.
To see
Phase 3 opening up probably.
I'm excited to see monster coins.
Monster coins are going to be sick.
Which are players interacting with the
turns you into a massive like
NPCs,
siege monster,
and they can interact with other players as those NPCs during certain events. We have some basic functionality of that in
monster
place.
coins are cool.
I turned into
we watched the showcase of that a while back.
Here,
Yo, okay, that's cool.
So this is one of our raid bosses, and I can now.
I died to this guy before.
I've been this raid boss in the past for some raids that we've done.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I almost 1v1'd it.
Players eventually be able to
I had
control
it super
creatures
low.
like raid bosses like that.
Absolutely, super rare, but yes. And then they can
Yeah, he was RPing before as well. He's got good control of that thing.
To unlock
it can fly
abilities for certain monsters based off of their success and progression.
Oh, is it like a skill tree kind of thing?
Yes, that's right. And they can get cosmetics based off of their successes.
That's so cool.
These coins drop.
So you'll be able to cosmetic grind
certain events.
And you can farm up the coins. Okay.
Crazy.
Careful, don't get zapped.
So I'm guessing they'll have like get wrecked.
Did he just move right into it?
Oh no, you got zapped.
Bray.
I'm sorry.
Bray.
I've had the UI.
Bray.
So
I decided to riot against
this. Will have
this.
different rarities. This one would probably be like
I
a
1v1'd
legendary,
it.
right? Because it's a raid boss.
That's right. Yeah.
And you got more common ones, which would be like normal mobs.
Like a Grem.
Yes, that's right. Yep. Yeah, exactly. That's correct. That's exactly correct. And then the other thing that I would say I'm looking forward to is sieges.
Sieges, yeah.
Sieges are going to be phenomenal.
I think the acquisition of relics, those relics being then housed within the nodes,
And then nodes just getting gang busted.
To take the relics that are scarce commodity, essentially.
You're also eventually going to have like stories where multiple nodes work together to get a relic, and then it's a battle of who actually gets the relic after it.
That's unique to each server. And I think that's going to be something that's super cool. So watching players
sieges are going to be great.
Nodes
it's going to be
in order to
so much drama.
Scarce relics, I think is going to present.
Because even if you're a comp guild and you get sieged by like
political,
6 different nodes,
intrigue.
You might not be doing too much fun. You might not be having too much fun.
Every siege is different. You'll have different competitive aspects. I remember back when I played BDO.
I really hope they have one-off items and they don't change from having them. What do you mean one-off items?
Of each side of the war. So having that in Ashes is going to be.
Oh, that looks fucking terrible.
Very much look forward to.
Is that a shield with?
That's coming in 2025.
Oh my
That's coming this year. Sieges.
Oculars?
Sieges are coming. No, I believe at the end of March.
Yes.
This month.
Node sieges are this month.
Now, The siege functionality will be present.
That's clean.
But the destruction of the node won't come for another month or so. Probably another month.
So
probably
this is
another
node
couple.
sieges, not
Okay.
castle sieges, right?
These are node sieges.
Yeah, yeah.
That's correct.
Castle nodes
There's
aren't
a
needed
diff-
yet.
a difference between them.
The testing has been happening on our PTR environment.
Yeah.
So we've been having a few hundred players participating
Right.
in these node sieges. And then once we have the node destruction event in place for the siege, which will probably come in a couple more months, that's when the siege, the node.
You did something and it dropped an almost god tier item. You're the only person ever in the game to get that item. I don't think they have anything planned like that. Relics.
Open PvP
So
and people can go in.
relics aren't like a type of gear or anything like that. Relics are something that can be like captured and held by a node in the reliquary, and they'll give like the occupants of that node different bonuses. So there's incentivization for nodes to like capture and hold relics and stuff like that. I don't think they necessarily have any plans for like god tier items. Their strongest tier of items is going to play into like, obviously the rarity system and the hardest content, but yeah. 100 ever since Quest. I feel like having things that are just like too powerful though in the hands of like too few people creates a massive power dynamic where it's like almost impossible to get those at a certain
try
point.
to find loot predicated on the old.
It'll be interesting to see what they do with relics, though.
accomplishments.
Relic raids were huge in Dark Age
And
Camelot.
they can
Gave you
fight
access
over
to a
that
zone.
loot as
Ooh,
like an open
wait, so what was the
battleground
purpose of that?
Yeah.
Like,
so
were
it's
relics
a super
player
cool
held,
idea.
or
Very nice. It's going to be cool to see these big unique features.
once
of
relics get
Ashes
acquired,
coming together,
they will
this
be
year,
present
see how
in
it
nodes
plays out.
reliquaries, and you'll be able to
3,
like
2, 1.
siege for that. Oh, the cleric duel. This is gonna last an hour, isn't it?
Oh, myself.
What does he keep hitting to go not full
Big
screen?
judgment. Okay.
Bro's binds
Dealing
or
some
something.
damage.
What do you keep hitting, Peon?
Heal.
I believe.
Oh.
The sustain is surely gonna win out here, right?
Oh no.
Nah, his mana's actually kind of cooked.
Okay.
You've gotten the hang of it so far. Oh shit, I'm not gonna be able to outdo it.
Smite. Papa condemn.
His Windows key?
Mobility.
Bro, the full Windows key tap out's crazy. Does he have a control bind?
So it feels.
Yo, Grumpy, thank you for the 2
I might
months,
be out
brother.
of
I
mana,
appreciate
though.
you.
I'm out of mana almost.
Who runs out first? That's the entire thing in like cleric
Might be an
anything
auto
fights.
attack battle then. Whee!
There it is. Oh, I'm at 200
Steven
mana.
on top.
Oh shit.
Next time we do an interview in the future, we're gonna rematch in all these classes, and I'm gonna learn how to play
Peon
them.
in shambles.
I'm
Peon
down.
in
Thanks
shambles.
for your time, Stephen.
The
Really
hands on the
appreciate it.
head was crazy.
Yeah.
It's been 8 years at this point since I first ever covered Ashes, I think. It's gone fast, hasn't it?
I know, right? That time has flown by. I can't believe you're an entirely different person than you were 8 years ago.
He's probably taller now.
You've leveled up now. We have to. I'm telling you, man. When you come here, we got to do. We did 1v1 in the game, but when you come down to San Diego, we got to do like a 1v1
IRL?
kickboxing match or something.
I'll teach you some
And
Muay
with-
Thai. I'll teach you how to do a switch kick.
Did Steven just say he was going to fight a content creator when he saw him? I don't want to go to San Diego anymore. Fly Peon out instead of me. Fuck. Jesus Christ, I don't want to go out and fucking walk in and Steven just starts fucking throwing hands and shit. Jesus Christ. Fucking bicycle kick? What's going on here? Fly Dusty out. No, I don't want to go anymore. I'm busy that day. I've been talking about going out to Intrepid. I don't want to fucking go anymore. I'll walk in, Steven will toss me boxing gloves, and while they're in the sky, uppercut my shit. Fuck, I don't want to go out anymore. Jesus Christ. I'll just go out to TwitchCon and hang out with Planendorf. Fuck.
I'm ready. Just
Jesus
don't kill me.
Christ.
If you kill me, then the project might be in peril. No,
Holy shit. You have to fight a duck.
Cool.
Oh,
Thanks a lot.
sorry, brother. I enjoyed it.
That's crazy.
Cheers.
There are just duck bosses everywhere. That was a good interview. That was really solid. I mean, we got a lot of forward-looking content out of that as well. Like, a lot. Oh my god, why did I just yawn? We got a lot of good info out of that, though. Forward-looking content as well. Biome updates. Basically, rapidity of, like, content. It's really nice. Thus, you wouldn't beat the duck? No, I would never hit an animal. No, I have my duck slippies behind me. Yeah, I have duck slippers behind me. I wouldn't be able to. I would simply... Well, I was gonna say I would pick up the duck and bring it into the bathroom with me, but that doesn't sound very good when I say it out loud. So I'm gonna 86 that one, and you guys just pretend that I didn't say that shit. What are we doing after this? What are we doing? We must do something. How do we only have 4 people on? Wouldn't hurt a duck. What exactly are those slippers made out of? What slippers? I've never seen slippers in my life. No, you can't. You can't see shit. I gotta go get water. I don't know what slippers. What up, hoes? I had to go get my duck slippers to a Yossi. Oi. Steven should take off fall damage, pick Dusty up, bring him to the skybox. Fall damage has been a thing, it's just capped at 150. So, like, there is fall damage, it's just you would have to fall... I feel like I'd have to fall like 30 times to actually die. Does Ashes have an FPS counter? Yes, Alt-Shift-F. It does indeed. We claim the beams, boys. I've actually got a little bit of gold. We're up tremendous. I personally, I think I'm chilling on Vans for a little bit. You rich? Oh yeah, we're up large. Nothing is bad right now. We do need to find something to do though. So let's see what everybody is up to. And let's see what's what. Why doesn't that work for me? Alt Shift F? F as in like fuck off? Thanks for the reminder, I need to go to Winstead and switch my wood over. Yeah, I got you. Happy to help, dude. Weird. It's not working. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. That mine works. Brings it up here. I don't think I like rebound mine or did any like sorcery or tomfoolery or anything. Y'all picking him with his wood? No, he's a big boy. He's got his wood taken care of himself. Just logging in right now. I did post a gear listing for medium gear in guild chat of Discord. Where do we need to go? Summarize for me. What's our best chance? I'm assuming Forge. A bunch of maps. So, you want to know something fun about that, Socks? My character's been bricked for maps since like 2024. It's not an exaggeration. Before the new year, I did a map and I didn't end up like finishing the map and it bugged my entire character. This here is my claim. I'm the owner of every bit of Cling and Clang. I'm speaking about all that metal rubbish you find half buried. Drop by the... Okay. Wait, what? Okay, so this guy's fucking insane. What's this? Is this like a jumping puzzle? Why is there an interact over here? What? Is this a jumping puzzle or is this a bug? What? I don't think it's a jumping puzzle. It just might look like stairs. Regular Carf, Steelforge has Griffin gear from Thorin. Some named items in Grave Peak, Blood Runner, Tower of Carf. Get up there on the route? I don't think... I mean, I think the best chance of me getting up on the route would just be running up the rock. I'm pretty sure I can just run up this. Yeah. Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's a jumping puzzle. This is this guy's house, though. Interesting. Maybe he has goodies in his house? No. I don't even know how he gets in there. Alright, fuck it. Alright, so... Carf. Wreckage of Carf. And Steel Bloom. What? Has Griffin, Forge for Tauren. Griffin is gonna be this set, right? It's just Dex, Fizz Power, and then another... Does it go Attribute at blue? Fuck me. Does everybody need Steel Bloom? Fine, man. Get on for fucking Steel Bloom. I'll go do some goddamn stupid fucking Steel Bloom. I hate it there. I love Steel Bloom, but I hate Steel Bloom. Why do you hate Steel Bloom? Because Steel Bloom requires my backline and people other than me to have a functioning fucking brain, and nobody ever does. So we pull fire mobs who have a threat drop and they send fireballs into the backline, and my backline camps under that shit like a center fielder about to fucking throw out a runner tagging on third. Like, I swear to God, they just get under it and they just sit there and they get ready to catch it. They catch it with their face and they fucking die. Never seen you go there. There's a reason for that. I went there enough. I went there enough. You can tell he loves his guild members. Only some of them. My melee players are fine. I really love all my backline. No, I'm kidding. I haven't gone there with the guild. I haven't brought my mouth breathers over. This was just like the leveling process and it scarred me for life. It's like, it would basically be like going to Vietnam on tourism and the war breaking out while you were there. And as a result, you're like, yeah, I'm never going back there again. Fuck that shit. I'm good. Not taking that chance again. He only loves those who don't need Steel Bloom. Man, if people get on right now, I will go fucking farm Steel Bloom. I'll do it. I'll do it for the people. I'm willing. My body is willing, my mind is ready. I'm making the necessary preparations. And it may just be because I took a fat Rapinski when I went out there a second ago. But I'm feeling like it's worth it for the people. I'm down to join if that's cool. Everybody except Ignites is welcome to join. Ignites? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, come through. Come through. Come through. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm so mean, guy. Perfect! You said fire is good. Well, yeah, so if someone just went corrupted on me at level 10. Where? Starter area? They're probably gonna die before I can get there, but the crystal. What crystal? Mount? Hoofsy. Hoofsy? Did Hoofsy kill you? Hoofsy is right next to him. Wait. Hoofs isn't showing up. And 7 levels above. Wait, so where did you die? Miraleth? I've never had... I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't think I've had anybody corrupt to kill me. Just run up and straight corrupt. Maybe someday I will, but... Where was it, Stomps? The crystal mount Hoofsy is right next to him. Did Hoofsy kill him? Is the threat neutralized? At the gem spring. Where the fuck is that? Oh, south? Okay. I'll go down that way real quick. And then we'll go to Steel Bloom. What are all the things on the map? So, over on the map, you have a few different indicators here. So, you don't need the legend. I'll just take you through it. So basically, the small diamonds, these are going to be points of interest. Zones of interest, points of interest, whatever. These are different NPC tables throughout. The little, like, just gray. So blue diamonds are points of interest with enemies. And then you have the diamonds with the border. That's going to be an elite point of interest. So that is elite mobs, group play. From there, you have multiple of those throughout the map. And you'll eventually see a couple of these like red door portal looking things. Those are going to be your dungeons. So as denoted by the map, there are only 2 dungeons. Despite what Kenko says, Steel Bloom is not considered a dungeon. It's considered an elite point of interest. I'm just putting that out there for you. Saw the guy go red on the map, but he disappeared. I'll see if I can catch him coming up. Do you think that he went like north? Because I'm down here now. I don't really know where somebody would go to avoid getting slayed. What were you doing that they like corrupted to kill you, Stomps? Very weird. Farming spiders. Is it a level 17 you said? You were level 10 and there were 7 levels up? Haven't seen them for about 4 minutes. Interesting. But yeah, so then these little like phoenixy looking type shits, those are ember springs. So those are like your respawns throughout the map. There are no fast travels in Ashes, but when you die, you can respawn at the nearest ember spring, or you can choose one ember spring as your home ember spring. So when you die, you have the option for either that closest ember spring or the home one. Level 10 on 10. Oh. Weird. What the fuck? So a level 10 murked your shit and then logged off instantly? What the fuck? Fucking psycho behavior. I'm very confused. Just finished 3 elites and 4 mobs, and they jumped me. Do you have a shitload of glint on you or something? Is dying like a hearth then? Kind of, but dying has a cost. So your materials tab here can store glint, which you can sell to vendors for gold or use on your caravans to buy commodities, or your gatherables in terms of like materials and shit like that. Those go in your mats tab. Your actual items go in the item tab. So when you die in like a normal death, 25% of what's in your material tab will drop on your ashes, like your corpse, and then another 25% just poofs off into the abyss. So if you get killed by somebody, they can take just 25% of what's in your mats tab, and every time you die, you also get experience debt. What'd you find? Ooh, I found it. You found the spawn. Spawn for what? Oh, for Lego mats? Oh, don't tell anyone. Yeah, do not say where you are. When at max level, is the XP debt a non-issue? Right now, it's actually kind of a non-issue despite existing. So there is XP debt stat dampening. So you get a percentage of your main stats nuked by experience debt. But the thing is, the stats aren't the highest numbers. So like if you have a 4% stat dampening, you'll lose 3 strength. So it's not like that's exactly the most punishing thing across the board. It is noticeable, but yeah, it gets a lot less of an issue at max level. Now it can add up, but okay, who's getting on for this shit? Slacker, Crow. Where are Merc and fucking Chewy? If we get Merc and Chewy for stupid fucking Steel Bloom farm. Hey, Steel Bloom! I don't hate it that much. I just hate watching my range die. I think Steel Bloom itself is very pretty. I think it's very nice. I just think the mobs there, like, I like the town, but I don't like the people that live there. It's a rowdy bunch. I think they're assholes. I think they're lowering the property value. I'm gonna put out a fucking ping in the Discord. Guild chat. AOC. I'm tanking Steel Bloom. Get on, or I sacrifice your children to Steven. Cool. I put the ping out. We're up tremendous. I think we'll have some people that are getting on soon. / invite ignites. Are you in guild? I made more room in guild for people. Griffin leggings at rare or higher have con, strength, and dex. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need those. Yeah, I'm gonna come up on those. That's, yep, that's fat. So maybe we just farm some Griffin set. So Griffin set comes from Steel Bloom, you said? Which mobs at Steel Bloom? Bum, 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 bum. That's interesting. R.I.P. the children? Yes. Yes, indeed. Griffin set was actually dropping for a little bit. That's how I got my Griffin belt. But basically, it was dropping when they added freehold mob spawns. And they've since taken away those freehold mob spawns, but yeah, it was popping for a little bit. There was one freehold that had like a bunch of fucking goblins outside of it that were spawning, or that were dropping the griffins. What's that? I want to hit like Lego Braidwood or some bullshit just for fun. I feel like the first Braidwood I find is just gonna pop out Lego. Chat, where are the Braidwoods at? Flameforge, Captain, Arsonist, Raider, and Ranger. Okay, yeah. So it's pretty much all of them. Grave Peak also. I farmed Grave Peak a little bit. I never did like a ton of extensive farming out at Grave Peak, but... Probably all on timers. Oh, I'd be willing to wager at this point, yeah. I can't wait for dynamic rarity, man. Just like simply dynamic rarity in Gathering changes the entire economy. The entire economy. Oh, that water's a little wacky there. Pop. Do 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 do. Is there someone in here fighting? Am I tripping? Are we gonna be too high level to get shit? You said it's flame forged? Where are the flame forged versus the Forsaken Blades? That's all Forsaken Blades. Forsaken Blades. Who's here? Alan, Caps, Lynn. What you guys doing? Wargrizz is a crazy name for a bear. Alright, so what are they doing here? Forsaken Blade Farm? I knew I heard somebody fighting. Oh! Whew. Oh, okay. Okay. That was scary. Grave Peak has good wrist and ring for Fizz. Both come from name mobs. What's the ring? Is it main stat? What does it say? Realms have a different environment and drop downs in the launcher with an error and warning sign. They just put Vira in its own little area. So Vira's just like sequestered off into its own, I don't know, like realm area. So you just have to select either Vira or Lotharia Lineth. And I think they're just testing like some back-endy type stuff. How am I supposed to get out of here safely? I guess I can probably just scoot at this point. Ow. What the fuck? Ow. Oh shit. Ow. Jesus Christ. Fire mobs hit hard. Just putting that out there. I would recommend running. Just personally. Okay. We're on Vira? Yeah, we're on Vira. So we don't really know like what they're testing on the back end, so to say, but they're testing something on the back end. We don't know what. Oh, I didn't grab rations again. Gosh, freaking darn it. What happens when you steal someone's loot? What up, Evra? You get PvP tag? That is correct. You go into the combatant state, which is purple. Is there a way to steal the stuff and be untagged? No. If you are stealing somebody's loot, you'll go into that purple state, which is like a temporary tag. So I could go like purple now and then just unflag and stuff like that. And the purple state will wear off. It just lasts for a little bit. There's 3 buildings and 3 different bosses. Go to our Flameforge captain spawn spot from the mobs in the area while he respawns. Wait, so there are 3 buildings? So like this building, this building, this building? Or am I looking at that wrong? So you can steal and go hide for a few minutes? Yep, you can go hide for a few minutes after you steal. You can hit mobs to make it expire a little bit faster. It was like 30 seconds without getting hit for me when I accidentally stole. Yeah, it's not very long. It's not very long. What are you farming? We are farming, I don't fucking know. There's caster gear and apparently some of the Phoenix set that drops here. So we're trying to farm that. Trying to get more people on. I think Nin said he was getting on. I don't know where Merc and Chewy be at, but I'm sure they're around somewhere as well. If you click X or something, you heal. Oh yeah, it's a sit. Yeah, sitting passively gives you some resto. It gives you 50 and 43 per second, but me and Merc coming now, switching. Huge. Huge. I mean, why don't I just get a fucking raid for this? What if we just pull up with like 30 people for this? Forsaken Blaze can drop the gear as well if they're at level 20. So we just need to like push into the main buildings and then just spawn those areas. A level 24 bard looking for groups, Steel Bloom. Works for me. Where do we go solo at level 9? Best spot is going to be over in Jova, the purple node. These lakes will have frogs around them that you can AoE pull. That's like the best spot if you can get it uncontested. I want a soda. Chat, Pepsi or Coke? What am I grabbing? I don't have any Dr. Peppy. I feel like I've had more Pepsi than Coke lately. I don't really know what's left in the box. It's just kind of like a mixture, but... Chewy, Merc. I mean, realistically, the group comp right now would fucking pump. Water? I have water. I've been drinking water all day. Get water? I don't need to get water because I got water. Yeah, I keep that thing on me. In that thing is proper hydration. And a routine sleep schedule. It's very important, chat. One thing I need to do better is eat breakfast. Chewy's on his ult? No, Chewy's over here. We got Chewy. He was on his ult, but we wrangled him in. So I think, like, with this group right now, we'd probably be fine. I don't really foresee us needing, like, more. But Nin will get on soon. We'll have Victor on in, like, an hour-ish, he said. Even like 6 months to start saving up for VIP? I don't think it's 6 months. We've already had an Ashes VIP redeemed. Bloodied Bone Ring from Grave Peak has strength and dex. At Heroic, it has strength, dex, and con. Fuck me. Okay, yeah, so those are probably the play. Ashes VIP? Yeah, a VIP that was like earned through Ashes. Yo, what up, Trillphil? Drink water. I don't have a hydrate command over on YouTube, so I'm just kind of obligated at this point. Got you, gang. Over on Twitch, we have like fucking hydrate commands and stuff. It's more primitive over on YouTube, but we do it for the boys. Reward yourself with an orange Fanta. Oh, dude. Orange soda's so good. Fuck, if I had an orange soda right now, I would. Do the guards attack you when you have something written stolen in your bag? Nope. As long as you're not flagged up for the combatant state, you could steal glint, you could steal gear if somebody was corrupted. Technically, that wouldn't be stealing it. But yeah, stolen glint, all of that stuff, you can have that right in your bag. Ignite, why you got 2 weapons on? Chat, dual wielding first look. I got some orange soda right now, for real. Sunkissed slaps. Orange soda's good. It's just, I'm pretty sure orange soda's like the highest sugar of any soda. I like orange juice a lot too. I won't lie. I really like orange juice with pulp, but I've been talking about this a lot lately. Orange juice is fucking expensive right now. I don't know what it is, but I typically get Tropicana because it's not from concentrate. Like, it's that good shit, that real shit, right? And I get Grove Stand because it's the most pulp. It's basically like, you know, just fucking blending an orange and then putting that shit in your face, right? So, I'm at the store and I'm like looking for some Tropicana. I find my gallon of Grove Stand and I'm like, oh fuck yeah, let's bring it home. And I look at the price tag and that shit said over $11 for a gallon of Trop Grove Stand. I was actually offended. Not even because it was like that expensive, but because I'm too poor to afford it. That's why I was mad. It's my own fault. Bop, bop. We're up. Do you lose more gear when you die while tagged PvP than when you die without a PvP tag? So you won't lose like gear or anything. You'll just lose materials unless you corrupt, which is like non-consensually killing someone. But in terms of like dying with less, you actually lose less from your materials tab and are punished less if you die like PvPing. So if you are getting hit, it's in your best interest to turn and put up a fight because you'll lose fewer materials. Pretty cool system. I wish that we could duel people in the same guild without calling in a van, because I would kick the shit out of Slacker right now for funsies. Once duels come in, I'm just not gonna stop dueling. We're gonna be getting ready to farm outside of an area, and I'm just gonna be dueling everybody. It's so good. Ignite, what's your fizz power? Why the fuck are you glowing? Dude's got fucking aura. What is this? 480? God damn. Fuck it, you want to duel? What level do you need to be to start Steel Bloom? Steel Bloom's like 17 to 23 ideally, but it's rough. There are some mobs in Steel Bloom that terrify me to this day. I have avoided Steel Bloom for a long time. No idea why duels aren't in the game already. It just hasn't been a huge prio for the core gameplay loop in terms of actual like functionality. Like, I totally get that. 2 people being able to smack the shit out of each other isn't really like a complex system or anything. Good news is Steven has said it's on the agenda for phase 3. That's gonna be something that we get. And then we'll also get arenas as well. We don't really know like what the arena specifically will entail, Cheeks, but we're really hoping on like this community's end of things that it stays open world and maybe like each biome, so like Riverlands, desert, you know, June Dark when we get that, the forest. We've kind of talked about like the possibility of like each biome having a physical arena, and within that you run into the arena. It's this big grand entrance, right? And you go upstairs to the side, and that brings you into your like amphitheater seating. You go down into the middle, and there's an inner ring with a viewing area. When you go into that inner ring, you and your group go into the queue. You can watch the fights that the fight that is happening, right? And then through that, it's winner stays, and the next team in the queue is then brought into the arena at the conclusion of a match. The winner heals up, like just gets popped back up to the top, gets their cooldowns back. And from there, the next event starts with the fight to the death between the teams, and winner stays until they lose. So through that, you would have different biomes that are home to different guilds, different types of guilds, different numbers of players. So you would have competitive arenas. You would have main events. You would have different side arenas throughout that follow the entire lore of like the server itself and build into that. You would have a gameplay loop where people could literally host like betting on fucking arena matches and everything. It would add to server lore with like, these guys haven't lost an arena match in, you know, 4 days straight. So everybody's coming over here from different regions because they're saying they're the best arena players on the server. And so then you would eventually have like the fucking anime arc of like, we've got the best fucking arena players from the June Dark coming up to take on the best arena players from Frostgrave Fells first. And then we've got the Riverlands arena team versus the fucking Dunzenkel arena team. And winner of those take on the Tropics arena team because they're defending their title. Like, you would have so many literal fucking anime arcs that spawned because of that. It would be wild. You could have set arena times where you and like your team just typically show up. You could have people that follow your team. Like, dude, it would add so much to the game. Seems like an easy fix is all. Oh, I agree. I also think because it's something that's so easy to add and like fix in, it's also been something that they've kind of like not prioritized too high. But yeah, a duel without just like insta-death guaranteed would be really cool. Dusty got that good radio voice. I just yap a lot. I think I sound kind of nasally, I won't lie. My middle brother punched me in the face and broke my nose when I was very young. And so that's why it's like crooked. That's why I got kind of like the beak. And so it never got reset or anything. So I always thought I sounded kind of nasally. I feel like if I didn't have like a completely fucked nose, I'd have that like Tazon Day levels of like deep voice. I'd be sounding like corpse up in this bitch, minus like the GERD. So, I mean, that's just my theory. Just based on the massive amount of testosterone and other manly things running through my body. Massive amount. Okay, before we start, I'm gonna pop food. I'm also gonna pop a bong rip. I need to go into this place not remembering what happens when I come out. I'll be right back. I don't want to be coherent. I'm getting a Pepsi. Chat, anybody else work in food service growing up or anything? Excuse me. Who? My nipples are hard. Sorry, that was a side note. It's cold outside. Front of house and back of house. But busboy was my first job. I respect it. The true grinder. What is the... What, trying to custom glass? Nah, bro, honestly, if I stood up right now, I would get a 3-day from Twitch. What's the weirdest request, food-wise, that you've had from a customer in a restaurant? I still remember to this day the single weirdest person that I ever waited on. And like, not weird as in like I thought he was a murderer or something, but just like wacky, zany food weird. So I was waiting tables at Olive Garden. I did a brief stint at the OG. Feel free to ask me anything Olive Garden or Applebee's related as well. I worked at both of those for a bit. And so I was waiting tables at Olive Garden, and it was this dude that came in solo. And to this day, I still have this idea that he was either like a corporate like test or something of like my waiting aptitude, or maybe he was just fucking weird, right? But it starts out and I go over and I greet dude, and for his drink, he's like, "Can I get a Diet Coke?" And I'm like, "Yeah." It's not the weird part. The weird part was that he was like, "And would you be able to like put some chocolate syrup in it?" And I'm like, "Okay, I'm not about to judge." Like, yeah, I fuck with that. Yeah, all right. So I make him like his Diet Choco Coke, and we got fire starters. I'm bringing him back down. So yeah, I make him his Diet Choco Coke, and I bring that over, and dude gets the usual like Olive Garden shenanigans with like soup salad and bread dicks, right? And I'm like, I go over and I do the usual, look, you want any fucking cheese on your soup and shit? And I got my little cheese grater, and he's like, "So actually, would you be willing to just like grate me up an entire bowl of cheese?" And like, it wasn't like, I mean, kind of weird to combine these two things in terms of your flavor palette. But like, I can't judge him because I sit here eating blocks of cheese. And like, in hindsight, it's really not that weird. But dude had me grate up an entire fucking bowl of cheese and was just eating that while he was sipping on his chocolate Diet Coke. It's like every 7-year-old kid. That was a grown man. Oh wait, that's actually fucking nuts. Wait, I'm gonna grab that. That'll be easier to enchant. Yeah. I slap some enchanting on that bitch. That would kind of be fat. He has a palate of a 7-year-old. Is that actually like Diet Coke with like chocolate syrup? Is that a thing? I mean, I've waited on a lot of like asshole people and stuff like that, but I don't know. That was like the most out there. Lady just getting pickles on her whip? Wait, like whipped cream and pickles? Is that what I'm picking up here? Whipples! I don't know if whipples are something that a restaurant should be selling. That sounds like you're getting down a dangerous road. Oh, we lost Crow. My keyboard slid on me, so I was miskeying by 1 key. Can you point out where those frogs are? Yeah, it's Jova, and then the northeast corner of Jova, or basically like south of Halcyon. It's this big like lake thing right over here. It's pretty out there, but ketchup on mashed potatoes had me questioning stuff. I shouldn't say this. My dad did that. Well, still does. Yeah, my dad's a ketchup enjoyer. His mom was apparently fucking awful at cooking growing up. And so my dad is like I put ketchup on everything, and if you don't like it, go fuck yourself. From like, man, steaks dipped in ketchup to fucking macaroni salad, which is mayo based. He's put ketchup on. Dude, I've seen him put ketchup on just about everything. And like mayo chup isn't the worst in certain scenarios, but yeah, I don't know. That man consumes ketchup. Don't entertain it. Don't fucking entertain it. When I was a kid, I would put salt in my ketchup instead of on my fries. Why? Was it just like a fucking edgy, quirky delivery method? Or you just like, this is me, this is unique? That's the opposite. That's a judgmental. You're wondering the bloodline that I come from now. Yeah, no, understandable. Shit's weird, right? Like, we would go out to a restaurant with him, and we would be like, hey, like, You need to promise us that you're... I'm dead here. Uh-oh. This is what I'm saying, man. I don't know what happened. Had to respawn. Oh, fuck. Because you full died. Nope, I know what happened. That makes sense. That's my fault. I shouldn't have pulled that. I got a little too excited. Nope, that's just a Dusty pull. My healer was actually dead and it didn't register because I was too busy yapping. I stood on top of his body and I was like, oh, haha, you died. While meanwhile continuing to pull. Oopsie! The VIP redeem! I'm telling you, it's possible. Boys, Hoopsie didn't know me before I came here. Hoopsie! Wait, oh. Well, I tried. You're not allowed. What the fuck just poltergeist me? What the fuck was that? I'm so scared. Quack? Quack, quack, quack? Dude, I'm scared now. Oh no. Oh, that was so scary. I thought I was gonna go through the wall. That was terrifying, man. Where'd you go? I don't know. I don't know why I'm there. I don't know how I got there. I don't know why I was moving. I didn't touch anything. I didn't hit anything. I didn't input anything. I simply exist. I simply do what I can. I don't know, man. I don't know. Sometimes things just happen. It's an alpha. They haven't worked all of the kinks or the possessive demons out of the server. Please forgive anything paranormal that you may see. Caro trying to get in, make it a raid. Frick Caro. Invite. Welcome, Caro. We're gonna have more people getting on soon as well, I think. Okay, yeah, so I will say that one might have been my bet, but I'm still... Hear me out, I have a take here. I have a take here. Can we get VIP badge replaced by that? Can I do custom VIP badges? I don't know if I can do custom VIP badges, but that would fuck. Am I allowed to? I think I can just do like sub badges. I can do that for like a super long sub badge instead of the banana. The bananas are beautiful though. He's getting juked. He doesn't have shoes, he doesn't have knees, ankles. I just tore his fucking ACL, MCL, LCL, PCL, NCAA, and PGA 2K25. All in one move. Man's fucking cooked. Double ACV. Isn't that the kneecap? Bop. It is. Yeah, my brother's an occupational therapist, so he goes to people's jobs and gives them therapy. He's actually not an occupational therapist anymore. He works like big corpo now. He travels for work. He like oversees facilities and stuff. I think he's still in geriatric care. He's in the business of dealing death. At least it wasn't the Achilles. No, I've heard that guy's been healing lately. Can't really fuck with him at full HP. Can I get in? Knock, knock. Dwarf here. Discrimination. This church is supposed to be open to anybody. What if we... Do you guys see this? What if we go... Let's go in this big building. Big building area. Go up this way. That looks like it has more people. Those are level 18s. So, like, the mobs are getting closer to, like, outside of video range the further we go towards this big building. And this is, like, the big star in the middle. Yoink, yoink. Ka-chow. Hey, sir. I need you to fucking not. I also still have my single target Desolate on. I switched it over for PvP. Oh, I have Pulverize, not Desolate, though. I always forget the name of the other one. I usually run Desolate for PvE because of the little AoE splash, but I switch it over for PvP because it travels you like to the target a little bit. Nice little small gap close, especially if you do something like hit a reflect into that to open up a fight. Can be a nice little gap close opener that you don't necessarily have to like invest anything into. Did I steal those? No, I don't think I can. All right, up here. Come here. Oh, now come here. Up. I'm pillar fucking him and myself. It's all pillar fucked. Doesn't the single target version of it stun or trip? No, it's just more damage and like the movement with the single target, whereas the AoE one, it's like a frontal cone AoE type shit, kind of like a frontal U shape almost. And it doesn't travel you at all. But the thing with it is the tree off of it, it has a guaranteed crit against snared or recently tripped enemies. So that's where like the value comes in. So if something's slowed or if you've kind of like tripped it, so that's where I was talking about, you know, you go into PvP and say you go like reflect to start, he missed, but you trip him and then you go into that. And then you save your secondary trip and everything else like that. Yeah, it doesn't have a trip into it, but you'll notice I run a couple of combos typically with it. So with the first, it's not really a combo, right? But like Tremoring Strike into Pulverize is gonna be like the classic to force the crit on a single target. But you also have another guaranteed trip. So Ground Pound is a frontal cone slam that's a 20-second cooldown, and it applies trips. It trips targets that were staggered. So targets that were already tripped are launched and take more damage. So if you want to, you can kind of do like one of these and one of those, and you can like send increased damage out. But, oh, what the fuck? Con, Dex, and Strength. Oh, that's huge already. What? I guess we know where we're farming. Jesus. Okay. Nin, you're here. Huge. Welcome. Are you on? But yeah, so with the other side of it, you can force a stagger because your Intim aura has a 50% chance to stagger every half second. So you'll notice that that staggers a lot, or there's actually a guaranteed combo that you can do. So Shield Assault staggers enemies in front of you, so you can go Shield Assault and then Ground Slam, and that's an AoE trip. So we have a single target guaranteed trip combo to play off of, and then we have an AoE combo to also play off of where we can AoE trip in a frontal cone, and that's gonna be really useful for PvP. Cool thing about that is you have kind of like that little bit of a shield slam travel as well. So I feel like tank really does have like good movement, good setup. You've just gotta know your timings and space it out. Like when somebody's on the ground, you don't wanna be like actively trip spamming. You wanna trip, damage, let them get up, trip, damage, and then you want to go into like, you know, another type of CC, whether it's your stun from like weaving in your vengeance and stuff like that. Would I be able to join y'all at 18, or would I just bork it up? The XP would be bad because we're in a raid, and then it would lower the drops because of how far away the group is from each other. Unfortunately. So raid so XP is bad anyways. Yeah, but the drop rate would also be skewed by like the group being super far, if I'm not tripping. Unless that's entirely based on the mobs, but I'm pretty sure that's also based on group skew. You're so close. We need to find level 20s in here for level 20 gear. I mean, honestly, so Slacker, low-key, you might want this level 10 gear for early enchanting. Like, it's just gonna be so much cheaper. If you want to slap a few levels of enchanting on stuff right now, we may want to farm up a little bit of this and see if we get more of those drops, because that was a triple main stat level 10. And the biggest thing isn't like the level 20 gear giving you an extra like 1 to 2 strength. It's getting that base that has as many main stats as possible on it, and then from there you just like add to all of those main stats with enchanting. Like, it's more about the enchanting than the gear. So if you don't have enough money to enchant level 20 gear, you'll be better off like power wise in level 10 gear for the value, because you can even just slap like a cheap +3/+4 on it. So with that last chest that dropped, if you go +4 on that, you're gonna have 9 con, 7 dex, 5 strength on a level 10 piece for the investment of +4, which is probably like a gold. So you're gonna have like a really strong piece for next to nothing. Bristle! I would love another bard. Thank you so much. Is it worth dumping money into enchanting right before the enchanting squish? So that's why I was saying like maybe to like a +4 with it, because there's a point where your value tends to hit that like resistance point, right? Where it's like, I can push it up to +3 and get all of those main stats for like less than a gold per piece. And at that point, the increased main stats that you get will allow you to kill stuff so fast that by the time, you know, the enchanting squish is actually in, you make that 1 gold back. With that being said, when you push up to like fucking +10 on stuff, that's obviously going to be a much higher level of commitment in like terms of the gold input. So it's important with that to kind of like gauge it to how much you want to spend in terms of like the risk associated with having that rolled back, right? So I recommend across the board, like if you don't have the money to enchant level 20 gear, then, you know, even regardless of an enchanting squish, level 10 gear with more main stats on it, just because of how the gearing is working and how the power scaling works versus like mitigation scaling, you're still gonna want level 10 gear with enchanting until you can afford that level 20. Level 6 is when it becomes too big of a risk. Yeah, there's the risk side, and then there's the level of like per piece, how much is it to actually enchant this? And I don't know enough about enchanting to be like, oh, it's typically this much per piece. I'm actually gonna dabble into that. I'm saving some money to enchant the 10 pieces that I do have. So pretty excited for that. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. You guys are balling. No, you're chilling. I think I LOS'd you there. Just make sure we're like nuking fire starters ASAP when we pull them. Those are like the only thing that can give us any trouble. Anytime we see fire starters. 8+ could break a piece, yeah. Jewelry is definitely minus single. 2 enchant. Earrings and neck for level 10. Oh, so it's like 10 gold, you said? Yeah, that's really not bad. And across the board, you could probably do like legitimately +3 to most of your pieces for pretty cheap. And just getting pieces to that +3 across the board, if you've got double or triple main stat on it, is going to give you such high scaling. Because say you have, hypothetically, 10 of your pieces with +3, and you put in that very tiny bit of investment to get there. I currently have, with buffs up, 104 strength. That's 30% more power scaling for like a tiny, tiny, tiny investment. You go up to +6 on 10 pieces. Now you understand where the enchanting starts hitting. So across the board, you stack up all of those main stat bonuses, and you just go absolutely insane with all of like the waterfall attributes and stuff that you gain from that. Where would level 20 mobs be here? I mean, this is level 19. So I feel like we're not like that far off. Weapons where it gets pricey as fuck. Yeah, and I'm sure that's why people are opting towards like high rarity level 10 weapons still, right? The XP here in a raid isn't that bad. What are you getting per kill? 1.3k EXP on the 19 plus. Yeah, it's not terrible. Definitely worse than something like a car for probably even a Seth would be, but yeah, it's something. Do you guys have something in there, or do you just get the shit kicked out of you? I mean, if that rolled higher and had main stats on it. So what are the things that drop the like the fragments that are worth money? Because from what I've heard, people are paying like upwards of 20 gold per fragment. This Ceph group is giving 3.5k per kill. Ooh, if you have a spot in that Ceph group or someone drops, get Nelly in. She trying to level, I think. Uh-oh. Pew. Pew. I hope this doesn't social pull a bunch, but we should be chilling. Just short of tanks, sadly. Have tanks been hard to find lately? Have tanks always been hard to find? Like, where do we rate finding tanks now versus finding tanks previously? And no, you can't count having me as your tank. You just need a clank. What's the hardest thing to find from like a DPS's standpoint? Is it harder to find tanks, or is it harder to find like the support, like the cleric and the bard type? Tank and bard are painful. I would tend to agree. I don't really know what happened to all the bards. Like, they didn't even get a bad rework. They just made it so they couldn't fucking one-shot people. And all of the bard players were like, well, I'm not playing anymore. Between tanks and clerics, it depends on the time of day, really. Now, one thing that I'm excited for. How do you all think that the dynamic of 8-person groups will change with the addition of simply tank and cleric secondaries? My personal prediction is that the obvious, like, tank cleric combo to potentially eliminate a cleric from the group and fill it with a DPS is definitely worthwhile in an 8-person group. But one thing that I'm also excited to see is, how is a fighter cleric gonna work? Is a fighter cleric going to convert a portion of all damage that they do to healing within the area? Like, emanate like an aura of pain and also pleasure? Because that could also eliminate the need for a cleric if a fighter turns into a fucking melee healer. They have so many really cool options across the board that I think they're able to throw in that will significantly change the meta. Okay, my payback for this, how you guys can make it up to me, is since I'm gonna have a lot of you on, you have to agree to do PvP later. You must. We call in a shitty 10 silver van. We break up into groups, and we're gonna split up into even groups and kick the shit out of each other. And chat, if anybody's in chat and you don't have like fucking insano, I mean, honestly, even if you have high scaling, come through, because we can always just break people up. But yeah, come through. We'll bring a van out to the middle of nowhere near an Ember Spring. So I guess it can't be 2 in the middle of nowhere, but we'll do it near an Ember Spring where we can actually get good spawns. Power rating and con. Wait. What? Power rating in general. Wait. Are these broken? Why does it just say power rating? Can I need those to test something? There's either a typo in those or they're absolutely broken. They're magic. Wait, no, are they? No. What? Because I'm not losing the full 16. Am I losing 3? Fizz power 904. Am I at 901? 885. They're magic. It's a typo. Case closed. Problem solved. Report it. Shut up. I got a farm. If I knew that I would have needed on them, you can have them. I took them to test it. I don't actually need them. I had something earlier say power, and it took up both slightly. Really? That's weird. Was there a main stat that could have contributed to a waterfall? Where it was like power plus strength or something like that? I have a piece on it right now doing it. What's the piece? Because it could also have like one type of power as a main role and then an accessory role. No, I don't think so. I checked the same way you did. Weird. Weird. Well, now I need to get those bitches together like my Dragon Balls and test that bug. You guys have started a new side quest for me, and for that I thank you. Copper neck, it's affecting both. What does the copper neck have on it, like for the full attributes? Is it power and then a main stat or something? Oh my god, that's con and ment too? So mentality will be decent for like a caster secondary if someone just has a dog shit chest. 6 power, that's it. Weird. Do I have anything else for you? I don't know if you need that, but have fun. I don't need the book. Fuck. Let me pawn shit off on you. 6 power, that's it. And it's adding to your... It's adding to your physical and spell power. I need a GM with a dev console and a brain that wants to troubleshoot a couple of things. What are the odds I have just a random fucking GM lurking in chat right now? No, that would be too good. That would make too much sense. Is there a specific NPC to sell your glints? I'm in Lionhold and I can't find any NPC to sell these. So selling stuff, you'll just right click it in your bag. In Lionhold, I don't know if there's a vendor NPC or not, but in the like actual town settlements themselves, then you'll have those near like the market. But I don't know if Lionhold has an actual like vendor, just called vendor. Where is it in Lionhold? By the gate? North or south? Both? Okay, so like towards the gates heading out of Lionhold. It was right click. Oh yeah, I learned a hard lesson about right-clicking to sell stuff relatively recently. So there's a page on YouTube that is that earring affects both magical and physical. What? No, it literally did not just a second ago for me. I literally just tested it and it didn't. Okay, well I'm needing this one then to test it. What? Power rating's a stat. Right, but it's typically a physical power or spell power. Your other earring might have more physical. Well, it wasn't the delta that I lost, it was the entirety of it. Physical offense, rating 904. If I take this off, I'll do it after combat. Now this is confusing. Oh. The flail. All right. Physical offense. Fizz power. 904. Earring off. Earring off. Okay. 885. 885. What? That's gotta be bugged. Because that's not actually impacting the rating. The fuck? That doesn't make sense though. That some would have... Oh yeah, base power. Right? Yeah, rating 27. What else do I have 14 base power rating from though? Fizz power rating. Well, this doesn't quite make sense. Base power 9. 4.7. Huh. So regular power rating is OP. No, not OP. Peculiar. I feel like there's not a massive benefit to that with things that are like splitting. As a clank, I love it. There's no way. Are you actually going physical weapons on a cleric? That's fucking criminal. Full heavy. You can still go full heavy and con, but use the right weapons. None of your stuff scales off of physical. I mean, do what you want, but you're gonna hit for like 12. Yeah, you can still do full heavy con with like just the magic scaling weapons. I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm just telling you legitimately how the scaling of the game works. Anecdotal evidence of I hit for this against low-level mobs is anecdotal. I'm just informing you of like what the actual scaling will be late game, you know? I'm also solo build. Well, that's what I'm saying. Your build doesn't change at all from the fundamental aspect of like your abilities scaling off of a type of damage. That would be like me using a scepter instead of a mace because I wanted it to do magic damage. I would just lose scaling for no reason. Abilities or support semi-auto and yeah, I mean, feel free. Build however you'd like. I'm not sold on it, but feel free to prove me wrong. You may be the chosen one to defy the scaling. Cheeks said, I still don't understand how secondary classes will work. So basically, Cheeks, with your primary class, like I'm a tank, for example, right? So as a tank, I will still always have my tank abilities as my primary class. No matter which secondary class I have, those will be like my primary ability set, right? the secondary class that I choose will augment my like tank abilities or my primary class abilities with elements of the secondary class. So like if I'm a tank and a cleric, some of my abilities may give like a self heal or like you know, a group heal or something like that. If I am a tank mage, then I may get some like elemental status effects associated with my build or something like that, right? So your core identity will still be based on that main stat, but an example that Steven's given us, oh, it's the bone ring. So there's the bone ring and then there's the bleeding bone ring, but that's gonna be int on it. Jesus Christ, man, maybe Steel Bloom is the tits, fuck me. But yeah, so with that, like, if you're a fighter, one example that Steven's given is a fighter mage, fighter primary, mage secondary. Your fighter charge could very well be replaced with, or not be replaced, but like augmented into a teleport. So, ooh, convert. Listen, man, if I could just find the level 20 mobs as well, I'd be fucking tickled pink. My pink would be tickled. Consider it pink, but this is good for right now. As long as people are getting a lot of gear out of this, and the gear keeps coming. As long as people get upgrades, I'm happy. That's legitimately all I care about. I feel like as a tank, the grumblings of a tank need to be like heard as the grumblings of a curmudgeon-y old man. It's like, well, RIP my grandfather, but like when my gram would like yell at my grandfather to like get up and he'd just be like, oh, and he's like grumbly and shit, right? That's basically a tank. Anytime they have to do anything that's not the easiest content in the game to tank, we're always gonna be like, oh, why don't we just do this? It's easier. And we're gonna hate tanking regardless. We're like the grizzled war vet that's just grumpy that he has to go out and fuck shit up. And then we go out and we fuck shit up, and once we're actually having fun, it's fine. We're just like not mourning people. Ashes doesn't like me today. I don't either. Why? What's up? Bad laggy? Like network laggy or game laggy? I guess like frames. Memory leak? Make sure you don't have something running in the background. If you have Steam or something, make sure you close out of your Steam through the launcher tray. I was playing, when we did the little break in Enshrouded, whenever I would close out of Enshrouded, for whatever fucking reason, it would actually, like, stay up in the background. And it was really weird. As a tank, mob casters will be the bane of my existence. Listen, man. Mob casters, depending on the mob behavior, is fine. Mob moveset, I don't mind. You know what the worst thing is? Fleeing mobs. Mobs that either, like, will have mechanics where they run away from you, or mobs that have a buffer zone of, I want to be 2 meters away from the melee at all times. So, like, in Carfin, for example, the mages that are up there, the 3rd floor, like those mages, they have a little like backpedal buffer zone where they do not want to stand near you no matter what you do. Steam isn't good near your PC either. That is true. That is very true. I mean, unless you're trying to like clean your like MOBO or something, I've heard that you don't want to like scrub daddy it, because the last time I pink stuffed and scrub daddied my MOBO, I had to get a new MOBO. So, yeah, I heard a lot about how a lot of PCs use Steam, and so I bought a really good Steam cleaner, and I've basically just been using that for my MOBO since then. So it has been good. You just have to make sure that you spray some alcohol on it after, so that way it helps evaporate. Steam cooling for the win. It's evaporative cooling. It's literally, so like humans are peak evolution and we have evaporative cooling, and if our PC has evaporative cooling because it's really hot and then it gets really cold because it evaporates, then, you know, we're fine. I feel like that. Oh, my PC has really good temps, by the way. We talked about my temps last night. They were really good. Oh wait. Some of the mobs over near the bears. The top 2 tips. Top left one has the boss. Okay, so are we like... Is it on the ground or is it like up above? I love rubbing alcohol. Oh, isopropyl alcohol is fucking bis. I clean my bonski with it. Give me a high percentage isopropyl and we're ballin'. Thank you. I am a citizen of Sunhaven. Loud and proud. Thank you for the congratulations. Ground? Okay, swag. I don't know where ninjas came from, but... I feel like rubbing alcohol can be used for a lot of things. Is rubbing alcohol the same as isopropyl? Or are those different things? Are those different alcohols? It's a good... No, hoofs! No, smelling the fucking... No. That's not good for your brain cells, buddy. No, no, no. No, no, hoofs. No smelling the literal airborne toxins. I think open air smelling of rubbing alcohol is still probably bad. You do realize smells are just like particles of the thing in the air, right? So it's like if someone farts and you smell it, those are like trapped poo particles escaping into the ozone layer, and the ozone layer is your nose. Like you are inhaling alcohol. I mean, I guess some people do that. Physical poop particles, yes. Like actual poop. With that, never have your toothbrush near the toilet. I clean the toilet with my toothbrush because it's an automatic toothbrush, so it shakes off all of the bad stuff. Bee hopping in this game actually makes me start squirting through my balls as soon as I hit a mean one. Hi, Emu. Hope you're having a good night. We were talking about pooping near your toothbrush. Two things. That was something to come into, no pun intended. What's the other thing? You want to come farm? Who gifted 100 subs? No one gifted 100 subs. What do you mean? Is this a lead into something? Was someone supposed to gift 100 subs? Oh, for the steel bloom? Oh, I felt mercy. I actually offered to do it for 25, and then I felt bad because a lot of people apparently needed steel bloom, and so many people are getting good loot from this. Oh! Oh, good day. Wait. Yeah, I'm gonna grab those. Like, I have Forge Lord already. Chewy, do you need them? Are they a big upgrade for you? Like, do you have strength gloves yet? Wait, you won them? What'd I roll? How'd you win with a 9? How bad was my roll? The fuck did I roll? Wait, where'd my roll go? Did I not roll? What the fuck? Do you need? I mean, I have like forge guards, so mine are 4 strength. So it was like a side grade, basically. So if yours don't have strength, then go ahead and grab those. Literally same strength on mine. It was just side grade because of the set bonus, but I don't know the set, so. Same as mine. We're both in the same fucking boat. Yeah, just keep them for yourself then. I mean, if we find a blue, we'll fight over that one. Then the claws will come out. I'll pull these grizzlies. And then maybe we just like take the grizzly room and stay in here and then pull back to here. Come Steel Bloom, send the invite. Bet. I don't know what Ralos is doing, but Ralos could come through if he wanted to. Oh, also, after Steel Bloom, for those that are on and interested. Yo, what up, Corthan? How you doing? Is this a new area? I don't think I've seen it before. Dude, I'm terrified of Steel Bloom. Don't bring it up. I'm terrified. It's existed for so long, I'm just so scared. Bralos is leveling his mining and shit. Word. Well, for anybody that's interested, after the Steel Bloom farm concludes, we'll be parking a caravan out near an Ember Spring somewhere and doing some guild versus guild with ourselves. We'll be breaking up into a couple teams based on who's out there. So we'll split up, we'll do a little bit of PvP pracky, and we can just kind of like do respawns and stuff right through there so no one will get fucked. Hold on, don't run anywhere, I pulled mobs. Yes, Sirski. Yeah, so we'll get that set up later. We're getting a lot of really good drops from it, but I definitely want to start doing that. So we'll do this for a little bit, get some people some good drops, hopefully, and then from there, we'll get a caravan going later tonight. We'll figure out a spot where we can go to hopefully not be bothered, and we'll park a van out there. We'll split up into teams. We'll hop into Discord with the teams, and we'll smack the shit out of each other for a little bit. Figure that'll be fun and be a good use of our caravan. I think that's gonna blow up. So, is there supposed to be somebody right here? Boss in the back. Back room, back this way. Oh, the brothers? Wait, that's cute. Little brother and big brother. It's like Brother Bear. And my iron aura keeps turning itself off. Happy Friday to you, Corthin. You got any big plans for the weekend? We will need more clerics, but I'm convinced we'll have a couple of clerics for that. Hoofsy and Stomps rescued me from a certain noob death. I fucking love that. Hoofs, are you over on the cleric right now? Cleaning the shop in D&D Sunday. That sounds like a fun weekend though. Wait, how long has the D&D that campaign been going for? The other top tip has no bosses, but it's like here with the spawns. I mean, so maybe we just chill here and pull spawns back? Because it's not like these spawns are bad right now. He tweaking. Okay, we're good here. I'm still not seeing these like 20 plus mobs. I'm not quite sure where we want to go for the 20 plus mobs, or if I'm just like leading us astray, but has to be somewhere over a year, 4th character. Oh, okay, okay. I love that you guys are committed to that. Has it been like the same campaign the entire time, or did you guys like run same group, different campaigns? Guys, think Codex is off? I feel like Codex has had some wackiness with loot tables lately. Oh! The fuck hit me so hard, man. Oh yeah, a level 17 fire starter. Dude, it hits so hard. I hope the gear is worth it. As long as everybody's getting fatty upgrades, then it is worth. So what's the respawn timer on those bosses? Do we know? And did we get anything from them? This POI is assaulting my PC. Getting 80 FPS? What do you usually get? Oh. Level 10s with 5 strength on them. Oh my god. Dude, these are nuts. Wait. I might just build the level 10 set in power scale. That's huge, dude. Those are so nice. What the fuck? The drops here have been nuts. We already got a blue bear hide chest as well. I'm gonna throw those on. What the fuck? Like, the drops here have been nuts. What is that, like, smiting noise? Chat, did you know I'm a citizen of Sunhaven? Multiple bears just came out of that bear. That bear was pregnant. If you're gonna use those steel bloom earrings, I can use them. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'll throw those over your way, because mine right now, like, they have strength on them, and I don't need the additional magic scaling or anything like that. Respawns like an hour-ish. Okay, I mean, yeah, I'm fine with what we're doing right now. Like, we seem to be pulling good drops from this. I'm not giving your fucking cleric anything. I'm intolerant of your cleric's split. I'm not a hater of many things except the fucking... the Peric, the Fizz cleric. I'm dead. Maybe not. Maybe I was being dramatic. Man's gonna come out one day and just fucking hit me for a jillion. It's half and half. Well, I feel like then you just do two things poorly. Not like you personally, but just like with a half-half split. Like, I feel like I would rather do one thing whole-assed than two things half-assed, right? But I mean, if the scaling works... Watch, as soon as I actually start, like, enchanting things, they're gonna drop the enchanting squish and they'll just be like, hey, fuck your gold. What is the big gold cost that comes with enchanting? Is it the scrolls themselves, or is it, like, enchanting mats, like the runes and stuff that are associated with it? Do you just need a bunch of runes? The cost of actually enchanting. It costs raw gold? Okay, so like the... yeah, like the processing fee. Okay. So you just buy us... like, dude, I haven't enchanted shit since I got these boots in like December because I've been so fucking broke since December. But we just go over, we buy a scroll, open up the enchanting menu. Like, do we need any other reagents for low enchants, or is it literally just the enchanting scroll from the vendor? You can get enchanting charms to increase chance. So what are these runes for? Making the scrolls themselves. Okay, so those are like fucking worthless then. Because everyone's just gonna be buying vendor scrolls, right? Or are people actually buying like player-made higher rarity scrolls? But What is that fucking noise that keeps going off there? It's only like slightly toxic, but it sounds like somebody's getting fucking zapped. Where'd the third one go? Oh, he's just taking his time. He's just being a little shy. Where are you? What the fuck? Mosey on over here. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. No, we're fine. Oh! We weren't fine. The Ward Grizzies exacted their revenge. That is my bad. Don't worry, everything is under control. I am a trained professional on a closed course. Yo, what up, Panda? How you doing today? What mobs do I get weapons from for a level 9.5 cleric? I mean, you'll want level 10 gear at that point. You'll just want to start trying to get 10 drops. Oh god, lyrical barcore, lick my nuts. Fuck out of here. If I can start solo farming oak, I'll let you know. Are you just gonna try to like level appropriate solo farm it? It's just at that point what your kill pace is. Still using the starting scepter? Oh god, I mean humanoid mobs are always really good for getting drops. Alright, do we want to check like the left star? Like the left Tipinski? You can also check player markets in towns too. That's gonna have something on it. Never mind.
Apes.
Hey, yo, Panda! Thank you for the primer. I greatly appreciate you. Also, I'm doing very well today. I appreciate you asking. Happy Friday. I greatly appreciate the prime. I am trying to maintain my sanity over here right now in Steel Bloom. I am still convinced to this day that this place is one of the most torturous places to tank with the fire starters and stuff. Like, it's not like it's just this impossible task or anything like that, but some of these mobs are definitely assholes. I'm just throwing that one out there. At 9.5, it's just better to wait for the level 10 stuff. Yeah, 9.5, you'll be 10 so quickly. Like, I wouldn't really invest anything in, like, level 1 gear while you're at 9.5. I also liked this spot. I won't lie, we had a lot of respawns that were pumping here. When bosses are down, it may be good for us to just, like, check this. Not much of an RPG player, but I enjoy stopping by and checking on how you're doing. I appreciate that. Thank you for checking by. Checking by. I always love when people stop by. What have you been playing mostly? Lots of mobs in the side buildings. What level? There's a boss in every tip except the top right. Okay. Do they drop loot unlike the last boss? Because that guy didn't drop shit. Mostly playing Rust and some Dark and Darker. Okay, okay. Dark and Darker, I mean, I played Dark and Darker for a little bit. Most recently, though, I will say I was playing Legacy, Steel and Sorcery on a couple of down days, and that game, if you like Dark and Darker, and you also like a little bit of action combat, that game was fun. Oh, wait, let's go back this way. Let's go back this way and check this. We'll just clear, like, counterclockwise. Can you peep out the side real quick? Wow, what's up? Oh, just out this way. Kill the mobs. Yeah, you should be chilling. Like 1K players? I mean, it's like a pre-early access in all fairness. Like it's an alpha. I don't necessarily expect it to have a lot of players, but I will say a game like that is definitely dependent on like player retention. I feel like the extraction genre hasn't necessarily had great player retention. Even like Dark and Darker, I feel like faded off really quickly. Because with that, it's like there's a certain, you know, there are two types of gameplay that lead to somebody like completing that over time. And it's like you either farm up so much that you shit on everybody and then eventually it just becomes too easy because you have so much and there's no risk anymore. Or you get shit on so much that you end up losing everything and then you're like, well, I'm good. So I don't know. I feel like the extraction specifics are always fighting an uphill battle. About 850. 850 is respectable. I love EFT, but I don't play multiplayer because I keep running into people with tons more map knowledge than me, which made it not fun at all. Oh yeah, I mean, full loot drop is like, it's fun for a little bit, and it's like haha quirky to go in like sometimes and lose gear and stuff when you're really feeling it with an extra gear set. But like if your only option in a game is to go in and like have your, you know, your only gear set cooked, like that appeals to a very small percentage of players, and it's typically not conducive to like long term, I feel like. But with that being said, like they have Conment, Bluebell. They do have things on their roadmap over on like the legacy side that were looking good for player retention. They talked about like an arena game mode where you wouldn't necessarily like lose your gear for dying, where you'd be able to go in and just get like that PvP focused content. So like I will say, I think Legacy will have its own little spot. I think action combat, if done well, always has a place with people. And there aren't really that many good action combats out there that are like true action combat. So. No, Tarkov has arenas, doesn't it? Can you like bring in your gear that you get and play arenas there? Or is that just also kind of like a borky, not too fun thing? What is the purpose of this? It's like blocked off. They have loadouts? Oh, so it's essentially just a different game at that point. No correlation between like Tarkov Extraction and Tarkov Arenas. What up, boo? How you doing, brother? We farming right now, man. Farming some gear. Trying to get some good. Upstairs? I'm scared of stairs. Strictly team deathmatch? Interesting. Just like team deathmatch with arenas? That seems like it would get really repetitive. Sorry, team deathmatch with loadouts. Seems like it would get repetitive quite quickly. What is... There's this marauder that was fucking running through the 6 with his woes, man. You make your own loadouts? Oh, okay. Dark and Darker arenas. Oh, so Dark and Darker also has arenas? Do they do those with like your earned gear from the gameplay? Boo, what you been up to, brother? Oh, that's neat. Yeah, so that's how Legacy's planning to do it. Earned and crafted. Very neat. I like that. I'm so excited for duels and arenas to come into Ashes as well. Like, I'm so incredibly excited. All right, we can probably sneak up at this point, yeah? Haven't touched my PC in months. Well, I hope work's been good, dude. Were you here when we were playing Ashes? Or did you leave before that? I feel like you left before Ashes, right? On your hiatus. Glad you're back, brother. Life too damn busy. I feel that. I wish I had like 5 more hours a day. I just gotta stop sleeping. If I could cut out sleeping, shitting, and smoking, I'd be a better person. We haven't got a piece of gear in literally like 4 minutes, and I'm unhappy about it, god damn it. You can cut out smoking. Listen, I said it third because it's the lowest prio. Some things are important. Once I figure out how to cut out sleeping and shitting, I won't need to smoke to get through the stressful days, so we'll be fine. But right now, the smoking supports the lifestyle. Don't ellipses me like a disappointed father. The fuck is that? The ultimate sub goal, we hit it and I can't smoke the rest of that month. That would be a fucking challenge. Nothing else matters at that point. Also, who's ready for hot sauce and beans and toast next week? Yo, Boo, be safe, brother. I appreciate you. That end up punishing us just as much? No, I'm fine when I'm sober. I go to my parents sober all the time. I just like smoking. I've streamed sober before. You guys just can't tell the difference. Legitimately, I feel like you guys cannot tell the difference at all. Because there have been times where I've been stone cold sober on stream and you've been like, Dusty fucking off the Zaza. Just saying. So quick to say your eyes are red, Dusty, but never quick to reflect upon yourselves. Boss man down here. Oh, whoops. Like on the outside where we were? Think I make you unhappy and you'd be less enjoyable to watch if I'm unhappy? Oh, no. I mean, honestly, streaming, I'm happy streaming all the time, personally. Like, not streaming New World makes me extremely happy. I'm typically a happy person. I mean, like, even when I don't smoke, I'm happy. I'm not like one of those moody non-smokers. It's just like, I like smoking. It's like some people have a little like glass of wine or something while they stream so they can yap. I like having a little smoke. But yeah, genuinely, there's like no real difference personally. I've gone like entire streams that have been, honestly, same exact streams and stuff. With my work, I was also more than usual. I started to work and it's gonna be working 7 a.m. to 6:30. Oh my god, those are long hours. Are you working from home or are you like somewhere with that?
Apes together.
Sammy boy coming in with a 3-month ruse. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Still there, someone didn't loot it. Did we get it? Does someone need to loot? Putting a pick in Discord? What are you throwing in? Okay, I guess we're fighting over here now. Excuse me. Pardon me. We're on the place. I'm inspecting houses for electrical code issues and compliance stuff. Oh, so just like in between houses, you'll just go smoke real quick? I don't really know what I just did, but I just hit a jump ski. I think I know how I did it. Hold on. Whee! Wait a second. Wait a second. And requesting permission for takeoff. Understood. Takeoff initiated. Fuck! Man. This game never lets me do anything fun. Whee! We're back. Yeah, I should have known with the state of air travel recently that it wouldn't have been safe to take off 4 times consecutively without something going wrong. Oh, what's up? The thing you put in Discord? All right, so we've explored 2 tips so far. Come out here. And then from here, we can go... What are these guys? Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna swanton these. I love seeing large damage numbers. It makes me incredibly happy, I won't lie. Alright. Oh, please stop with the lyrical. Alright, we're up. Sorry, my Spotify was playing some fuck shit. Excuse me. Bop. Oh no. I still miss more than I would like to. Get back here! You will perish. Game's laggy. It's probably memory leak. Bronze longbow, good for level 10. Where's the boss gonna be over here? Probably back this way if I had to guess, yeah? I think we could like Navy SEALs this bitch, right? Just like break in from the fucking ceiling and shit? Is where he is? We about to rappel on this motherfucker? Yeah. Come through. We assault the forge together, brothers. All the bosses are basically in the back. Okay. That is also, according to Lil Nas X, where the horses are. So we've just got to be careful that we don't claim any innocent lives out there. But I feel like we could get the bosses pretty easily. I feel like we'll be able to achieve that. If I were a boss, where would I be? Pardonnez-moi. Where is your boss? Is he in here? Chief Armor Janice. Janice? I'm dead. I fucked up. I pulled too much too quick. I did it to myself. This is why we bring in a group for this shit, chat. Like a big ass raid. For the point of someone who hasn't been watching steadily, how's your progression in Ashes? Are you like mid-game? So right now, in terms of like the entire progression of the game, we'd be mid-game. But level cap for Alpha 2 Phase 2 is level 25. It's gonna be 50 on launch. So leveling to 25 at this point is about 125, 150 hours for most players, I would say. If you're taking it at like a mild to moderate pace, pretty casual, pretty chill pace. Leveling to 50 on launch, we've heard upwards of 300 plus hours into that grind. And with that, you'll obviously have, you know, more extensive late game. But essentially what we're doing right now is a little bit of, wait, what? Was Janice just chilling here the whole time? we've just been doing a little bit of gear farming, so we've got a pretty decent sized group. Bristol, I'm moving you into my group. So we've got 11 people here right now, just kind of out chilling farming this place. It is not like the highest level, but it is a pretty good source of like quite a few good pieces of gear. So with the current state of the game, offering kind of like fewer gear choices, fewer POIs, because there's only a portion of the map out, you kind of have like an archetype of gearing where it's like you definitely want main stats. You want, if you're like a fizz dealer, you want that strength. Yo, Ethan, thank you for the 12 biddies. Hope you're having a great day. But yeah, if you're a fizz dealer, you definitely want that strength as your main stat. If you are a caster, you're gonna want like definitely a good bit of that int to get that magic scaling. And so as a result, people have figured out like, you know, which areas have what in the loot table. There are also a couple good resources available, such as Ash's Wiki and Ash's Codex that help us with loot tables. But we are right now doing what's like current endgame, but only very temporary endgame. And this isn't even like big endgame. These are like level 15 mobs, and we have a lot of level 20 plus. Like these are 15 to 20 mobs, and we have like max level people in here. And that's just because like the loot table that these mobs have provides a lot of good drops for a lot of the people that we do have. With that as well, there's a little bit of a weird meta where due to enchanting and things like that, enchanting like adds kind of like main stat power to an item. So the way that it works is take, for example, this focus. This is a level 10 focus. It has 1 strength on it. For every level of enchanting that I put on this, it gains 1 strength. So I could have this level 10 item. I could enchant it 10 times and it would have 11 strength instead of 1 strength. Through that 10 extra strength would give me another 30 fizz power, 10 fizz accuracy, and 10 fizz pen, which would make it better than the current focus that I have on, which is a level 20 focus. So, yo, Victor, Steel Bloom, yes. So we're hitting Steel Bloom for a little bit, and then after Steel Bloom, we're also gonna be popping over, parking a caravan somewhere and trying to get like guild PvP scrims with like our people, of course. But whoever's interested will pop out, we'll break into a couple of teams, and then we'll just like run fights against each other. Hopefully we'll be able to get a caravan out like in the middle of nowhere. I should relog, this shit's laggy. I should also probably relog. Oh, Autumn, thank you for the hydrate. What you getting up to? Can I make a great sword that does magic damage? Yes, it is a spell great sword. Playing PGA? 25, yeah? Wait, an item called Imbued Blood has a timer on it. Wait, let me look at that, hoe. What is this Imbued Blood? Does it have like flavor text or anything to it? House 25, did they add anything new? I have no mana, you also have no bitches. Slash take the L. Oh. Keep moving spawns. Go back out this way. Go back out this way, probably. Because we already did the boss in here, right? This was Janice. I don't play 23. Yeah, I bought 23 and it did not get a lot of play. I won't even lie. So I didn't end up buying 25. But 21 I played a good amount of, but no flavor text. It's just Imbued Blood. That's it. Interesting. No flavor text, just Imbued Blood. According to Reddit, it's for a quest. Need another part of it. Word. That's intriguing. Yo, Radar, what up, go? Steel Bloom. Invite. We're gonna be able to get some good PvP-ness going later, chat. I'm not even gonna lie. Up. You shut up. Firestarter, Marauder, Firestarter over on the far side. I'm dead. Oh, it's getting bad. It's getting bad, boys. Oh, no. I hate this area. Firestarters hurt. Firestarters hurt a lot. Firestarters are why I hate this area. Told you I need to relog? Oh, well, I was just getting you to a safe spot to relog. /RA quick relog. You're welcome. Happy to help. Yeah, we'll do a quick relog. Exit game. I figured that, like, I really picked up the wavelength telepathically that you were like, Dusty, I need to relog. And I was just like, man, I need to get us to a good spot with this. And I did. As a tank does. Cheers to me. I lead my people in and out of battle. Honorably. With these Phoenix Sentinel near the Ember Spring, is that going to cause issues for the van PvP? No, because when you respawn at an Ember Spring, you have 50 seconds of protection. So we'll just park, like, near enough to the Ember Spring that it's not, like, a long run back or anything, right? Good night there. Yo, Panda, have a fantastic night. I appreciate you stopping through. It was great to talk to you. All right. I'll be right back while this loads in. Give me un momento. I will say, despite its flaws and its imperfections, I already got one upgrade from here. Oh wait, Caro, grab this earring. Grab this earring or forever hold my nuts. What are these? Whoa! Oh, Emu got me with a good one. All right, hold on. I don't even know what the question is, but I see a big wall of text and I'm gonna answer this shit. You give me 1 sec because I'm trying not to cough from that bong Rapinski I just took. All right, let's get into it. I choose the latter. Your mouth looking awfully. Anyways, Emu. There are some games where there are bugs or glitches that give you a slight advantage at the cost of having to be a mechanical player. I'm thinking of Smash Melee as an example because I can't think of a PC game example. Does Ashes have anything like this? Where say a warrior can stand out from other warriors because they have a better mechanical ceiling? Absolutely. So, would you be talking about things such as like animation cancels, you know, a reset on maybe like a movement attack or something like that? No, I think you actually worded that very well. I think that's a hard question to ask, but like, is it a skill-based system or is it like, you know, just cookie cutter, I auto attack, I do this, I do that? Really good question. I actually think one of my favorite things about Ashes, sorry, I had hair in front of my face. One of my favorite things about Ashes is that the systems at their very baseline are very accessible systems for a lot of players. So if you're new, you'll be able to understand the system for what it is. But to that point, I think Ashes does actually have a very good mix of player mechanical skill in addition to the chess match of like all of these ability options, right? So movement is a prime example. Regular dodge, dodge jump, and then you can also carry your momentum through B-hops. So you'll notice if I'm B-hop, or if I'm just jumping right now, it's gonna be a lot less momentum than if I carry my momentum like that, right? So through that, you can also tap as soon as you hit the ground, and if your timing is good, you can tap your feet, keep jumping, keep carrying that momentum little by little. On top of that, there are a lot of abilities that you can weave in. So Vengeance, for example. This is a tank ability, but this doesn't cancel your combo progression. So with each weapon, you kind of have a combo where you're trying to build up to your finisher. Certain abilities cancel your combo progression. Certain abilities don't cancel your combo progression. So with that, a lot of the time, you'll have, you know, instances where you're going through an attack combo and you're weaving an ability. It's like hit ability, and then you go like hit, get your finisher, and then it's like ability, ability, ability. And you're kind of like building up to those big instances of burst, and those can be like through class familiarity, through opportunity, like risk reward of like using this cooldown versus this cooldown. But in addition to that, there are a lot of combos that you can work in with your class. So there's a really good mix of, in my opinion, mechanical like skill gap, knowledge skill gap, which is like that traditional kind of like MMO skill gap in my opinion. And it really does have, like, in my personal take, because I come from New World, which is full action combat, like I had to aim everything, right? So over here, you do still have that top target base. It is still going to be that very accessible, that classic MMO combat system that so many people know, so many people are familiar with. But with their stam system, with their movement, with all of those small things, I really do believe that adds up to a very modern feeling tab target game that has that true hybrid combat at its core and provides like a big mechanical skill gap as well. So yeah, I definitely think there are good examples of it. Multiple things with each class as well. And then you have like on top of, you know, things like Smash where it's just that mech ability and stuff like that. You're also taking into account positioning, typically a lot of players as well. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into MMOs in particular that are very fun for me. But what really got me hooked on the PvP side of that in MMOs particularly was coming back to New World. Before, like when I was a kid, my first MMO was obviously WoW Classic, or like WoW Vanilla, like way back in the day on launch. Does anyone in your group know the named mob rotation for Steel Bloom? I didn't grind there enough. Yeah, they just spawn in each of the corners. So that's what we're doing right now. Do you want to come through? Like we've already got a lot of drops. It's pretty solid, dude. Okay, but yeah. So I just like coming back into New World. I really got into the mechanical side of games. I mean, I had played Fortnite and stuff before New World as well, so I was playing like a mechanical shooter, and I was like, okay, I want to get like very mechanical in MMOs too. And so that was the biggest thing that I was actually worried about with Ashes originally. Was like going from a full action combat, like, you know, what had a decent pace to the combat, what had a lot of like variables. I was like, man, I don't want to go back to like a WoW Classic, right? And it's not a WoW Classic. And I can honestly say that the combat feels very fast paced, very fluid, very smooth and like very rewarding. I think those have been like my favorite things about it so far. Then you know, you factor in how snappy movement is too. I like it a lot. I think there's a lot of skill expression in the game. Big pull, big pull, big pull. Oh, I hit for 1,000 even. That was so satisfying. What the freak? Combat's almost on par with the WoW's combat, with some things better than WoW and others not as good. What do you think they do not as good as WoW that you would like to see them improve on? Like if they could bring, if you could give them like a few feedback points to, in your opinion, bring combat up to like what you think would be a standalone combat, what would they have to do to put you in a spot where it's like, this is the best in genre combat? Tab priority, it's in the settings. I mean, they have some, and I'm sure they'll get more, but they do have tab prio settings. While combat's a really nice flow to it with most classes, looks impressive, and is very good about showing the range of abilities. Ranged indicators would be very nice. Yeah. I definitely think sometimes range can feel a little bit mushy and stuff. I definitely get that. One thing for me that, I mean, I like it because it's present in some abilities, but like as a melee player, New World having like a weighty melee combat to it, just on the other side of the coin with that action combat, right? New World having like a very weighty feel to it for me was always really nice because I could use that to kind of like play distances and things like that. Good night, Kanko. I hope you had a good day today. And like, I'll see you in half an hour. So yeah, there are definitely some things that I really love about the combat and some things that I love slightly less. But I mean, I think overall it's really well done, really encouraging for the long term. Come into this room, please. That's bad. Well, we'll get radar. So this area is a little sticky. Too many? Yeah, I think we just kept getting more through like walls and shit. We have to be careful that we're not AoEing through walls. I hate action combat in Ashes. I don't think it's very good. I wish they would ditch it. I actually know multiple people that do play on it and prefer it. And I think the accessibility will be really nice. And also, I think the action combat elements in Ashes go far past the actual action cam. I think within Ashes, you also have action combat elements within a lot of the movement systems, like your active controllable attacks and stuff like that. And there are more... I'll be right back. Okay, sounds good, Chalk. Like, there are more elements to the action combat of Ashes past just, like, the camera. I personally don't play on the action camera, but I do know people who do play on it and prefer it. I think they're crazy. But the fact that it is there for a percentage of players, as long as it's not too much of a split where they sacrifice, like, quality of other things for it, I think it's nice. I thought that was a player zooming. Jesus. But yeah, it's, you know, I played New World Action Combat for so long. You know, I personally just, this isn't necessarily my cup of tea. I like the tab base, but I definitely recognize that some people will prefer it. I don't know, chat, how many people play on action versus like tab in chat? I think it's gonna be overwhelmingly tab, but I definitely wouldn't be surprised if we had like a few actioners. Do we have any action combaters in chat? Drewski was playing it when he was here. We had a few throughout. They were usually Ranger players. Something about Ranger players with it. Tab targeting has way more situational awareness built into it. I 100% agree. When I first came over, people were asking me which I was going to play because of New World, and I always said, like, well, I have 7,000 plus hours in New World, right? I have like 20,000 in WoW when I was, you know, just growing up and everything across the board. So I personally am more familiar with a tab target throughout my life, and I also feel like it gives more control over like where you're targeting being in this mode versus the action. But again, it all breaks down to preference. I don't think people are like wrong for playing one versus the other. I think they're crazy, but I don't think people are wrong for it. Everyone has their own preferences to it, and whatever like makes the game feel more fluid, as long as you feel like you can target, untarget, like switch targets in the way that you need to, then good for you. All right, who are we waiting on? Valk is gonna be sitting one. So let's try to go back in and maybe conquer that. What if we send up to the top around the outside? Cleric said BRB. Oh, okay. We'll just wait here. Baby, pull, do. Okay, so I don't think we can go up there, but we could probably go around the back. Are we still missing Crow? We have one cleric, so that's fine. That is one thing I really like, though. I'm just kind of like thinking more about that mechanical skill question, and I really think a lot of like timing based on like comboing with attacks, working in, you know, iframes in certain areas to maximize damage, definitely going to be a large thing in PvP. Manipulating space, like in small scale, will be massive. Like knowing what weapons and which abilities you're fighting against, being able to like pull outside of cast range of certain abilities, like outside of the range of certain just weapon choices, I think will continue to be an evolving skill ceiling in Ashes. That question was good. That question really has me thinking more about like where I see everything long term with like skill continuing to grow through this game. I'm really optimistic about it. Cleric dropping magic debuff on DPS before mage drops burst. Oh yeah. I mean, on the comms level, this entire game is built around like classes complementing different parts of each other, and no one class having all of the pieces to the puzzle. But when everybody just puts their hand on the other person's dick to the left, and then their friend whose dick it is grabs their arm, and everybody does that together and forms like the circle of unity, then truly amazing things can happen. Like, really amazing things happen. We've shown that time and time and time again. If you really work with your bros, amazing things come. Forgot to mention the class synergies. I think Ashes does a bit better than WoW. Yeah. I think class synergies are done so well. So well. So yeah, so we talked about like what you liked from, or what you thought that they could do better in terms of the Ashes side of things. What are things that you think they do well as they're a standalone right now? For me, I think their like input registration is very, very good. I think like the fluidity of the combat is well on its way to being very good. And I think the movement is insane. One small thing as well, in my personal opinion, after playing Fellowship during its playtest, Fellowship was like an M+ dungeon grinder type game that was just like instance PvE only, right? But I was playing a tank over there that they had, and man, the tab target over there did not feel a single iota as like, I don't know how to necessarily say it, but like smart as Ashes. It's like with Ashes tab target, like I'm looking at this as my prio and I'm able to tab target to that. That wasn't like a click. That was a tab target based on where I was aiming. So like you can basically throw your tab target around like I throw my ass around in Dusty W Booty. And it, for the most part, goes really where you want it to go. And I feel like it's a very, I guess intuitive would be the good word. But like it feels like a very intuitive tab target, and I feel like the control of just like the tab itself is very good in Ashes. That was the dungeon only game? Yes, sir. Oh. I mean, okay, those are nothing crazy, but like they're also level 10 instead. Oh, they're level 20. They are level 20. Chewie! Grats, brother. I said we would fight over the blues, so I have to obligatorily be mad. You fucking rat bastard loot thief. Prio the tank. Grats, big dog. We find another piece soon. I called it too. I knew we were gonna get the blue ones. 20's not great. I know, I'd prefer the 10. It's expensive. Oh wait, see if Gora needs. I noticed the hole. Did you fall into the hole? Dude, I feel like we're getting good drops from this. Hole here in this hole. Oh, okay, sorry, I pulled this back.
Up.
Oop. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier the best weapon for a cleric. While you're leveling, the best weapon is the weapon that you want to play. I think weapons matter very little in the grand scheme of things. I mean, they obviously do have their impacts, but while you're leveling, I would say just try everything out and kind of get a feel for it. Clank! Listen here, Mr. Marion. I run this here church now. It's a church of the goddamn snorse. Either get with it or get fucking bonked. Clank. Oh wait, I also need to invite Barrack and Claude. Holy shit. Yeah, so Barrack and Claude is our new cleric and bard duo. So yeah, we need to get them in. That's not a joke, by the way. Wait, did you actually name the character Clank? Oh, okay. That would have been good. They should just rename Cleric Tank like actual cross-class to Clank. That'll be the name on Fresh. Clank. Boo. All the homies hate crafting mats. Boo. Give us loot. That'll be the name on Fresh Start. You gotta commit to it. You gotta reserve it. This boss was not worth it. That is a bronze shield. Hey, Caro has a shield now. Rogue Mage? Are you going Mage main, secondary Rogue? Oh, really now? Oh, those are 20s. Never mind. Damn. They're nice, but they're 20. No Diddy. I want that one on the record as a no Diddy. The loot from here has been fucking nuts though. Like, dude, just in terms of the frequency of drops. Improper paperwork. No, I got my passport recently. All of my paperwork's fucking lit. Although, chat, for any passport experts, they had me send in my birth certificate, like, when I got the passport, and they were like, yeah, they'll mail you your birth certificate back. I got my passport, but I haven't got my birth certificate yet. Should I be concerned? Did they shred my birth certificate? You were unpersoned. No! I wish I had a transition to just fade my camera out right now. Never heard of having to send a birth certificate in. It was my first time getting a passport. That's still weird. I'm pretty sure I got my birth certificate back before I got my passport. I haven't seen my birth certificate. Like, I got my passport and it came like in a first class thingy, and it was the only thing in the first class package. And I was like, well, that's cool that I got my passport, but like, where's my birth certificate? Yo, what up, Volnick? I have a weird question. Was checking out Ash's pre-access option. So I pay 100, but then I also have to renew the game time every month. So, the 100 is a one-time cost. So I actually have a graph here for your consideration. Boys, you know what to do. So basically right now we are in wave 2, which is Alpha 2 phase 2. It goes now through May 1st and then continues past that with the servers staying up. That is your 110 USD packaroni. So they fixed Caravan Quest. I don't know, is it active? I haven't seen it active the last few days. But with that pack, that is all you have to pay to play the game now until launch. So the game time that you get with that actually refers to game time that you end up getting when the game launches. When the game does launch, it is no box cost, no DLC cost, $15 a month, 1.5 for a monthly sub. So the sub doesn't start until it's active stage 3. Is it? Mine isn't showing that. I'd be down to go over to it. I saw it was active when I was near Caravan earlier, but I don't know if people were doing it or if it's still in its bugged phase. It hasn't shown on my map the past few days. I'd be down to go check it out. But yeah, so with that, you only have to buy the pack itself. It gets you access from like the wave, the phase that you're entering at. So if you're looking at the $100 pack, that'd be the May 1st access. And then from there, you would have access up until the launch of the game. You'd get your first month of game time included with that, and then you'd also get $15 in the in-game store, 1.5, and that can be used on like transmogs, and there's no pay to win, no pay for convenience, anything like that. For me, it's active stage 3 with 25 players. What? Did they just bring it back? Yeah, we need to farm that shit, but we don't have 25 players to go farm it right now. Because it's like a one-off instance. Who's over at Carve? Yeah, of course. Let me know if you have any questions. What up, Grandpa Bruce? Exclamation pizza? Dude, I love pizza. Domino's sounds so good. Fuck. Oh, Domino's sounds real good. Chad, do you know what else sounds good? Getting 10 free meals if you're in the United States, Canada, or Europe by clicking on that link through HelloFresh, which sets you up with my code. And using my code, if you're in the US, Canada, or EU, you get 10 free meals. And as a bonus kicker, for any Americans, greatest goddamn Hello Fresh consuming country in the world. Yoink. Eagles screech noise. You also get free breakfast for the life of your subscription. On top of that, your HelloFresh purchase supports the stream in a large way. And we're talking big boy way. Done mining, sir. Hey, what the fuck's wrong with tank gear? Lick my nuts. Although, that's a bit of mitigation loss. Did anybody else roll neat on those? I feel like those probably aren't worth it. I lose 2% MIT just from those. And I don't go up that much. Yeah. The 2 earrings, wait. Okay, yeah. Who needs those? Wait. Did anybody else roll neat on those? Or was it all greeds? I think it was just greeds. Okay, well, I'll pass those along. I feel like I should probably stay with my bluebies. But I mean, I guess the MIT doesn't really matter if it's just a fucking Zerg burst 100 to 0 meta, huh? Anything for a little more scaling. Oh my god. I'm hitting like a truck. All right, large numbers are nice. Yeah, I'm enjoying this. You ordered pizza tonight? What'd you get? Did you get Domino's? Or like local place? Uh-oh. We want more high rarity drops. Although getting the stuff that we're getting is pretty solid. Crazy that we're going back and farming for level 10. Sewers at Steel Bloom is where the juice is. Coombs, they closed the sewers. Did you not hear? Yeah, they sealed in the turtles, man. You can't get in. They done put a grate on it. They gated the community. They gentrified the shit. They said we're not welcome. I've heard tales of the sewers. I mean, honestly, we've kind of been like cooking with drops just from like running around on named rotations. It hasn't been bad. And this area has really good respawns. I feel like staying in this little church area with a group might not be the worst. We're chunking. You're old now? I know, you're showing your age. Next, you're gonna talk about finding a fucking Lumen Star, whatever that is. Okay, Grandpa. Local place, stuffed pizza with sausage, onion, black olive, and a small thin crust supreme. Wait, so like stuffed crust pizza or like a full stuffed pizza? I have to clarify because people be getting wacky. What up, Mr. Bruce? Good day, sir. How's your leveling been? Full stuffed pizza. Is that just a calzone? Stuffed pizza's just a calzone. Yeah, normally I don't agree with a lot of Stomp's takes, but I agree with him there. Yeah, that's just a calzone. You don't have to agree with your friends about everything as long as you agree about the important things. That's literally a calzone. Although, hear me out, Stomps. Hostility knows a thing or two about making a pizza into a stuffed pizza, dude. That man made his own calzone at TwitchCon. Fucking Hoss, bro. Oh my god. More of a pie, but sure. Okay, wait. So, is it still like intact? Or was this like an I ordered pizza long ago tonight and that shit doesn't exist anymore? Is there a picture that I can see? Where can I get snowdrops and daffodils? On Ash's Codex King, there's an interactive map that will show you where the stuff spawns. Oh, Ralos is back, I can chill. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah, we're gonna bop, 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 up to the top. Slip and slide and give me thank you. What's a codex? It's a website, so if you Google Ash's codex, it'll pop up, but it's basically a database where it takes like direct pulls from loot tables, different areas and stuff like that. What's your Discord link? That link is invalid. There's no way. We just got enough boost for it again yesterday. What the fuck? Okay, I'll have to have Carlo look at that. Chat, could somebody grab a Discord link, please? The snowdrop are the white flower patches and the daffodils are the yellow flower patches. Those are super plentiful, right? Just like everywhere in the Riverlands. Okay, yeah. So just around the Riverlands, those big flower patches. No, the Discord link's broken. Yo, what up, J-Man? How you doing, brother? What's the testing schedule like if I buy this game right now? Will I be able to play for a while? Yes, Sirski. So, it is I think they call it like a continuous development cycle, but basically it is going to be accessible through launch. So, chat, you're getting a 2-for-1 tonight. Here we go, boys. Get the emotes out. Get the emotes out. I have a graphic prepared for this, brother. We deal with these a lot in terms of these inquiries. I've made a preparation. So, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So, right now, we are in Alpha 2 Phase 2. So, what you heard for Alpha 2 Phase 2 is correct. Currently, it is available Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday are the 2 days of downtime. But the good news is that only lasts for another just under 2 months. So once we hit Alpha 2 Phase 3, which is Wave 3 access at that $100 mark, servers go to 24/7 live access, as close to that uptime as possible. Hoofs, it looks so funny when it's blown up. Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, it's so derpy. So, as close to 24/7 uptime as possible once May 1st hits. That's gonna be the start of Phase 3, and there will be some fresh servers that launch for that phase. The Phase 2 servers will remain continuous throughout, and they'll be used as kind of like a legacy testing ground for certain things. As of right now, there are no planned like full wipes to character data, but it is always something that could happen at any given point since it is testing. Oh, we just got some blue leggings, boys. Some level 20 blue leggings. That's very interesting. They are con, max health, and mentality. Heavy legs. So yeah, basically, if you hop in now, you've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday access for the next just under 2 months, and then it goes to 24/7 as close to possible to that access. And it's gonna stay at that 24/7 through the rest of development. Phase 3 is gonna last at least a year. And then from there, we'll go into betas, which will be shorter testing phases, and the game will eventually launch. From whichever pack you purchase, you get access that phase and all of the future phases of development up until launch. Then on launch, you also get your first month of game time, and you also get $15 in the in-game store, which when the game launches, that $15 a month sub kicks in. It is no box cost, no DLC cost, and then the in-game store is transmog only, no pay to win, no pay for convenience. And they are very strict on that there will be no pay to win ever in this game. Been thinking about it for a while, thinking about to pull the trigger. Well, if you want to, you can do !ashes if you haven't made your account yet, and that'll bring up my referral code. And if you end up making your account using that link, 15% of all of your in-game purchases come to me as in-game currency for that drip store. So again, it's nothing pay to win. It is legitimately just for me to get off, Jesus Christ. It's for me to get stuff in the shop and show it off on stream. That's where we were going. When I hit 100 referral codes, I make it off it. Who knows? I actually don't even know what I'm at. But either way, so that just kicks back 15% of all of your purchases to me as in-game currency. I get to show off a lot of the skins that come to the store. And if they ever had like a skin gifting system or anything, then we go there. Dusty gets off when you use his links. Dude, I do love the support. I will say. I don't know if I'm like, I don't know, fucking steaming the ham to it, but I do love all the support that I get, and I'm eternally grateful for it. So I guess I emotionally get off to it. But yeah, the cool thing is as well, if you end up like, you know, some people had like Wave 3 access, and they came into chat and they were lurking for a little bit, and they were like, wait, this looks really fun. If you had an like a different pack where you get later access or wave 3 access. You can actually just upgrade with only the difference. You don't have to buy like a whole nother pack or anything like that. Then on top of that, my favorite thing to be able to tell people as like a content creator for this game is that from the day of your purchase, you get 90 days where if you're not happy with the playtest and you want your money back, you can just request a refund through the like website. You open up a support ticket and you can just get a full refund like on the actual product. Yep, 90 days, no hours restriction. So Steam does like a 2-hour restriction on the game where if you play more than 2 hours, you can't get the refund. Intrepid gives you that full 90 days, no hours limit whatsoever. They must be really confident in their game. They are, and they have good reason to be. So I basically left 7,000 plus hours in New World to come over here. And granted, that's not saying much. That's like saying I left a relationship where I got fucking beat up every day. So honestly, good for me. I'm proud of me. But I gave up like a very sizable following over there. J-Man, thank you for the follow. I gave up like a sizable following over there to come over here and take a chance on a game that's not going to be released for like 2 to 3 years, maybe even longer than that if some things get delayed. But I'm incredibly confident in this game to continue growing to the point that I'm okay with like a short-term, you know, viewership loss and things being a little bit tougher for now, because I think in 3 years, this game is going to be in a very good spot, and people who stick it out and people who are, you know, here for the process, or people who just follow the process or end up hopping in on launch, all of those people that end up playing Ashes will enjoy it. Like, I think a lot of people will have a lot of very unique gameplay loops to look forward to in this game. And I very, very, very much look forward to seeing how many, like, unique guilds, unique communities, types of players come into the game and end up staying in the game. I think it's going to have an incredible amount of retention. I'll be right back. Brother is hammered. Gotta go pick him up. W, brother, Nin. I agree, buff tank. What would you change to tank? You get 2 changes. This map is glorious. How did I make it this far without it? Yeah, I got the resources for you, brother. Phoenix sounds... That's what it sounds like when they do their dev streams. That's gonna become a fucking soundboard, isn't it? Discord link in the Ashes message is invalid too. Bruh, can someone grab a Discord link, please? And drop it in chat real quick? You should be able to click like create invite on like general or something, and then it'll let you copy the link. All of my mods are dead. I haven't seen a mod in chat for like 3 weeks. Twitch.tv/DustyWhy is the fucking lawless zone. I'm really thankful that we don't get bullied in this chat. Bro, some Ashes streamers have like a lot of opposition already. I like that we just chill in our own little area and we're friends with pretty much everyone at this point. It's quite nice. Cat's diplomacy truly on top. Go back, sounds good, brother. Be safe. Boop. I like that we're getting these melee pulls. What are you guys yapping about the loot table being broken, by the way? I think the loot table's working just fucking fine. Mr. Chief Diplomat of Importance? Yes, sir. Important diplomacy things chiefing up here. You know me, I'm always chiefing before I do diplomacy. Yes, indeed. Fitting the job description, yes. Professional. Wearing suits, yes. Yes, indeed. Shiny shoes. The whole 9 yards. Posted an IRL channel. Stuffed pizza. Taunt makes me... Oh, I thought you were saying taunt makes me humiliated. I don't know why. I guess I'm dealing with some internal conflict. Fuck me. Taunt makes humiliated targets go berserk and attack the nearest target for some time. Grit has audio cue when it's about to run out. Kind of like a soft CC in terms of the berserk. That'd be intriguing. I do already think, like, Humiliate's validity is really fucking good, though. Taunt is already significantly better than most games' taunts in terms of, like, outside availability. I think they should make Grit either toggleable or make it or be a longer timer on it. I have a couple of proposed changes. So, keep in mind, one of my proposed changes is us not knowing the entire, like, future build table and stuff like that and abilities that'll be available. Growler's Home, you saw today at my market just sold. I advertised that. I should get a cut. This isn't free. But yeah, so if I could rock 2 changes, I would do 2 things right now. I would first make Grit's second application, that second stack, have a slight additive damage part to it, right? So, or sorry, not additive damage, I'm sorry, duration, wrong D word. I'm so dumb. So I would take Grit, and the damage mitigation would be 20% on 2 stacks. The timer would be 13 to 15 seconds. Somewhere in there is kind of where I'm thinking. But first stack, 10% mitigation, 10%, or sorry, 10-second duration. My brain is fried trying to keep track of all these mobs. 10% mitigation, 10-second duration. And then the second stack brings you to 20% damage mitigation with like a 13 to 15 second duration. So that's how I would change Grit right now, because I feel like Grit, if it had a little bit longer of an uptime, would just be more feeling like a builder spender, where you're actually like having time to dump a significant amount of like WWE SummerSlams on shit, and a lot less like a, if I want to keep Grit up, then, you know, I can't really slam or anything like that. So that's my first thing that I would do. Secondarily, I think that at the moment, Fortify feels like Grit with a cooldown. So Fortify has a unique mechanic about it already, where while it's active, you gain 300% courage from damage taken. My proposal to that would be simply getting rid of the word taken. You gain 300% courage from damage taken and done during that time. So for that 10-second duration, you have a little bit of a berserk. Whether you go in full courage or not, you go in PvP, you pop Fortify, you get that increased courage gain, so that way you're able to jump in, slam, and then you get more courage as well. That's where I'm leaning with my 2 changes immediately. Pending what the, like, future ability table presents, I am also concerned that tanks have no active threat change right now. So, like, if you have multiple tanks, the off tank is either the person who is, like, less geared or who is doing fewer things. So, if you don't have, like, a threat modifier for tanks, other than taunt spamming, which both tanks are already kind of like, you know, encouraged to taunt spam to keep that humiliated buff up, you kind of run into a scenario where running a couple of tanks at once or more than 2 tanks can feel kind of not the greatest, in my opinion. So I think as a tertiary request, I would like to have a threat modifier back on the table for tanks. And I think with those 3 things, tank in its current state would feel very, very, very good. Tank needs something to put them at the top of the threat list. Well, so like we already have, as tanks, built-in additional threat to our abilities. It's just like tank to tank, like ball with the ball with tank to tank, diggy diggy. Sorry. Tank to tank, the only differentiator is like if I want Ralos to main tank or Ralos wants me to main tank, one of us either has to like not run Intim Aura, which is good for an off tank to have for like mob acquisition too, or one of us just has to press fewer buttons. What game has that though? What, active threat modifiers? A load of games. Yeah, what do you mean? Righteous Fury. World of Warcraft has it. Most games have an active threat modifier. Ashes also had a threat modifier with Old Grit. Yeah. And like, keep in mind, on top of Paladins having Righteous Fury, they also had Blessing of Salvation, which was a threat reduction buff that you could place on people. Yeah. Oh, Ashes. Oh, are you talking about just a jump to the top of the threat table? Ashes doesn't do that for tank? No, we don't. So that's what I'm saying, Stomps. So yeah, we don't currently have, like, previously on Dragon Ball Z, Grit was a toggle that I put on. So I had Iron Aura, which reduced damage taken by party members, and then I had Grit, which gave me damage mitigation, and then gave me 25% reduced damage done, but 50% increased threat generation. So when they changed Grit to like the stack upkeep, they made it so it no longer took away 25% damage, and it no longer gave 50% increased threat gen, because Intimidating Aura was giving way too much threat generation with that, like, scaling. Basically, you could pop Intim Aura and then do nothing else and hold threat on mobs because you were generating 50% more threat at the cost of nothing, because Intimidating Aura's threat is based on your maximum HP. So you were just scaling that like crazy and generating threat equal to 90% of your maximum HP per second, in addition to everything else that you were doing. So I think they kind of like got rid of that to facilitate us using our like active abilities more, since we have things that are like built in to our active abilities, like Slam is 300% additional threat, and they're trying to introduce like a builder spender system where we feel more active. But I still think there should be a toggleable either increased threat generation, or if you found legendary anything, go put it in your bank immediately. But yeah, so I think there should be either like a toggleable increased threat generator, or one thing that I think would be nice for that in the short term, Iron Aura. Reduces damage taken by 5% for all party members within 10 meters and redirects 10% of their threat to you. And then you turn that on, your other tank doesn't turn that on, and then you have a main tank off tank. Your off tank sacrifices the Iron Aura buff. I think that's all they would need to do. I think 3 steps. You treat Fortify as a little enrage, and you give us additional like courage gain during the damage, like while we do damage for it. So, okay, I'll say it basically start to finish like a normal human being. Grit, first stack, should be 10% damage mitigation and then 10 seconds. Second stack should add your extra 10% damage mit to make you 20% damage mit, and then it should add a few seconds to like the 13 to 15 second ballpark on that second stack for a little bit more play on builder spender. Fortify, to feel different than Grit, should be treated as a small enrage that you can use at either full courage or no courage and still benefit from it, right? So with this, I think you should have well active, generates 300% courage. Just take away the from damage done, but you get it from damage done as well as damage taken. So instead of just that damage taken, you're able to use that as like an offensive enrage spender as well. Then Iron Aura, just make it redirect 10% of the threat generated by all party members that are under the effect of it to the tank, so that way you have a main tank and an off tank like able to play. Because right now, if that were the case, Ralos could turn his on, I could turn mine off, he could take threat from me, and I could play as more of a pseudo DPS off tank, and I could always toggle mine on if I needed that additional threat. So within that, you make tanks work a lot more cohesively together and add a little bit of that, like, you know, multiple tanks in the same group still having some form of validity, which there really isn't right now. Motherfucker. Woo. Yikers. They could combine grit and iron ore into one thing. I mean, really, the only thing we're missing about, like, old grit is just that threat modifier, in my opinion. Playing a tank without an active threat mod, other than, like, baked-in threat mods, so, like, multiple tanks would be competing for the same, like, goal, it just makes it feel clunky with two tanks sometimes. Uh-oh. I threw my protect up on you, Relos. Oh no. Oh no. Oh lordy. That's a yikers. Did Fellowship have one? I don't think so, but Fellowship was also built around the very static, like, tank, DPS healer archetype, within, like, the groups. So I feel like there, it needs it a lot less. Here you have much more sandboxy grouping, especially, I mean, as different secondaries come out, that'll also surely impact, excuse me, threat distribution and shit, but I don't think Fellowship had one. Savo coming through. Huge. Do we have anybody in guild that's not here right now? I think we legitimately have everybody in the guild that's on. We got some decent drops out of this though. I have multiple 10 pieces that are strength now that I could juice up. Kind of up tremendous, boys. I'm gonna pee real quick while everybody runs over, and then we'll get active. Hear combat. What happened? Looks like one legendary zinc goes for like 80 to 90 silver and I got 5. Let's go. Dude, I'm telling you, gathering is a really good way to make a lot of shmoney, no Bobby Schmurda. Schmurda, she wrote. Sorry. The invasive thoughts are fucking dominating tonight, boys. Wait, so should we maybe just do this? Like, is this gonna be just in terms of like raw mob pulls, this? If we pick up right here? Do I just undercut the market or follow the trend? Ah, that's up to you. Do you want it to sell faster, or do you want to take a chance that it might sell slower or not sell? That's up to you, my friend. That's how you want to play the economics. Then do you undercut by a single copper, or do you undercut by a larger percentage? Where do you go? Which way do you lean? The sandboxy social nature of it, my friend. Bonk. Kind of low on stock right now. I gotta raise the overall price. Are you talking about manipulating the market? Will you maybe invest a little more? Where does he lean? Buy like a silver. Vanguard Rowan. Do we have a timer on that guy? Row this fucking dick in your mouth or something. Stuffed pizza. Wait. Okay, so this stuffed pizza, it just has like another crust over the top? He drops the Forsaken Blade fragments and is in here. Is he the top left spawn? Do you know which part he spawns in? It's just deep dish pizza? I think it's just like, it's deep dish pizza with an extra pie, right? Or with an extra pie, with an extra crust. It's literally like the definition of a pie. He's on the right, the next wing over. Okay, hold on. Can I stealthily, sneakily stealth my way in here? Dusty, move me for mana. Shut up, ho. There you go. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting in here solo. Careful, just kill these mobs down here. Weird, I just canceled my intim without a casting. Gonna process the ore for the XP? What are you processing it into? They're different. Stuffed is thicker. Stuffed is thicker than like a deep dish. I mean, that does look good. So is there sauce on the inside too, or is it just sauce on the top? That does look good though. Fuck, I want pizza. Chat X Domino's. Inside and top. Oh, dude. Asada. Carne? What's going on up here? Who's just parking their fucking mount here randomly? Who the hell? Bop. So this is really good farm for the guild. I do want us to do PvP before everybody logs off tonight though, because we have enough to split up into a couple decent sized teams. That looks like what I get when I order deep dish. Does your deep dish pizza come with another crust on the top? Yeah, I'm also from the Chicago area, so I consider myself an expert. Deep dish doesn't come with an extra crust on the top, does it? What's the one that has... Is deep dish the one that's like cheese on the bottom and then everything else on top? Like above the cheese? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's Nova doing over here? Oh, maybe they're coming over to like check the boss or something? Who's down there? Caro! Why are you so low? What is Caro going through down there, guys? What the fuck? I think I fixed my drop down on the launcher not having Vira listed. Wait, it didn't have it listed? Let's see! Chicago deep dish isn't pizza. It's like pizza casserole. It's pizza casserole. Wait, deep dish is the one that has cheese on the bottom and everything else on top? So what's the order? Is it like cheese on the bottom directly on the crust? And then it's like toppings and then sauce? Or is it sauce and then toppings? Only took uninstall, hard target, searching every file related to Ashes and eradicating it, then fresh download and install the launcher. Sounds pretty straightforward. Glad you got it. Back on the grind. Mine was still saying only Alpha 2 and PTR. Oh! Oh! Yeah, that's abnormal. Well, just make sure you click on the Vira drop down, dude. But I love hitting for more than 1,000. Makes me feel like a fucking man. DPS, don't tell me your fucking numbers. I will leave right now. You all untype the number that you were typing. I don't want to fucking hear it. Oh shit, I'm in a war, I think. Node war? Interesting. Which nodes? I ordered Italian pizza from a small restaurant nearby. Turbo, fuck you. I've been thinking about pizza. Fuck, was it good? Oh, what'd it have on it? Was it like fresh mozzarella that got all like melty in the certain spots? Oh. I would assume he spawns back here. I don't see him. I just got done eating pizza. It was Tombstone. Oh, dude, you were going fucking gourmet tonight. Okay. You have a hot date? What inspired that? Breaking out the big guns. You build a brick oven for that bad boy? What's that guy doing on the wall? I don't know if they're like looking for anything in particular. I invited them. I was talking to them. Oh, they got Rowan. Wait. Asking for a scheduled war and then win trading. Wait, what? What does win trading even do in the wars? I offered them to join the group. Wait, I'm so confused. What is happening in global right now? He flagged. Well, why'd he do that? Yo, what up, Zine? How you doing tonight? Oh, sure. I think we're fine. Ads. Your character cries a lot? It's a cry of pleasure. I love what I do. Tarvo, take me through your pizza. What it have on it, man? Like, just take me through it. Tell me the story of your pizza, Tarv. Psalms, what do you have? Oh wait, it had jalapenos, beef, red onions, and barbecue sauce. Oh. Dude is win trading the node war. Okay, wait. Yeah, Colton, thank you for being here. You can be my like source on this, because I'm just minding my beeswax over here in Steel Bloom. Also, Steel Bloom drops have been solid. So what's going on with the win trading stuff? Is there any advantage to win trading? What do you get for winning or losing a node war? Multi-boxing alts to spam run the node war. Wait, what do you mean? So like running multiple accounts and then like having them in both territories? This is some tech for an alpha. Wait, I'm intrigued. Do tell. I'm here for this. Averaging 20 kills a minute. Well, in all fairness, it's just what happens when I show up. Sorry. Go on. Kill low level ults. Okay, so they basically like have a bunch of low level alts that are a citizen of the other node, and then on their main, they just like farm the low level alts. So what's the incentivization to do that? What do you get for winning a node war? Also, do you see me hitting for 1,000?
I'm getting plus strength here.
You have to help me with enchanting later, though. Nothing at the moment. So why would they... Why would they do it right now, then? What's win trading? So win trading is typically done when there's a form of reward. So say, for example, there was a mode of PvP where the winner received 2 gold and the loser received 50 silver. I could say, hey, Colton, we're going to go against each other, and you let me win, and then we'll go against each other again, and I'll let you win, and we each make 2 gold, 50 silver, but we're going to do it really, really fast, so when I win, you're just gonna dive bomb into me super quick, and when you win, I'll just run into you hands up, and you get all the kills. So that's essentially what would constitute, like, win trading, especially if there's that, like, benefit level to it. Maybe they're trying to see who can get banned quicker. Oh, wait. Sorry. My fault. Hello, Mr. Snape. My bad. Welcome in, brother. How goes Steel Bloom? We've wiped a couple times. I'll let you guess to what. But overall, I'm not gonna lie, this might be the best gear that we've gotten in a long time for like the guild as a whole. Granted, we do have a lot of people from the guild in here. Like, pretty much everyone on from the guild right now is in this. And I feel like a lot of people are getting some good upgrades. On top of that, though it is a temporary meta, like, hey, I see that. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm glad we have fucking DustyWhy. Like, some of the gear we're getting is, like, plus strength, the same amount of strength that our 20 gear has, but it's level 10 gear. So we can just slap a few levels of enchanting on that. And I was talking about this earlier, but right now, running this, I have 109 strength with buffs up. So, if I enchant 10 pieces of gear to plus 3, which is super cheap, or I do, say I do 6 pieces of gear to plus 5, that gives me plus 30 strength. That's going to give me literally 30% more strength. That is all going to translate to my character. Then, if I had like a lot of shmoolah, right, I could enchant stuff even higher. I could get it to plus 6 pretty safely across the board with all of my pieces. You can also do weapons. So, if you have main stat on everything, which I don't have on everything, but just across things that do have main stat, I would be looking at a lot. Let's see, we're looking at 7 here, and then we'll say 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So at the very least, every +1 across my gear, these slots, excluding weapons and these two, would give me 12 strength. Is your chest enchanted? Nope. So right now, my chest is not enchanted. I just got polished tin legs from here as well. These are 20. I have these. I have these that I got out of here. I have my Cloak of Sunhaven. And then these are 20, so that'd be less good, but... Your chest looks pretty enchanted to me. We're talking about the Protector here, Ragnar. Jesus Christ. What the fuck am I to you? A piece of meat? Check bugs and issues in the official cord. Okay, hold on. Savo told me to trade him. Oh. Genuinely confused on what weapon I should use for cleric. Any magic scaling ones, in my opinion. I think across the board, as long as you're using like whatever looks fun for you while you're leveling, just check out different like magic scaling ones, whether it's spell swords, and like a focus, scepter and focus. Scepter and focus can be good. There are a lot of good options. You can do like a spell greatsword. You can do in your range side of things. You have a lot of options as well. What am I trading you for? What the fuck do you want? Why are you harassing me? Oh, thank you. You're not harassing me. Here, wait. Unlock. There. Use that well. I do spell greatsword, spellbook, or spell longbow for the stats. Those like slow, hard-hitting weapons tend to be really nice for classes that scale like pretty hard and from their abilities. So if you have like high multipliers on your abilities, then it definitely makes sense to have those slower ones so you get more of that fizz power. Okay, what am I trading Savo for? Am I giving you my chest? Oh. Thank you, sir. Alright, so this alone, it has 8 con, 2 strength, 1 mentality. Can I do this? I can. Unequip it. Bop. Enchant. +1.
I bricked it. Ah! Why do bad things happen to good people? Man. Fuck me.
man. Time for a raid. Yo, Blossom. Coming in with the raid. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Raiders, welcome in. We've just witnessed an absolute travesty as I went to enchant my fucking current... Ooh, I got a recipe there. Grilled raptor steak. I went to enchant my +0 chest to a fucking +1, which is a 90% success rate, and I bricked it. I failed. The item itself didn't break or anything, so we're fine, but it's just a little bit sad. But Raiders, welcome in. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I've streamed now like 615 days in a row or something like that. I don't know, it's getting up there. But I typically stream right around 10 hours a day, sometimes more. I do play Ashes every single day that it's available. I play tank over on Moira, so feel free to ask me anything about Ashes that you may be wondering. I'm more than happy to answer pretty much whatever, including why I'm in so much misery. Clank. Yo, Blossom, how was the stream today? What's this? Bop. Oh. No, I didn't have enough for the bop. Clank. It's a good word. Ooh, caster gear. Wait. But I could use that as a tank. So much Ashes. Always a certain of Ashes. If I had a question, Quinn, if you recommend you. Hey, yo, Quinn. Quinn. W Quinn. W Quinn. Did you start up over on Vira? The ears. Yo, this is the last day of the ears. Tomorrow I'll be back in my normal fucking state of mind. I'm free tomorrow. So, boo these nuts. I'm mostly rated because of the ears. I love that. So, the ears. The first of every month, the sub goal resets to 1 week of the ears. That's called Cat Week. We hit the first sub goal on the first of the month. So, starting tomorrow, I'm a free bird. Now, there is another way that you can earn these. And that's through monkey bucks. Monkey bucks are your channel points here. So, you accumulate 10,000 of those bad boys. You can time somebody else out of chat for 10 minutes. You can save this for Warfare. You can save it for Defensive Dusty. You can save it for many situations. Chat tends to save a few for griefers when they do come around, although we don't typically get them much in these parts. It's typically a very chill stream. So, you save up 10K, you can time somebody else out for 10 minutes. You save up 20K, you can get yourself or a friend out of a timeout. That's gonna be your untimeout. You save up 50K, and that's how you're gonna get a day pass of these ears. So, you redeem that during a stream, and you have the option of the rest of that stream or the next stream. If you redeem that during a Cat Week, it's added on to the end of the Cat Week successively. Blossom, thank you for the follow. So, with that, 50,000 can also get you a gifted sub for the month. So, if you're content, you don't really want to redeem it for the cat ears, but you want to have the single greatest emote on Twitch, chat. I need a demonstration. Any volunteers, one time for the one time, could I simply request a couple of Dusty W booties in the chat for our new friends here? Thank you, Victor. Chat, anybody else that would like to contribute, perhaps? Now, this is an absolute fire-ass emo. One of the finest on all of Twitch. And rumor has it, if enough of these are present in one place, it can trigger a 6.9 Faptitude Girthquake on the Dichter scale. And that Girthquake can trigger offshore punamis that cause many waves of gushing water to rain upon the land. Globally, nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. So you can also get a gifted sub for the month. If you don't have your Twitch Prime available, you don't want a T1, T2, or T3, then you can get a free sub every single month, as long as you lurk the stream enough. And that is possible every month. 75,000 monkey bucks get you an exclamation command of your choice. That can either be a quote, or it can be a clip of your choosing. It can be a funny moment, or a memento of time. Exclamation Gregory 3 and exclamation Sandals are a couple of my personal favorites. So, with that being said, there's one more. The Coveted, 142,069 Monkey Buckaroo redeemed. Hoofsy, type, show us your glorious badge. Show us your face, the newest VIP. 142,069 monkey bucks. And you can get a VIP in the channel. That VIP only goes away if you get permabanned in the chat. And you really have to fucking try hard to get permabanned in this chat. Like, you have to actually put in a lot of effort. It's not very easy. We don't even time people out unless it's like a redeem room. So with that being said, let this be the start of your monkey buck journey, boys. Crows! Cheers. Monkey. I mean, if chat, our new people haven't seen, but our sub sound is quite literally a reminder of what all of us can collectively do if we put our heads and our hearts together. Time is money. Hockey is entertaining. Sacrilege. Hockey, well, the overall product of watching hockey is entertaining. It's not due to the sport of hockey itself being entertaining, because the only entertaining part of hockey, I won't say the only entertaining part of hockey, but there are like 6 interesting seconds of an actual hockey game where hockey is being played, and that's like the 4 goals that are scored collectively. Past that, the most interesting part of hockey is when people stop playing hockey and start kicking the shit out of each other, because hockey is extremely boring to watch, and I stand on that fucking business. If the best part of your sport, visually, is people no longer playing the sport and just beating the shit out of each other, it probably means your sport's boring. I live in Maine. There's still ice outside. I didn't skate. Fuck that shit. I played basketball. How was your day? My day was phenomenal. How was your day? We're into Steel Bloom right now, dude. I do not farm this frequently because these mobs are assholes. But we're farming it right now. Boy, oh boy, we're trying. Now, we are dropping a few people as we go on, but we still do have quite a few with us. Bop, bop. These have been really good drops. So how much is each apprentice enchanting scroll? Because after we go back to town, I might like spend some moolah enchanting my stuff a little bit, since I've got like multiple pieces of 10 gear now. Hockey or hockey? Hockey. Oh, I hope you and the puppos have a great time. When you get back in, you must tell details of the puppos if you're not busy. I'm a huge animal lover. I'll tell you the stories of how I have a neighborhood cat that scams my shit. Literally just hard scams me every time it sees me. We'll get into that. You have a story to ask about next time you come in. Have a good time with the puppos. And thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate that. Boys, I'll do a quick shout out because I don't have a mod here, but make sure you go follow Blossom. I have to type it my damn self. I did it! I know how things work. I am master of technology. Alright, look at me and all my glorious mana. Let me put Savo up here. We should find a legendary real quick, guys. Like, if we found a really quick, like, tank legendary or two. What the fuck, Ralos? Most first-time streamers don't have mods either. I know, I'm simply a tiny streamer trying to get established. I'm learning the ropes as I go. I've been here for about 30 minutes. So, you know, I didn't even know how to go live at the start of the day. Chat told me how to go live, and before that, I didn't even know how to stream. So I'm really grateful that I have chat here. Put Savo in a group by himself? I like Savo. Savo came here from New World with me. Savo and I gotta stick together. We've been trauma bonded. Savo made New World content too. The mods, they lurk, they live. Kendo, he lives. Crow. Any last word? Any last word? Any rebuttal, Crows? Do you have the 20K? Do you have the untime out up your sleeve, up your prison pocket in that supple-wupple little... I'm not gonna finish that thought. Do you have it on timeout? Another streamer I followed talked today about how she quit New World. Who dat? Coffee with Linda? Linda? I knew. I know every New World content creator. It's so funny. Dude, I'm such a community-based person that, like, one thing I'm really excited about streaming Ashes is a lot of the content creators over here love working with each other and love supporting each other, and they just want to see, like, the entire scene grow. I already have multiple collabs planned with other Ashes creators that we're doing, like, actual, like, meaningful content for the game and shit. It's really exciting. Lee is the biggest menace to society. Ooh, ooh. Is Lee a big beefy boy? Or is it a cat? If you have two puppos and Lee is the menace, I'd be willing to bet my money that Lee is a cat. Busy? Robin Hood. Streaming. What's up? Is it wrong of me to complain about when people message me in game because I never know if they can hear me yapping or not, so I have to message them back by typing? Is that like first world streamer problems of me? Can I complain about that, or is that just like, is that unrooted and not humble? I feel like that's unbased of me. I'll take Dusty unbased. Forgot where you came from. Could use an XP soak? Oh, fuck yeah. / invite Robin Hood. Out of touch. I've lost my grounding, man. / whisper Robin Hood. Come through. We're a raid, so XP may not be best, but always welcome. I hate that I get one-shotted by half the things in this game. If you're getting one-shotted, you're fighting the wrong shit. Are you fighting oculars? Lee is a dog that acts like a really loud cat. Climbs on my desk, steals my stuff, knocks over my cup, yells, and talks back. I love that. Okay. Okay. What breed are we talking here? Because I grew up with a Roddy Shepherd. His name was Zeus. And that motherfucker was a yapper. Y'all think I yap? You should have heard him fucking yapping, dog. He always got the last word, too. I swear to God, he would be yapping, and he would literally, like, respond, right? And then you would, like, get him going, and he would walk away and, like, yap under his fucking breath. And he had a deep-ass growl, like a deep-ass bark and a deep-ass growl, too. King level 9 stomps, you're right around there, right? I think Grandpa Bruce might be right around you guys as well. Y'all might be able to get a good group for Oaken. And then if you catch up to Nelly, Nelly's 18. Maltese makes me 6 pounds soaking wet. He just thinks he fits everywhere. The tiny ball of destruction is crazy. Church is a good place to be. Highwayman Hill's great to get level 10 gear. Oak is awesome for Glint and XP. I fuck with Oaken so unbelievably hard, man. I am like #1 Oakenbane believer. If they sold Oakenbane merch, I would wear Oakenbane merch. Like straight out of fucking Oaken, baby. Like, I spent level 11 to level 18 doing pretty much one strip in Oaken because it was just so ungodly good. Someone just stopped by and traded me Ash's Belt Blue. Love this game. You know what's funny? People don't stop by and really randomly give me shit. A, because I also don't like that very much, and chat knows that and respects that. I love you guys. They offer me some nice stuff, though, if they do have any bangers that I just can't turn down. But with that being said, you got killed randomly and corrupted on earlier. I'm just putting that out there. That's your karma. It's an Ouroboros. Someone corrupts on you, later someone else comes by, gives you a belt. Dude, it's so cool. Keep in mind, we're also shaping up to maybe go on our first guild offensive. So earlier today, Toad was running a caravan and a couple people from a guild jumped him while it was just him. And so I ended up going over, almost won the 1v2 after they had killed Toad. And so we went back together and just like destroyed the 1v2. Destroyed the 1v2. And we ended up bringing more people in to like escort Toad on his way back. And I ended up finding the fighter that they had. And I basically like got him off his mount and like 1v1'd him. I actually killed his mount because he was on the fast scorpion and I two-shotted it. So I ended up getting a 1v1 against their fighter as well. But they kept coming back after the initial fights. Like after we killed them, they kept coming back to lurk it. So we may very well try to catch them slipping at some point. Maybe catch them without the strap on them. If we see them in a van, maybe we call out the van, maybe we hit it. If we catch them outside without their strap, we catch them lacking. Maybe we hit them with a guild deck. We may go on our first guild offensive. We may have a storyline, some motivation. And we defend the big homie Toad. I don't care if you hit my van. Which guild was it? I think it was Divine Order, right? I don't want to misspeak, but I think it was Divine Order. With that being said, we're also friendly with them because whichever guild it was, I think it was Divine Order, but I saw one of them in town after and I go, hey, would you guys want to organize guild versus guild PvP? And they were like, yeah, I'll pass it up to our PvP lead. So we're also friendly with them, but we'll catch them lacking too. A van for a van, so to say. We defended ours. Will they be able to defend theirs when we catch them back? Yeah, so like since they were interested in PvP and it was fun, I reached out and I was like, hey, yo, good fights at the van. Do you guys want to like reach out or like organize guild versus guild practice? So we now have a positive relationship, but at some point we now have the motivation to hit them back. So it's like, if we hit them back, they seemed really chill as well. So it's not like they're gonna be like, oh my fucking God, fucking cats. They're like, oh shit, okay, this is starting. So we may very well have our first like actual organic storyline with the guild where it's not just like, oh, we know these people decked on us and then we got mad about it. Oh, caster gear. Wait, yo, Stomps, what would this be really good for? What would this be good for? Clank. Clank. I farmed up over a gold worth of glint here, and that's with dying a few times. This is really not bad. Clank. Is Clank Cleric tank? Yeah. Yeah, that's what Stomps is gonna name his Fresh Shark because he wants to make a tanky ass cleric. That's what he's leveling right now. Clank. Official petition to rename whatever cleric tank is to Clank in the real classes. Like some streamers will probably get like streamer skins and stuff, and I'm not cool enough for that, but what if I get to like name a class? Skirt. Bop, bop. Feel the damage. We're so up. Y'all saw that 360, 720, 830. We just hit a 942.68 spinning McTwist on him. And they never saw it coming. I've only died when I'm typing here. Are you at Oak? Or where are you at? Oh, dude, Cleric solo leveling fucks. Now, can you imagine, Stomps? What if there were combat pets in the game? And invite, please. You're in the raid. Are your frames bugged? Whoops. Kick from raid, invite to raid. Clank is not smart enough for pet. Okay, but hypothetically, imagine how good Cleric solo leveling would be with combat pets in the game, as well as having like a DPS combat pet that's just like pumping while you're AoE pulling stuff. Like you keep the threat on it, and then you just run a DPS. Solo leveling would be so good for you. Speaking of which, solo leveling tomorrow, right? I'm pretty excited. Would Summoner Tank be stank? That could be good. That could be good. Because if you're like a corpse-based like undead summoner as a tank, then you could potentially like have a decay, like a body odor, like a Yu-Gi-Oh player. And that BO could do threat around you. It could make Intim aura like a stank, yeah. Yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm deadlifting that shit. I'm with you on it. Is anyone in Jova and can give me an epic or legendary oak log? What do you need that for? Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh players smell the worst out of any major trading card game. I'm willing to stand on that business. To make a weapon. What weapon you making? A legendary? Shit, I don't even have a legendary weapon, goddamn. Oh shit. That's not bad, boys. That's really not bad. That's level 20, but any of our like Fizz may want that. Is it a level 10 one? Or is it level 1? I wouldn't worry about a legendary quite yet, but you could. If you got money like that. Oh, did I win that or did I steal that? Oh, I won that. I have so much gear. Oh, fuck. My inventory is getting to that spot that I hoped it wouldn't get to. Just don't be broke when it comes to journeyman enchanting 20s. I know, dude, if I had more shmoney, then it wouldn't be a problem, but I've spent much too long in life indeed getting my funny up and not my money up. So as a result, we're kind of in this spot. I can make you giggle, but I can't exactly make 20 enchants jiggle, so to say. So it's a rough spot. I'm gonna be rocking 10 gear for a little bit, but we'll eventually get there. I'm confident that in due time, when everything aligns, I will eventually somehow steal gold from everyone in chat and then enchant my shit. We'll enforce a tithe with the religious node. 10% of your income directly traded to me to support the sandaled one. I think one, I don't know much. I've been playing kind of solo on blind. Fair. Yeah, I would definitely wait on a legendary then. Maybe like when you hit level 10, it might be more worth it to like get a higher rarity weapon roll made. But yeah, I would definitely wait till level 10, and there are certain level 10s that are gonna be worth making that super high rarity one, but a lot of the time, like, you'll replace stuff relatively quickly in the game, and unless it's something that has, you know, main stats and stuff like that, then... Yeah, Stomps is also always chilling in Discord. I don't go on Discord much during stream because I just like to yap, but if anybody does want help, Stomps is always in VC. I just feel like half the time that I go in Discord, it's either me ignoring chat or me muting Discord and then yapping to chat with Discord in the background. Who's gotten upgrades from this? I feel like most of us, yeah? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Woo. What if I enchant? I feel like I've got at least 2 pieces. Surely somebody other than me has got upgrades, right? Although I do feel like it's poetic that I finally came to this pee-pee poo-poo farm place and I'm getting kitted out. I won't lie. I think they turned on the streamer loot for this. Full streamer client perms. Caro's gotten 3 so far. Oh, that's huge. Okay, so maybe it's just me and Caro mostly. Uh-oh. Somebody has stuff over here. Shing, shing. My town needs 600 common oak logs, because I have 7 so far. At least 1 heroic or legendary. I have all the rest of the mats at high level, so I might as well get this. Oh, damn, you've been gathering. I mean, so, you're level 9.5, right? I would sell your high rarity mats for your level 1 thing and start buying for your level 10 thing. Because level 10 weapons can last you a long time at high rarity. They can be better than most level 20 weapons at low rarity. Do you know where the Bloom Warden bracers dropped? I found some at your mom's house last time I was there. Why, what's up? I would assume the caster's in here, by the way. If I had to guess. Yeah, Tarvo, you're up late. You gotta go sleep off that pizza. Fuck, I'm so jealous of that. Have a great night, buddy. Said there was a lanky looking man in the corner. Yo, Dusty Slender Man cosplay would be crazy. King, I think Stomps was saying he's right around your level. You have pizza on the way? Fuck, what'd you get? You have to reveal your mysteries and then also order me pizza. What's your go-to? Domino's? I feel like value-wise, Domino's is real solid. Like, I'm not saying Domino's is S-tier pizza all the way around, but it's like, for the value, it's real good. Is he in the chat? Stomps? Yeah, that's him. There's no real fast, there's just consistent and safer dangerous. Oh, yeah. Like, in Ashes, it's a walking definition of like slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Yo, what up, Poppy? This game have PvP? Oh, fuck yes, it does. It absolutely does. This game is entirely built around a PvX system where the PvP and the PvE both have like direct implications on a lot of things throughout the map. Hey, Rowan's up. So yeah, there is PvP. There's like, right now, not all of the systems are in for PvP. but there is guild versus guild, node versus node. There's open world. There are caravans that you can escort place to place. So there are a lot of options for PvP and a lot more options being added. In the end of March patch that we're getting, we're going to have node sieges added. We're also going to get the start of the naval combat system in March up in the tropics. So those are both things that are coming that are going to add a lot to the game just as soon as this March patch hits. How do I get in and start playing? So if you want to support the stream while you are playing, you can do !ashes in the chat. That'll bring up my affiliate link. Not even an affiliate link, it's a referral code. I called it the wrong thing. That referral code basically takes your purchases for the lifetime of your account and puts 15% of them in my in-game currency wallet. So I can buy things from the in-game store. Now, that's no pay to win, no pay for convenience. It's transmog only, just allows me to buy things from the shop without having to pay for them. And again, that's transmog only. So you can either use my code or you can use somebody else's. But with that being said, you will also get one of those referral codes when you make your account. So everybody that makes an account gets that code. In terms of actual access, chat, you know what to do. Right now, we're in Alpha 2 Phase 2. Alpha 2 Phase 2 started back in December and is going past May 1st. But until May 1st, we're on a 5 up, 2 down uptime cycle. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, the game is playable. Tuesday and Wednesday, the game is down for development days. Starting on May 1st, Alpha 2 Phase 3 starts. Then, with Alpha 2 Phase 3, we go into 24/7 uptime. As close to 24/7 uptime as possible. There will still be downtimes for patches, maintenances, server resets, stuff like that, right? So, with that being said, if you want to hop in today, you want to start playing now till May 1st, and then beyond that, it's that $110 pack, that Wave 2 pack in the store. If you want to hop in on May 1st and have access for Phase 3 and beyond, then it's that $100 pack. $10 difference between now and May 1st. Then, past the alphas, we have Phase 2 and Phase 3 left for Alpha 2. We'll be going into betas. Betas will be shorter playtesting phases, and those will be, you know, before the launch. So past beta, we can look forward to launching, and in my opinion, we're probably like 2 to 3 years out across the board. Now, could go longer than that, but the good news is, if it does go longer than that, you buy one of these packs, you're in for the current and all future phases of development up until the game does launch. So, with that being said, the best thing to keep in mind is if you're hopping in and you haven't necessarily play tested a lot of games before, or you're like, what if I don't like Ashes? 110 for access to an alpha is a lot of money. You're absolutely right. Intrepid gives you 90 days with no hours limit where you can play the game as much as you would like. And if you're not happy with the playtest, you can put in a refund request on the website. You can get your money back. 90 days, no hours limit. So very, very, very kind of like safe bet for people. If you do end up liking the purchase, the playtest, and you end up staying, right? Then you get access the entire time until the game launches. When the game launches, it is no box cost, no DLC cost. $15 a month, 1.5 for a monthly sub. And then the additional monetization of the game is simply in the form of transmogs. It's cosmetic only, no impact on the actual gameplay. So, pretty cool monetization scheme overall. If you have any questions, feel free. But I hope that that helped clarify some things. And as always, !ashes, make your account using that link if you are a real motherfucker. What environment should I choose? Good question. So we are on Vyra with the community over here. There is also Lotharia and Lineth. Lineth is the other NA server, and Lotharia is the EU server, but Vyra tends to be, in my opinion, probably the most poppin' server right now. And, of course, we're over here as well, so if you are looking for a community to play with, we have 2 guilds currently, and... Can I pop this map? Oh. We have 2 guilds currently, and we keep doing inactivity passes, so we're basically kicking people that are inactive for a certain amount of time. When they join back up, they'll be, you know, invited to one of the secondary guilds, right? So, with that being said, anybody's more than welcome to come through and play with us. It's probably why we're on a different test environment. What do you mean with that? I think they're just testing like rollback stuff over here. We're gonna be the guinea pig for rollback stuff. Oh, you mean like the population is probably why we're on the different testing environment? Yeah, probably the most feedback, like the easiest for them to just sequester one over and get good feedback as well, because they have a lot of established communities over here. Thanks for the clarification. Yeah, of course, happy to help. Is providing feedback with bugs, balances, etc. easy? Oh god, yeah. Oh god, yeah. So Intrepid has, in my opinion, some of the best communication that I've ever interacted with from like a player to developer side, and not even considering the fact that I'm like streamer gets to interact. It's not even that. They are so active in their Discord all the time. They have community managers, they have moderators. Their devs actually play the game. Like, pretty much everyone in the development team that I've seen so far plays or has played the game in one way, shape, or form. A lot of them actively play the game and lurk in streams. Just yesterday, towards the end of the stream, we had one of the GMs, Planendorf, who is a dev. He was in stream, and we ran some caravans. Not Planendorf with us, but he was watching, and we ran caravans, and my caravan ended up getting hit. And some people in chat had like feedback ideas on how to make caravans better. So we got into a good discussion about like what was good about caravans, what wasn't good about caravans right now. And so from there, Dorf was just chilling the whole time, and he was like, hey guys, I got some really good notes off this, good discussion. And they take feedback both in formal routes through something as simple as /bug in game. You report your bugs, you can submit a screenshot with that as well. Or you can go directly into their Discord. Any outages, downtimes, updates, anything like that, patch notes, changes, like anything there is communicated directly through Discord. In their Discord, they also have a bugs like section in the Discord where you can directly like report it to the team. They are incredibly responsive. Communication has been one of the things that has blown me away from this development team, considering it is their first game that they were like brought together for. They've gone from over like 12 employees to now over 250 employees, Steven's latest figure. So as they've grown, it seems like they haven't lost sight that like they are building something that's entirely community based, and they've genuinely just maintained that vision, and it feels so good to be making content for like this game and this team. Because of the pop server? Yeah. It's consistent pop too. I mean, like, I feel like if Pirate Software were to pop on, right, you would naturally see a lot of people like hop on with him in that moment. But I feel like when he's offline, nah. Do I have to drag and drop the items into the shop thing, or what do I do to create a listing? So you go to like the sell, and then you should just be able to right click it through there. I think that's how I listed mine. Should be able to right click and then set your price and stuff. The good news is nothing is like soulbound or anything. So like bind on equip, bind on pickup, everything is like you can wear it, you can resell it after the fact. So as long as you don't destroy it. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions, CPU. More than happy to help out. I very much enjoy yapping about this game, and coming from New World where it's like, I don't know, everything over there was so iffy for so long. I'm so happy to be here. It's such a breath of fresh air. Right click what? The item? I think you go into the like create a listing tab, right? Is there, chat, can we get a walkthrough on that for the man? I haven't created a listing in a minute, but I'm pretty sure you just go into the sell tab, and then you like right click the item that you want to list, and then you set the price, and it shows like the pre-tax price, and then you have to calculate, you don't have to calculate, but it'll show you like what the price is after tax as well, and that's your total price that you list for. So like you will list the pre-tax price, the tax is added on there. There's a drop down menu. Okay, it's a drop down, not a right click. Piss. Yeah, I haven't listed shit in a minute. It's similar to the Enchanting menu, right? That's all gonna be a placeholder UI as well. They've talked about how like many shop improvements are coming across the board. This little area has been a pretty solid farm though. Boop. I wish the search function was way better. What would you add to it? Kind of like categorical searches? Where it's like select the category type thing? What's this? Mentality. That's probably gonna be castery. Mentality's magic res. It also gives max mana. Like, you're vibing. It's more validity to it for a fucking caster to wear than a tank over strength gear. As like a fucking, I don't know, I wouldn't even use it as a tertiary stat. I would use it as like a fourth stat on a piece of gear maybe, but that shit boo-boo. Being a pal and gathering up some rubies for Savo, huge. I don't want any more gear. I don't have room, dude. My fucking inventory is so ungodly full. If you still haven't got it by the time by the time I like get out of this, get back to town, I'll show you in the menu as well. It's not the Caravan person. Wait, did you try to list stuff at the Caravan person, Stomps? Does that come from, like, personal experience? I need a story. Just wanted to make sure. Alright, I believe you. Just wanted to make sure. Uh-huh, uh-huh. That sounds like it came from personal experience, man. I'm just putting that out there. Doo-doo. Ah. Oh, solo, look over the back with 6 mobs. Where are you AoE grinding at? You could probably clean up at frogs, honestly, right around your level. Docks? Okay, yeah, I like docks a lot. Humanoid mobs are great. Are you getting any loot drops over there? Job's been good, like semi-consistent. Eh. What the fuck? Did you see how that guy died? Am I tripping, or was that like a ooh? Why'd he die like that? That or like I'm just fucking hearing things now because of how much dwarf screaming I've endured. I don't know, man. I'm not sold on either one of these possibilities. Someone either just had the most passionate, like, orgasmic death that I've heard in this game in terms of a mob, or I'm starting to hear things. Send you a screenshot of what I'm thinking. You still trying to get set up over there? Have you figured it out yet? Yeah, Poppy, but you're asking about the PvP, right, man? The PvP in this game is extremely fun. Like, there are a lot of PvP modes that are already, like, in the game. Like, I was talking about this a little earlier, but, like, we were doing caravans last night, for example, and with caravans, you escort them town to town, and those caravans can get attacked by other players along the way. And if those caravans get attacked by other players, you've got to defend them, either solo or like with your guild, with your group, whatever it might be. If you escort them further, you get more of a payout from those caravans. And if you die, you've got to run back and try to push the people that are hitting it off of those vans, or they can take your stuff and turn it in and take your payout. So caravans are just one of many loops. You also have like a full open world PvP system. You've got like guild versus guild wars, node versus node wars, which nodes are the territories, like the towns. So different like towns can fight each other. You'll have node sieges where nodes will be able to like go in, pillage the town, like take things from the town itself. They'll be able to eventually de-level different towns too to stop progression in certain towns. So man, there's so much. There will be castle nodes as well, so there will be different castles on the map that guilds can own. You'll be able to attack the castles too. In a castle siege event, there's so much. There will be dueling arenas that come in for small scale stuff, and I'm sure we see different little pop-ups throughout, but there's already a good amount in, and we're getting more and more into the PvP side of things daily over here. We're actually like starting to get a lot of people finally into the spot where we like stand a chance in terms of the power scaling, so it's pretty nice. We were able to successfully like push people that were attacking one of our guild members' caravans off earlier today. We won that fight. They ended up making it safely. So it's been cool. We're really starting to come online a little bit more, and you'll definitely start seeing a lot more PvP around here. What games do you come from? It's grayed out. Do you not have anything like in your inventory to sell? Do you have to? Oh, I think you might have to be level 10. Maybe? I don't know. The loot here has been nuts. Chat, where can I go to get my apprentice enchanting scrolls? Do I have to be a citizen? No, you can use player markets at non-citizen like towns. You can have multiple player markets around. They sell them in Halcyon? Okay, dope. I can always pop over there after this at the lab. And that's for apprentice for level 10s. Yeah, I don't need journeyman anything. We're balling. What do you need? I just need to grab apprentice enchanting scrolls. Apprentice enchanting Sunhaven. Sunhaven, Halcyon both have it. Good to know. Okay, yeah, I'll probably go to Halcyon for it, since I'm like right over here anyways. Ish. We're pumping. This is getting scary. I don't have mana. I need a saga. The double absorption field looks so crazy. It made everything so bright. We should get every tank on the server together to throw absorption field at the same time and see if we can crash the server. Yeah, I've made almost 2 golden glint so far. That's not bad. Yo, Sin! How's Ashes playing? So good. It's playing so good. I have so much fun with it every day. How are you? What you been up to? It's so phenomenal. I'm so happy with Ashes, and we also just learned today that despite getting, you know, this at the end of last month, this is the rest of the Sand Squall Desert. This is a peninsula. We're getting the tropics, the turquoise sea, and the start of naval combat next month, the end of this month, in addition to rogue, in addition to a lot of like new gatherables. So that's going to be an absolutely massive patch. I'm going to drop a video about that very soon. And then on top of that, we have phase 3 coming in May, where we go 24/7 live uptime, like live service uptime on the servers. So I really think that the game is going to explode very soon. But in addition to those 2 updates, we just learned that basically each month we're on pace to get a new biome unlocked. So there's going to be a very, very, very good progressive build-up. Ash is supposed to come out this year? No. So Ashes is currently in Alpha 2 Phase 2. Nova coming in with the T2 for 19 months. Huge. So, I love you, Nova. I hope you're well. I hope you're well. The huge 19 months, boys. Give me the Dusty W booties, boys. One time for the big Nova coming through with the love bomb. So, basically, right now, we're in Alpha 2 Phase 2, Sid. And that goes until May 1st. Phase 3 starts up on May 1st. When Phase 3 starts up, again, we go into that 24/7 like live service uptime with the server structure. And in addition to that, you know, we're going to continue to get a lot of updates. We start to get secondary classes. We'll get all 8 of the playable base classes throughout that. And Phase 3 is going to be where the game becomes pretty much near feature complete. And everything feature-wise and system-wise will be added through Phase 3 for the most part. The betas will still probably have a little bit like feature-wise left, but it's going to be near feature complete hopefully by the end of alphas. Betas will just be like polish and final testing and stuff like that. So, Alpha 2 Phase 3 is going to last at least a year. So, total estimate from me is 2 to 3 years until we launch. Right in the heart of that, I think like 2.5 years is very, very realistic. So with the monetization, it's 110 if you want to get in for like now for Phase 2 and then all of the future testing phases up until the launch. So that 110 USD gets you everything until the game launches. When the game launches, you get your first month of game time, which is $15 USD. There's no box cost, no DLC cost, only the sub when the game launches. And then you also get $15 in the in-game store, which is transmog only, no pay for convenience. No pay to win, nothing like New World where you could even like level your crafting or anything faster through that or your gathering, like nothing like that. No pay for convenience or anything. Nothing even bordering on ethicality within the monetization. It is going to be truly remarkable to see in the MMO scheme. So with that, if you want to wait till Phase 3, it's $100. And again, you don't have to pay that $100 if you buy the $110. It's just that one time to play from when you get in up until the launch. Then you have 90 days from the day of your alpha purchase with no hours limit, where you can play as much as you want. And if you're not happy with the playtests, you can get a full refund on your purchase within 90 days, no matter how many hours you played. It's insane. It is insane. I tell people, like, if you're happy with what you're playing right now, there's nothing wrong with waiting it out until the game's in like a more finished state, what you're playing wears off, or you're just seeing something over here where you're like, I literally cannot resist this anymore. And there's nothing wrong with waiting for it to be in any of those future states, right? Because like you can see the development phase as it is. You can watch streams, you can see YouTube content. The only thing that you can't physically see is the NDA server, which is visual only NDA, so we still hear about things from that. So with that being said, even if you're sitting out, you can still see everything, follow everything, see the game develop in between now and launch. You can hop in at any point in between those 2 points and join us. If you're hopping in phase 3, you're up tremendous. Just make sure you do !ashes in the chat so you don't miss out on anything in terms of supporting the channel. Because if you do that, portion of all of your purchases come back to me as in-game currency. Ho ho. So, I really do think between the March update coming in with Rogue, with the Tropics, with the start of naval combat, with that boat-to-boat combat, shit like that, the map beginning to expand very rapidly, getting a lot of different areas to play, a lot of different gameplay loops. Like, the game is going to start to blow up. And then once May hits, I think we're already going to get Pirate Software back with the Tropics, and we're going to get Summit back making content with Rogue. I think when the game goes 24/7, we get a lot more content creators from the MMO scene that start checking it out with phase 3. And I think we're going to see a few very large waves of like blow up in terms of the game as a whole. And I'm very optimistic for the Ashes community as a whole that the numbers that we're seeing now within the community are just nowhere near the numbers that we'll see on full launch. That was a beautiful double grapple, my lord. Absolutely poetic performance from the double tank comp out here, boys. What exactly are you doing right now? Farming for something? Yes! So we're currently in Citadel of the Steel Bloom. So across the map, you'll see different denominators. So the ones that are diamonds with the blue filling are just normal POIs. The fancy diamonds with the blue filling are going to be elite POIs. And then the red portals are like fully built out dungeons. Now, those red portals aren't actually portals. These are non-instance dungeons. Everything in Ashes is open world. So right now, we're over at Citadel of the Steel Bloom, which is like the closest thing you can get to a dungeon without actually being a dungeon. So we're over here in this giant star, and we're over in one of the buildings over here. It's more like a lotus than a star, I guess. But we're over in one of the buildings on one of the tips of the lotus, and we're chilling here, just killing some mobs that we can kite into this room and group up, because the loot table of these mobs is very good. So despite being level 25, we have quite a few people who have come here and got some solid upgrades. Myself included, I found a few pieces of gear from this. And in addition to that, there is a named mob that spawns. So there are regular elite mobs, named mobs, and then boss mobs. And with named mobs, they also have a unique loot table, typically featuring named items or crafting materials, which can be used in different crafting recipes. So one very cool thing about Ashes is that it's a complete Ouroboros of a gameplay loop, where it's like PvP, PvE, and crafting are all entirely intertwined. So for a crafter to be able to craft stuff that's from Citadel of the Steel Bloom, we have to come here and farm the recipes from the named mobs that have those items that you want to craft, or the trash mobs that have those items that you want to craft. We then have to get those to a crafter that has the adequate crafting. You can't have every single craft maxed out, !crafting, if you're a crafter. That'll bring up a graphic explaining how many crafts you can have maxed out in terms of this, like the lifestyle skills. So with that being said, you have to specialize. In addition to that, towns have to specialize. So you have to get the recipes for your crafters, get your crafters up to the point where the crafting is high enough. You have to get multiple gatherers gathering and refining to funnel into that crafter. If you're crafting something high rarity to have the best stats on it and the most stats on it, then you're going to have to get high rarity gatherables, which is a task in and of itself. So then from there, your crafter puts it together. You can use it in PvP, you can use it in PvP. Across the board, the game is entirely PvX, where the entire map has, like, you know, constant implications and things that are... Oh! Someone forgot to loot. Slash raid, blue bone ring. 1 int 1 whiz 11 match power. Who is highest sub tier? That's actually very good. Yeah, it's insane. T3 subs only. It's very good, and the fact that it's level 10, it's nuts. It's very enchantable. Very enchantable. Yeah, that's nuts. So that's a big hit of an item for us. So one thing that's really cool right now, well, really cool, not really cool, but really peculiar, is the enchanting system. The enchanting system doesn't have specific enchants like +1 strength or anything, it's a plus level. So with a plus level, you add a minimum of +1 basically to each of the attributes, the rolls on the piece. So if it's a super high roll like high armor, you may be able to get more than +1 like later on, but as of right now, it basically considered adding +1 to everything on the piece. These boots originally had 1 strength, 3 mentality for main stats. Each level of enchanting increases those rolls by 1. So then you have strength and ment being increased. The thing about that makes it strong is each of these main stats give what are called waterfall attributes. The waterfall attributes are the additional attributes that come off of your main stat itself. So with gearing, it's very optimal to have things like this, Cloak of Sunhaven, Strength, Constitution, Dex. It's also a level 10 requirement, even though we're level 25, instead of a level 20 requirement, because gear's bracketed in 10s. So level 20 gear is way more expensive to enchant than level 10 gear. So while there is a looming enchant rework where enchanting could very well be like completely wiped, it's still probably worth it in like the meantime to have level 10 gear at least like lowly enchanted just for that little bit of power creep. You don't have to fully invest and break the bank, but if you have good main stat level 10 gear, it's probably worth it to slap a few levels on that while the value's there. So it allows you to PvP better, PvE better, just everything in between. You done with the New World? Oh yeah. I, like in December, started playing other stuff a little bit. And really just realized that New World had no future. And so I came over to Ashes just after Christmas. I had played a little bit of PoE and stuff like that, and I wasn't really vibing with like PoE or anything like that because you know me, I'm a huge community person, I'm a huge MMO person. I don't really have a desire to stream things that aren't community-based MMOs. And so I had my like holdbacks about fully investing into Ashes like before I actually played. And I thought that things, you know, were going to feel a lot different, a lot more rudimentary, a lot less good across the board. And my first day that I played, I was instantly hooked. As soon as I started running around, as soon as I started like going through combat, just everything in between, I was instantly hooked. And since then, I have been playing Ashes like 10 hours a day, every single day that it's available. When the game is down, try to play other games, and I'm like, man, I wish Ashes was up. I'm very quickly approaching 400 plus hours this phase of the alpha. I literally play 10 hours a day, and I'm nowhere near like bissed out, done with the game, solved the game, like any of that. And on top of that, long term, the entire game is dynamic. Every server will be in a completely unique state of progression, will have different things available to it. Like, so many things will always be changing server to server to keep it completely fresh. And it's extremely, extremely fun to look forward to the next 2 to 3 years. Extremely fun. I personally can't fucking wait for the future of Ashes. And I'm glad that I get to be here making content the entire time as well. It makes me very happy. Clank! Characters are slightly flat for each tree that falls on them and it resets. They get slightly shorter. Tree fell on you, took damage or got squished. Like a dwarf has a tree fall on it and it gets slightly flatter until you're a little pancake running around. I knew you would like Steel Bloom. Shut your old ass up and go the fuck to bed. Get the fuck out of my chat. Crow, have a great night, brother. Sleep well. We'll run it back. It's not that bad if we come in with a full raid. I may have been a bit dramatic about how bad it is to farm. No, we're gonna wipe. I'm not even fucking making this up right now. Jesus fucking Christ. Where are you now that I need ya? Die for me, peasants! I am your leader. I'm so dead here. I don't know where to go. Fuck. Fuck. Well, they're getting a lot of money from that. No. I haven't played New World since early December. Yeah, that's around when I stopped playing it, like actually playing it. I warlogged for a little bit, and I was basically like in a spot where I could pop over to New World and it would kind of like juice my viewers because I would just go over to Wars, right? And initially, like, you don't run away from Steel Bloom, dude. I felt so trapped. Holy fuck. I felt so trapped. But like, it was at a point where when I first started streaming Ashes, like, I could go back to New World and it would give me like a temporary little viewer boost, right? Because when I left, streams were still like 100 up to 150 average. So I'd go over there, it'd be cool. I'd get like plus 20 viewers for Wars or whatever. But then after a little bit, it ended up in a point where like, I'm gonna run over to Halcyon, by the way. I want to enchant this stuff while I'm over here before I forget. Yeah. We've been here for a few hours. I think I'm probably going to be set on Steel Bloom. We can run more of it up tomorrow, but I want to pop over to Halcyon and enchant some of this level 10 shit. But yeah, okay. Sorry. As I streamed more Ashes and kind of like established myself with my little corner of the community here, right? I was able to bridge the gap with New World continuing to fall and Ashes, you know, it's not necessarily going up in terms of Ashes as a whole, getting a ton of new eyes on it right now, but it will, and it's guaranteed to. And in the meantime, there is a consistent growth in the community, and like the channel is actually growing faster than it did in New World, just like month over month. And it's growing more consistently here than it did in New World as well. New World was around like, you know, big releases, that big burst in subs and everything, and then you kind of like waited for the next update. And in between then it was dead. And so Ashes has been consistent growth just across the board. And that's without anything even bringing a bunch of people in right now. It's just people trickling in. So I'm very confident, and I've said this a lot publicly. I think in a few months, by the end of the year, honestly, by the end of this year, with, you know, March bringing a wave of people in, I think with March, you could very well see the channel have a big boom, and you'll definitely see the game have a big boom. A lot of returning players, a lot of people coming back. I personally think the channel will grow past 100 average viewers as soon as March hits, like the end of the March patch. We go into April, we'll probably levitate around 100-ish, maybe a little more if we're doing well. And then I think May hits, and May is a very good chance to grind and solidify myself in a good spot. And I think by the end of the year, if I stay grinding, everything goes well, we could easily be averaging 500 plus viewers here. I think there is that much potential for growth in Ashes, and I think a lot of people could also be in that spot, not just me. I think if people are willing to put in the time now and like invest themselves in the community and get themselves in a good spot, there's plenty of potential for a lot of content creators to grow with this game as it grows. And if you're putting out content that people are tuning into, you're going to grow with it. Like, people will check out your content when they're coming in. So I'm really excited and motivated, like, by that for the next few years. 620k XP, yeah, you're down horrendous. Like, that makes me extremely excited. So over the next few years, the game is going to continue to grow. I'm going to continue to make more and more content and hopefully push myself to be an even better content creator, facilitate a better community. We always be more positive, you know, bring more good vibes into whatever we're doing and be, you know, a really positive aspect of this community long term. That's the goal. And I think I just have so much motivation and I see so much of an actual future with this game that I'm just, dude, I'm incredibly excited. And the craziest thing about it is it's not this like hypothetical, well, if Intrepid changes this completely 180s and, you know, fixes stuff. For me, it's like if Intrepid literally just goes forward at the rate that they're going forward, the game is going to be fucking phenomenal when it does launch. I don't think they need to deviate from their core vision. I don't think they need to deviate from the tenets of their game that they're building it upon. I think they have an incredibly good grasp of like what the community wants, what the game needs, the dichotomy of those two, the Venn diagram of like community wants this, developer wants this, where's the middle ground that's best for the game? Because those are always, you know, 3 different points. And I think very frequently developers can be very rough on one side of that, whether they bend the knee to their community too much and lose sight of their original game, or they oppress their community so much and don't listen to them that they feel very disconnected from the two. And I think across the board, like as a player and as a part of the community, I feel like Intrepid genuinely listens to the community, values the community that they have here, and realizes like that they are growing a very, very, very dedicated core community. And I love that. It makes me as a player feel extremely valued. It makes me extremely happy about the future of the game. And I say that a lot, but I genuinely mean it, man. It's something that I haven't felt like making content for a game ever. Because by the time I got larger in New World, the outlook on New World was this, you know, it's dying, have fun, do what you can. Now, I have a platform where I'm able to potentially take it to a spot that it's never been before, while also just enjoying the fuck out of this game as it continues to grow, man. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. I am super, super, super happy to be here. It almost seems like one of those situations where it's just like too good to be true, right? All right, where am I getting these? Enchanting Charms. Enchanting Charms. That's Journeyman. Apprentice. No. Am I looking in the wrong spot? Those are the charms. Does the other guy have the actual scrolls? Good day, sir. No. What am I missing here? Am I being bamboozled? At the scribe? Oh, yep. It is the other guy. I'm silly. Okay. How many do I have? We'll start with this and see how it goes. Is it worth getting the charms? I mean, maybe with my fucking luck, huh? No. Oh my god, wait. That's expensive. Holy shit. Okay, +1. I don't know how this shit works. So, you pick up your enchanting scrolls. Novice for level 1, apprentice for level 10, journeyman for level 20, so on and so forth. Within that, you'll go in and you'll click on the enchanting scroll. You'll add the piece of armor that you want to add to the scroll, and it's got to be in your bags. As you enchant, you have the cost of the scroll itself, but then you also have the enchantment cost down here. Higher level enchants mean the enchantment cost is much more expensive. But again, you do add 1 to every one of the categories from this. What's the second slot for? That's for an enchanting charm. So later on for higher enchants, you can get enchanting charms to improve your success rate. And past, I believe it's level 6, you can brick the entire item. So it's definitely a little bit of a, like, thought out process. Chest and legs are the most expensive. Chest and pants most expensive? Oh, it's +8, not +6. Sorry. Okay, maybe I wait then on the chest. Maybe I do other stuff. Maybe I just do the chest to +1. I'll do my cape. We'll juice the cape because that's going to be huge value. This thing is like large value. So it's got strength, con, and dex on it. So we're going from 331 to 442. And we're just going to keep juicing that for now. So the cape alone is going to, providing we pump it up. So +8 is safe to go up to without bricking anything. Man, my luck is terrible. I bricked 290%. That's rough. Should +2, everything to +2 has a 100% chance. You say 100% chance, but I've bricked 290% so far. So now my cape is 664. And that's just from going to level 3. So instantly I gain 18 fizz power rating. That 18 fizz power rating is going to translate into here and give me roughly 6 actual fizz power output. And as we continue to scale that up over the rest of our gear, that's going to be a large gain. So let's see. I can do my pants. I can do my boots if I wanted to. Those are already +2. Pants are going to be the most expensive. And I don't have 10 jewelry. Level 25 max level just for the alpha? Yes, level 50 is going to be max on launch. If I wanted to just... If I... Maybe just wanted to stream, do I just use OBS? Is there a better streaming thing? Yeah, I use OBS. I use OBS, and then a lot of my like overlays and stuff are through Stream Elements. Let's run the shoulders up a couple real quick. Could also enchant that. I would have to juice that to make it like more valid than my current one though. Also, who needs this bone ring that dropped? This. Clank. Well, somebody in the raid that worked for it, you Goomba. Alpha 3 a reset for everyone. Think of it as fresh starts. So they're not planning any full character wipes unless absolutely necessary. Certain systems may be wiped, including Enchanting, which we're doing right now. Freeholds will definitely be wiped. Freeholds are those non-instanced housing units that are throughout the nodes, but they're going to be adding a system called Estates, where you'll be able to place your freehold throughout the map, and that freehold will also have interactions with whatchamacallit, guild housing. So there will be guild halls, there can be guild castles, guild fortresses are something that have been discussed as well as a possibility. So like having freeholds from your guild in the presence of your guild hall can kind of like stack up different buffs and have impacts on that. So there will be like guilds that post up in certain areas as well. Said the blue ring had int. It's int wisdom, magic power. Bristle said if no takers on the bone ring, he'll claim. Whoever comes to see me in Halcyon before I fucking log off for the night gets it. Please work. That's 68 silver. Fuck. What if a server gets overpopulated and people have too many houses? There are only a finite number of freeholds. Not every player can have a freehold. So there are only a set number of freeholds throughout the map that people can acquire. Past that, there are instanced node housing units that there are also only so many of. But the freeholds are those non-instanced ones. Past that, there's like New World type housing with different types of apartments. The apartments, depending on the type of apartment, can give you a buff to your character for owning it. There will also be like a real estate type system where someone can purchase the deed for something. So basically, like you purchase a deed, you can sell that to another player. They can then move into that apartment. So you can play an entire real estate loop for yourself. It's a bunch of very, very neat systems, in my opinion. And with like, oh God. No change 90%. Level loss 10%. Fuck it, I'll raw dog it. I'll raw dog it. Become a real estate mogul? You literally can, yes. Oh, we +4'd it. Oh, we're up. So this is already 7 strength, 7 con, and 5 dex. Keep in mind, before I enchanted this, like started enchanting it, it had 3 strength, 3 con, and 1 dex on it. Was it? Yeah, it was 3-3-1. So this is legitimately like having 2 of those cloaks on before I started enchanting it, and I've spent 2 gold on this, if that. Probably closer to like 1 and change. Should be easy to get it up to +6. Let's give it a try. Like enchanting is fucking strong. Now, it is very likely that enchanting is, I mean, it's definitely getting reworked, but it's also very likely to get wiped. So this could all just be wasted money. But at the end of the day, you're not really like hard wasting money in an alpha. And the short-term gain of like having more farm and stuff like that in the meantime is going to be quite nice. I hope it does. I do too. Yeah, the current like power scaling of it's kind of wacky. So, what do the charms actually do? I'm gonna buy one just for science. Up. 3%! Suck my dick. Is this for the ring? Here. You might want that as well, I don't know. Maybe not. Scribes can craft higher rarities? Yeah. But they're not. Are we up? Are we up? Actually, we're up. Alright. Streamer loot it for me, Poppy. Come on. Come on. Come on. We're running hot. We're running hot. So once you get to +6, there's a chance to lose all of your levels on it. And up to this point, there was also a chance to lose a level. Oh god. Push to 9? No. I want one more level, so that way it has 10 strength on it. So it doesn't destroy the item. Past level 8, it does. Like, it has a chance to destroy the item, so the punishments get more severe. So, yeah. You can go to level 8 without having a chance to, like, destroy it, and then past 8, you have a chance to destroy it. That's huge, though. So, just to put it into perspective, this is essentially 3 of these cloaks previously. Could I give you gold for the ring? No, I don't care about gold. I won't lie. I was just giving it away to whoever got to it first. There are more rings. So, without the cloak on, I'm at 310 fizz power. With the cloak on, we gain 9 fizz power. It's kind of fat. Keep in mind, I also gain 90 health because of the 9 con. So it's 9 fizz power, 90 health. And then we get crit chance rating, attack speed rating, evasion rating. Enchanting is fucking wacky. The sky looks beautiful tonight, chat. You look beautiful tonight, chat. Con strength meant. Yeah, I'll just dump a couple in here, I guess. Man, my luck is ass. Pour from the Caravan wax. Yeah, I mean, I haven't sold shit for Glint. I was, I was saving Glint for Vans, and then our Van luck was absolutely fucking horrendous for a while. But yeah, so I basically just spent 6 gold, roughly. And I got 3 strength, 9 strength, 12 strength, and I didn't do anything over there or over there. So I got 12 strength, I got 3 con, 9 con, and then I got 3 ment and 6 dex. Just for enchanting level 10 gear. Absolutely fucking bonkers. Just mine? I actually have to do that next. I've been doing like the lumberjacking lumber milling loop along the way. But yeah, I definitely gotta get on the Drake grind. I could probably sell a lot of this stuff in my inventory. I also have an entire bank character filled with gear and shit that I'm sure I could sell for like just cheap and have an accumulation, but I hate how many recipes I have. Mining pay is really good. And also you have a chance to get epic and legendary coal, and that's really good money. Yeah, epic and legendary coal is fat. Mining will probably be the thing that I start working on next. Now that I'm done with my, like, my tree loop, because I want to be to the point where I can actually, like, gather things that are beneficial. So I ended up getting lumberjacking to 20. So my mining's already kind of started. I'm at 8 there. So your GM miner, huge. Huge. Sold an epic coal for 29 gold today. Give you a journeyman bag? Yeah, I have it. I can't use it until I'm journeyman, but... So yeah, I'm pretty excited for it. Yeah, I'll probably start working on that. Is coal just like an RNG pull? Can you just hit anything and then end up with coal? What are all these GGs? Elysium and Silver Strike Brigade. Oh, they were doing like an actual guild war. That's cool. Rare RNG pull on common. Oh, so you just go like mass hit rocks until you pull something? That's huge. If you get coal, can you farm that resource over and over again? Nope. Someone in chat actually answered that the other day for me. I was wondering about that. Coal is an RNG. Better chance for T3 rocks. Twisting. Heroic, I think, is like 4 to 6 gold. Interesting. That's very good to know. That's very good to know. I like that a lot. Limestone's away. Where's the limestone farm at? Where would be the place for me to go? All over? Oh, it just exists? All right, chat, tomorrow we start the mining grind. The issue is that as more people get higher rarity quality with mining, that price is gonna go down. Tomorrow we start the mining grind. You heard it here first. Which server are you on? Yo, what up, Ad? I am over on Vyra with my community. We have a couple of guilds so far, and we have plenty of room for anybody else that wants to join us. If you do want to play on Vyra, right now in the launcher, it'll look a little weird. So you, under the environments part, you have to click on that drop-down menu, and one will have Lotharia or Lineth, and then the other one will have Vyra. Sush, Whisper, Bristle, Bane, someone else from guild beat you to it. My inventory is getting disgustingly full again, and I'm getting uncomfortable. You're on Lineth like chili? You guys gotta come through, man. I'm telling you, Vyra's the place to be. It really is. It has its like woes, but Vyra's nice. I enjoy it a lot. Who's streaming? Not a ton of people streaming tonight. Thought about mining, time to get back to work. Yeah, you gotta make some shmoney, huh? Some shmoney. Alrighty. Freaking heck. I wish there were more people streaming right now. Alright, we got rates inflow. Oh. I fucked up that click. Copy. Cancel. Stream manager. Boys. We're gonna go raid the Big Sin. If it is your first time here, I appreciate you being here. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day, starting at 2 p.m. EST, which means I will be back tomorrow for another 10 hours of joy, pain, pleasure, whatever you want to consider it. Whatever you want to consider it. Oh, wait. If you want to Lockthar. Oh wait, yeah, Lochthar's in fucking chat. He was supposed to yell at me earlier. Yes, we're inviting Lochthar. Lochthar. Yeah. Thank you for streams. Thank you guys for being here. I couldn't stream every day if it wasn't for you guys continuing to show up and support the stream. And for that, I am extremely grateful, boys. So, we're gonna go show some of the love to our homie Sinflow over on the other side of things here, still in the Ashes directory. So, I've streamed now 616 days in a row. I've streamed over 10,500 hours my entire time here. And I will continue to be here every single day, growing this community in Ashes, and I hope you guys will continue to come back daily and help me grow this little corner to the internet that we have here. I greatly appreciate y'all being here today, yesterday, every single day, and I hope today's not the last day that you're here, boys. I'll be back 2 p.m. EST tomorrow. I'll be well fed. I'll be happy. I'll be ready to grind. It was a banger stream today, by the way. We stayed entertained literally right up until the end of it. Nin, boys, I'll catch you tomorrow, 2 p.m. We'll get back on the grind. Guild PvP tomorrow. Log on. Guild PvP. Nin, you're gonna miss it. 5 seconds, 3 seconds. Peace. Bye, YouTube.